Beginning a remarkable journey through time to celebrate the Millennium. This is BBC One at the start of the biggest live broadcast ever. 2000 Today is introduced by David Dimbleby.
Hello from Greenwich and welcome to BBC's One 2000 Today. Over the next 28 hours, as the Earth spins on its axis, we're going to be following the sun setting on the old millennium and rising on the new. And the clock here at Greenwich is already ticking away the final minutes and seconds to the new century. 14 hours, 44 minutes, 22, 21, 20 seconds and counting. And we're here at Greenwich because this is the universally acknowledged home of time. It's based on this line, an imaginary line, but actually you can see it on the pavement here, 0 degrees longitude, where east meets west. In international law, the new year 2000 doesn't actually officially begin until it begins here, which doesn't of course mean other places don't celebrate it at their own midnights, far from it. In only 3/4 of an hour from now, the tiny uninhabited Millennium Island at the east of Kiribati in the Pacific, over 8,000 miles away from here, is going to be the first to say goodbye 1999 and a few hours later to welcome the first sunrise of the year 2000. We're going to be there as BBC One joins 60 other countries, all celebrating the dawn of a new century. Our journey is going to take us from Beijing to Moscow, from Sydney to Los Angeles. We're going to be in India, in South America, in Africa, Australasia. We're going to be in Antarctica. And of course, here in these islands. We'll see Britons from the North Sea to the Atlantic Ocean as they take part in all the reunions, the parties, the celebrations, and the commemorations of the past 100 years. And as midnight approaches, we're going to be over there, down at the Millennium Dome. The Queen will be arriving there by river after lighting a Millennium beacon. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Prime Minister will be there too, as with 12,000 guests, if they all get their tickets in time, they join the countdown and the music and the partying that leads up to midnight. And as Big Ben strikes 12, a spectacular river of fire will streak up the Thames from Tower Bridge to Westminster, moving at nearly 700 miles an hour. The speed the Earth itself turns and the time moves across the globe. And that's only the start of it. There's lots more. And to hear about it, we join Michael Parkinson in the 2000 Today studio. Michael.
David, thank you. Welcome to BBC Television Centre here in London for 2000 Today. This is the last programme on BBC One before the start of the year 2000. And when we go off the air tomorrow afternoon, we'll be halfway into the first day of the next 1,000 years. 2000 Today is the biggest and the most ambitious television programme ever made, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. There are celebrations going on all around the world, all at different times, and we're going to be there. Over 60 countries are taking part. We estimate that we'll have an audience worldwide of over 1 billion people. We'll be starting in the tiny uninhabited South Pacific island of Kiribati, where it'll be midnight in just under an hour when it's 10 o'clock here. And we'll finish 28 hours later in Samoa. We'll be seeing the setting of the sun and its rising across the world as 1999 becomes 2000. Quite simply, we'll witness the sun set on one millennium and rise on another right across this planet of ours. Now, in the studio with me, because I'm not doing all this by myself, of course, is Gabby Roslin. Gabby, good morning.
Good morning.
Big day.
Big day, raring to go.
And for you too, of course, you're going to do the silly thing and stay in the studio for the entire 30 hours.
Yes, I've got a rolled up little sleeping bag under here that nobody can see.
What are you going to do, catnap?
Under the table.
Peter Sissons is with us too, of course. A big day ahead, Peter.
Oh, the biggest global party you or I will ever see or report on. Huge potential for unpredictable events. Much of it is predictable as the sun shadow sweeps across the Earth. But unpredictability at this time of the year is par for the course. Big news events usually happen. Indeed, we've got the first of them already. We're getting reports from Moscow that Boris Yeltsin, the president, has resigned. The president of Russia has resigned and handed power to Vladimir Putin. So BBC News will be bringing you regular updates on all this and more during the day from the Millennium news desk here in the studio, and I'll be doing the first shift.
And of course the big running story, I suppose, apart from the President Yeltsin's story, of course, will be the Millennium bug. There's much speculation about that.
It's been hyped for so long, we'll find out whether it's going to be a non-event or really has the potential to inflict catastrophe.
Peter, thank you. Well, to put it all in the scientific and historical context, we've got the team from Tomorrow's World, Peter Snow and Philippa Forrester. Peter.
Yes, Mike, we'll be telling the story of time, yesterday, today and tomorrow, and I'll be watching its passage around the world over the next 24 hours as the sun rises on the new millennium. We'll be taking a Tomorrow's World look at the technology we can expect to see in the years ahead too. And has yesterday's technology landed us with a disaster? The Millennium bug. We'll see if it bites tonight. Philippa's at the home of time itself in Greenwich.
Yep, I'll be here in Greenwich finding out why this place has a unique claim to be the centre of the big event, why this spot is the basis for the actual meridian line for the whole world, and we'll be looking at the clocks that finally allowed us to conquer time.
This is an amazing studio. It operates on many levels, and up there in the crow's nest with an overview of the world, we've got Fergal Keane. Fergal, good morning.
Thanks, Michael. Good morning and a huge millennial welcome from up here in the crow's nest. Now, over the next 28 hours, television images from 60 countries around the world will be flooding in here to TV Centre. And our job up here in the crow's nest is to sift through them and bring the very best of it to you. So I'll be talking to you again soon. Michael.
And finally, just in case everything else goes down, we can always fall back on the familiar disembodied voice of Alan Dedicoat. Are you there, Alan?
I am indeed, Michael. I'm actually in the nerve centre of the whole thing, surrounded by computers this morning. I've got uplinks, downlinks, a couple of lottery draws to do either side of midnight. It's all here, in fact, and I'm particularly looking forward to a highlight dear to your heart, Michael, Barnsley's Canal of Fire.
It's always on fire, Alan. Putting it out will be the problem.
Indeed, indeed.
What's he look like, Alan Dedicoat? And we'll be meeting with hundreds of other guests here in the studio, and of course, millions worldwide.
Now, our schedule is completely dictated by time. Unlike a football match, which can be delayed, or a recorded programme which can be transmitted at a different time, we cannot alter the fact of the movement of the planet. So 2000 Today consists of a series of deadlines which we have to meet, starting with that first midnight on Kiribati in the South Pacific and that big midnight celebration in Sydney at 1 o'clock our time. After that, we'll be tracking the midnight line across Asia and Europe as it approaches the UK. After that, we'll follow the celebrations as they start across the Atlantic in America, and then we'll see the sunrise on the new millennium.
I think Sydney might be one of the great highlights.
It'd be
It's
amazing.
spectacular. I'd love to be there.
You're
Brent,
here.
I know I'm here, yes, I know, stuck here. Britain in 1999 has been remarkable for many things, and one of the most striking is the way centuries of English domination have come to an end. We've got a Scottish Parliament, a Welsh Assembly, and most recently, and perhaps most welcome of all, real signs of peace in Northern Ireland. This will be the first time these nations have seen in the new year with this newly re-established autonomy. So there really is something special to celebrate, as we'll see during the course of the next 28 hours. Let's go first of all to Tim Vincent in Cardiff. Tim?
Hello and welcome to Cardiff, Europe's fastest growing city. We have a tremendous amount to be proud of and to celebrate here, including our brand new stadium, which hosted the Rugby World Cup back in October, and is tonight the event where we will be hosting the 10th anniversary party of the Manic Street Preachers. This will be their first and last gig of the year 2000, so it's a pretty special night for rock fans. However, if you haven't got tickets, don't worry, there'll be plenty of partying going on down in the streets. There will be a huge lantern display taking place this afternoon from Cardiff Castle. It will start from the medieval splendour of Cardiff Lock, which will then wind its way through the streets down to the Civic Centre behind me, which also boasts one of the finest collection of public buildings throughout Wales. Now, the partying will start down on the streets, and hopefully somewhere down there is Sian Lloyd.
Yes, I am. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Bore da, Tim. Well, behind me, we've a fun fair stretching all the way down the boulevard. And quite soon now, the big thrill rides and the more traditional ones will swing into action. Well, a little bit later on, I'm going to be in the middle of an amazing procession of 300 musicians and dancers emerging from Cardiff Castle. A real riot of colour and movement. Yep, here in the capital of Wales, we've been preparing for some time now.
Well, there you go. It looks like it's going to be a great day and night for partying here in Wales. The weather is keeping fine at the moment, but now it's time to go to Shauna Lowry in London, Derry.
Good morning from a damp Derry, but we won't let the weather here dampen our spirits at all, because today is going to be a great day for Derry. It may look a bit quiet here, everyone is still asleep, but later on these walls of the city are going to be lined with thousands of people celebrating the new millennium. Behind me is the historic city of Derry. It's Northern Ireland's second city, and it's one of the most widely recognised places in the province. Sadly, though, it has been the backdrop for many scenes of distressing conflict of the troubles of the past 30 years. But things are changing here for the better. The atmosphere today is so different. The tension seems to be gone, and you can almost feel the optimism in the air. There's a real sense of people coming together, and that's exactly what's going to be happening later on. We've got some great Millennium events lined up. People, as I say, are going to be coming down here to the square, and there's going to be 2,000 voices here in the Guildhall singing live the famous Irish song Danny Boy to the tune of the London-Derry Air. It's a real Derry anthem, and we're also going to be joined by the singer Rebecca Storm in Dublin with the 3 Irish tenors, so reuniting the whole island of Ireland in song. It's going to be brilliant. And then also later on we've got a circle of light, a human circle of light, where people from all sides of the community are going to come and line these city walls with blazing torches as a sign of unity, to say that they're really looking forward with lots of hope for the new millennium. Now, these walls are very significant for Derry. They've been here for 400 years and have witnessed scenes of grief and strife, not only sieges, battles, but also the troubles. And they are actually something that's going to be playing an enormous part in Derry's history. They're proud of these walls, and it's something that everybody is looking forward to joining in and celebrating one of the last remaining cities of Europe. And now we're going to go over to another beautiful fortress, the city of Edinburgh, to join Kirsty Wark. We'll see you a bit later on.
Welcome to this wonderful Hogmanay morning in Scotland. Hogmanay is what we call New Year's Eve, and Hogmanay somehow sounds much more romantic. And it dates back to the old alliance between Scotland and France. Apparently, it's a 16th century dialect word from northern France meaning gift and present. And traditionally, here in Scotland at midnight, Scots visit family, friends and neighbours bearing gifts. It could be shortbread, it could be whiskey, it could be black bun, but it could also be coal. I can remember people coming to our house bringing coal to put on the fire. So there's a magnificent feeling, a great atmosphere building in the city of Edinburgh already. Here I am on Princes Street in the midst of 7 days of celebrations. And although now people are just generally going about their business, by tonight this place will be stowed with 200,000 revellers seeing in the new year and indeed seeing in the new millennium. Now there's a variety of events, from live music in Princes Street also to the Winter Wonderland, which is Britain's, the UK's indeed, largest outdoor ice rink, put on specially for these 7 days of celebrations. There'll also be a sunset encounter with HRH, the Prince of Wales, who's been in the capital for the last 24 hours. And also tonight in Edinburgh, on the Castle Esplanade up there, we're going to hear from the live Scottish top band Texas. They're going to be playing a charity concert on the magnificent Castle Esplanade overlooking the city, and I'll be talking later to Charlene Spittieri. Of course, it's not just Edinburgh celebrating the end of the old year and the beginning of the new. 300 miles away from Edinburgh, on the most northerly islands of Britain, Shetland fiddler Ali Bain has made a special trip home to be with his ain folk on mainland Shetland to bring in the new millennium. On the northeast coast, we'll have a fire festival in Stonehaven. They have an annual midnight Fireball Festival. We'll be seeing that as it happens. And also, for the first time this year, we have a very unusual fire festival which is taking place in the wonderful Renaissance Palace of Stirling Castle, right in the heart of Scotland, immortalised as only Hollywood can do in the movie Braveheart. I'm delighted to say that the charming Fred Macaulay will also be joining us from Glasgow. So I'll be here throughout the day as we celebrate the arrival of the new millennium. And now back to London and Michael Parkinson.
Kirsty, thank you. Before we continue our preview, let's catch up with more on that breaking story about President Yeltsin resigning. Is it official, Peter?
It is official. President Yeltsin has made a television broadcast saying he's resigning immediately, and Russia would be run by Prime Minister Vladimir Putin until presidential elections next March. Yeltsin said, "I'm going. I did all I could." They say that he was speaking haltingly. He stared down an attempted coup d'etat, I remember 9 years ago, when he was much more vigorous as a leader of Russia. He said his resignation was not due to health concerns now, but for a whole variety of reasons. "I've been replaced by a new generation. I've charged the head of the government, Vladimir Putin, to take over my duties." That reference to a new generation perhaps suggests a little more about the timing of it on the brink of the new century. He's a bit of a showman, and it's entirely in character for him to try to upstage us all at this stage.
And he has the man in place, of course, who he wants there.
Putin is the man he wants,
yes.
And Putin is very popular. Yes. The odds on Putin becoming the next president must be very high, on the back of the war in Chechnya, which is a popular war.
Sure. Peter, thank you very much. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the programme, of course. Now, back to our preview. We'll be seeing a lot more of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland over the course of the programme with regular updates. We'll also be dropping in on dozens of other places around the country and seeing some of the wonderful, spectacular and just plain daft things that people are getting up to for this great celebration.
Now, we're also going abroad where Millennium mayhem is breaking out all over the world. Here are some of the milestones of the next few hours. So the first midnight we've got in Kiribati, Tonga, of course. Right. And Fergal Keane will be reporting on the sunset over the Great Wall of China and also the last midday chimes of Big Ben at midday, surprisingly enough, and sunset over the Taj Mahal.
Just confusing, isn't it? Yeah. Now, we all know we're celebrating the arrival of the year 2000, but is really the start of the new millennium. And what's the millennium all about anyway? Peter Snow has got the story. Peter.
Well, for us, the dawning of the year 2000 may be an excuse for a good party, but for Christians, through the ages, the millennium was a word laced with horror and foreboding. This was what Peter Bruegel the Elder thought it would look like.
Live from around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Good morning and welcome to the very edge of the 21st century. Good morning, you hearty souls, I should say. It's a little before 5 a.m. here in Times Square. Earlier you are. We begin, as you can imagine, with a tremendous sense of awe from our studio overlooking Times Square here. Awe at what is behind us as well as what is ahead of us. So for the next 24 hours, we're going to try to share this extraordinary occasion with much of the rest of the world. And we're going to begin this morning in just a second by going to Tonga and to Kiribati out in the Pacific, where the first midnight of the 21st century has actually come to be in just seconds. But we're going to start with some news, because just a short while ago in Russia, Boris Yeltsin, the president, said he had decided he was going to resign earlier than he had intended. So we're going to go straight to Moscow as our first port of call, and ABC's Morton Dean. Morton, what's been going on?
Well, a lot has been going on, Peter. Boris Yeltsin stole the headline right out of the old and new millennium. In a surprise this morning in a taped address to the country, he said he had signed papers transferring power to his chosen successor, Vladimir Putin, the prime minister. And Mr. Yeltsin is stepping down. Putin will become acting president for 3 months, and then national elections have been scheduled by Mr. Yeltsin and his chosen successor for March the 26th. Quite a story.
Was there any details about him? Did he look unusual? Did it look like it had been planned? Did it look spontaneous?
Well, it obviously had been planned for a while, but the news did not leak out here or obviously anywhere else. Putin is not widely known in this country nor around the world. Of course, he was a member of the KGB for many years and was head of the KGB's principal successor agency, the FSB, for a while. And he's only been prime minister for 4.5 months, and we're told that both Yeltsin and Putin are behind me in one of the buildings there in the Kremlin, meeting even as we speak, Peter.
And let me just see if I can get it absolutely straight. This is a resignation, or this is him saying he intends to resign earlier than he'd planned?
Well, he says he's out of power as of today. It's a resignation.
Okay, thanks very much, Mort. We'll come back to you as the day goes on. Of course, Russian law actually requires presidential elections within 90 days of a resignation, so that country's going to be on the edge of turmoil for some considerable period of time, further on the edge of turmoil. We have on the phone with us Michael McFall from the Carnegie Endowment of International Peace, who watches Russia very closely. Professor McFall, what do you think of what you hear this morning?
Well, it's stunning, of course. Very true to form for Boris Yeltsin, of course, to steal the headlines on the Millennium. I think it's not surprising, though, if you think about the politics behind it. His prime minister, Mr. Putin, right now has a 70% approval rating. 55% of the population have said they'd vote for him on a first round. And Yeltsin calculated it's better to go for it now than to wait 6 months when those ratings might fall.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll talk to you, I hope, a little later throughout the day. Michael McFall from the Carnegie Endowment. Just a couple of other headlines before we get right down to Millennium news. India says it has reached an agreement to bring that hijacking in southern Afghanistan to an end. That jetliner is still on the ground at Kandahar, but the hijackers have reportedly agreed to release their 156 hostages in exchange for 3 Muslim militants who are in Indian custody. So everybody's holding their breath on the subcontinent this morning, and we'll be at India later in the day, where they too will celebrate the Millennium. But let us now go and have a look at Kiribati in the Pacific, the closest island this morning to the international date line, the first celebration out there on the beaches of this island with so much deep commitment in American history. Let's listen. It says Kiribati on your screen, but it's actually pronounced Kiribati. These are actually the Gilbert Islands in the Pacific, well known to many Americans who fought there during World War II, the capital, Tarawa, where more than 1,000 Americans were killed and 2,200 wounded as American forces made their way across the Pacific towards the Japanese home islands. Kiribati, as you can see, moved the international date line about a year ago to include all of the islands in the island nation. But something they must clearly have had in mind was the Millennium, because they called the small island on which this ceremony this morning is taking place Millennium Island. It's hard to emphasize how hard the people in these Pacific Islands have worked, aware as they were that they were going to be the first to pass into the 21st century, first the first midnight and ultimately the first dawn. And as I said, this is a place with a tremendous place in American history. In 1943, the Japanese never believed that 1 million men could take this tiny collection of atolls, about 2/3 of the way across the Pacific. And the battle went on for 4 days, and as we said, more than 1,000 Americans were killed and 2,200 were wounded. Japanese had 5,000 men on the island, and when the battle was over, only 17 had survived. Today, they look at the new century in a moment of peace. And on your left, you see Tonga, 2/3 of the way from Hawaii to New Zealand. They, too, are in this first zone. This is sometimes regarded as the most Christian nation in the world. So the Alleluia chorus will sound familiar. That's the king you see there conducting the ceremony, King Tau'ufa Tupou, who's been king since 1965. And those fireworks are in Sydney Harbour, Australia, beneath the Sydney Harbour Bridge, as Australia gets ready to celebrate the new millennium. ABC's Elizabeth Vargas is there for us, not very far from the famous Sydney Opera. You can see the sails of its outline there on one side of Sydney Harbour. Elizabeth, a lot of people?
Oh, Peter, there's a huge crowd here. Good morning from the oldest continent on Earth, and the first major landmass along with New Zealand to welcome in the second millennium. We have our lights out now because the first celebration, the first fireworks, as you can see, are being launched 3 hours before midnight here in Sydney Harbour. And as you said, we are alongside the Opera House, the most famous landmark in Australia, with well over 1 million people gathered here along the harbour to watch the show.
Okay, we'll be back to you. As you said, it's several hours before it's going to be midnight. Let's go back to Kiribati. Now they are dancing in the 21st century in Kiribati. The first midnight has come and the first midnight has gone. Kiribati and Tonga, the first two people to celebrate their entry to the 21st century. And as you saw down there at the corner, an island that is somewhat threatened, because if global warming gets any worse, this is one of the islands in the world that will disappear beneath the sea. The people paddled out to this island from their capital, and now they go to the ocean to salute the future and pay respect to the Polynesian gods. Perhaps a quick look at what's happening on Tonga as well. We are part of an enormous consortium put together by the thinnest of electronic reeds at times. So Tonga has gone away briefly. But before the end of the day, as we watch this old man and a young boy paddle fire to the gods of the sea in an outrigger canoe, which you see all over the Pacific, part of the Polynesian people who explored all over the Pacific thousands of years ago. As they carry this tribute to the sea, we prepare to go around the world electronically, from Kiribati to New Zealand, Australia, and China to Hong Kong, and then across to Europe and out to the subcontinent, where we believe that hijacking will be resolved today. And then back to Moscow, where they've got a major news story on their hands as well. And before the day is over, all across the length and breadth of the United States to celebrate the 21st millennium. And we'll check from the very outset here in just a couple of minutes to see how things are going with Y2K. Sam Donaldson is standing by in Washington, and Jimmy Walker is out there in New Zealand. So when we come back, we'll get going again. Hope you'll stay with us.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit. And by AccuView contact lenses, vision for the new millennium.
ABC 2000, live from around the world, once again from Times Square, Peter Jennings.
Well, Times Square looks a little bit like the celebration has already begun. In fact, we were out there pretty early this morning, and some people have actually come to Times Square in the rain and set up seats for a celebration that will not start for almost 16 or 17 hours from now. We shall be here, but we shall be drier, though the weather forecast for the eastern United States says rain until noon and then clearing up. But it is raining in Paris, and we'll get to Paris and Barbara Walters in just a moment, and it is very cold in the Vatican. There's St. Peter's Basilica. We'll be there in a short while to talk to Cokie Roberts, and before long that place will be absolutely mobbed by people from all over the world. And there, which is a little bit less recognizable to many people, is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Manger Square in Bethlehem, where it is a beautiful day today, and we shall be there before long too. There's some word from Bethlehem that a lot of the talk about terrorism has kept crowds down around the world. but we'll know a little later on in the day as to whether or not people have been, or crowds have been subdued, particularly at Vatican and at Bethlehem. Let's go back to the Pacific now, because though we're waiting to celebrate in the Chatham Islands just south of New Zealand, I think Kiribati is still going as an old man and a young boy take their gift of fire out to the sea. The celebration moves to New Zealand, to the Chatham Islands, just to the southeast of New Zealand, about 800 miles from the mainland. These are two islands, Chatham and Pitt, right down there in the lower corner of your screen, in which not a great deal happens except farming. New Zealand famous for its sheep, among other things, though a lot closer to the rest of the world now in the internet revolution. But the first inhabitants here on Chatham Island were, as we saw on Kiribati and in Tonga, were Polynesians searching around the Pacific to make their home on a variety of these quite lovely but not profoundly productive islands. ABC's James Walker is in Wellington, New Zealand, and New Zealand, I guess you'd have to say today, is the canary in the coal mine, actually as one Australian or New Zealand paper put it, because it is there where the world is going to watch first for the Y2K developments. Jim, are you there this morning, James?
Peter, you took the words right out of my mouth. It is indeed the canary in the mine shaft, the first industrialized country in about 48, 50 minutes to welcome the new year, and then we will see whether or not it also welcomes the Millennium Bug. Let me just set the stage for a second. Behind me is the Beehive, part of the Parliament buildings right here in Wellington. It is the home of the Prime Minister and other members of her government. On the first floor is the Y2K Government Commission. In the basement is emergency management, which has ties to 300 utilities, hospitals, police stations, and we'll be monitoring them throughout the night. The Y2K Government Commission will be giving us briefings. The government officials here are very confident. They say that the key sectors they believe will work: water, utilities, telephones. But when it comes to Y2K, there are no guarantees. As you know, Peter, information technology statistics indicate that 14% of all computer code that has been fixed still has the Y2K bug in it. So there are no bets. We won't really know until we get there.
Okay, James, we'll come back to you very shortly, too, because, as you said, it's the canary in the mine. It's a guinea pig for many American companies, particularly who do business in New Zealand and throughout the Pacific. But while we're waiting for the Chatham Islands to enable us to share in their ceremony, I want to just walk around Europe very quickly. Cokie Roberts is in Vatican City, and looking a little less cold, Cokie, than you did a little while ago, but it is cold in Rome today.
Well, it's very cold in Rome, and a lot of these pilgrims who are here from all over the world are a little surprised at that. But they are here from all over the world, Peter, and behind me now, it's 11 o'clock in the morning here, and behind me there are hundreds of people lining up to get in through the Holy Door at St. Peter's. The Millennium really began here on December 24th when the Pope started the Jubilee year, the Great Jubilee. They happen every 25 years, but he's deemed this one great because it is the 2000 year. And he opened the Holy Door midnight mass on Christmas Eve, and people have been lining up to go through it ever since, and they're already here by the hundreds this morning.
Thanks, Cokie. We'll make contact later. We have made contact with the Chatham Islands, so let's listen to their celebration. They're about a minute from midnight.
The beacon of hope shines brightly in the minds of the children of the new millennium. The spotlight shines directly into the eyes of world leaders. For words are not appropriate at this time. It is the actions of man today, whereby the children of all nations can truly receive the dividends in their time from peace and harmony, brotherhood of man and environmental care.
You see a modesty in this ceremony that you'll see in lots of places throughout the world today. had their first midnight in the Chatham Islands. Not many people live there, but they share the sentiment, surely, of people all over the world that the 21st century is going to be good for those young children. 39 time zones there are in the world. We've now been through 2 of them. One happened to be on the quarter hour, but to the local people there, it's midnight, and that's what matters. And our Millennium coverage will continue.
ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Well, that's Times Square, and it's been midnight in a couple of places out in the Pacific, and so the world is just beginning to flex its first 21st century muscles. We'll continue to do that just for a little while now by going first to Paris and saying good morning to Barbara Walters. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, bonne année, Happy New Year to you, Peter. I am right across, as you can see, from the Eiffel Tower, where for the past, excuse me, 1,000 days, they have been counting down the days. Now they are counting down the hours. You see the J is for jour, 13 hours until midnight, avant long before the year 2000. And at midnight, you are going to see the most spectacular view of the Eiffel Tower. 20,000 lights are going to light it up. Fireworks that are going to climb 1,000 feet in the air, swirling and dancing and twirling. They say there's never been fireworks like this before. On the Champs-Élysées, which is the main boulevard here in Paris, there are 11 different Ferris wheels that are also going to be whirling and twirling with acrobats and dancers, and you can see some of them now. They will only be here for one day. They start at midnight, and then it all ends. The Paris that we know has always been a city of light, but Peter, it will never be as bright and as glittery as it will be tonight. It's raining now. It's been cold and raining every day. People are already lined up here at the Eiffel Tower, and after days of storms, there's a feeling of excitement and the fact that it's really going to be a glorious night. 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Pacific Time, midnight here, and we're 13 hours away.
Well, I'm bound to say, Barbara, I'll say it now, that you look absolutely gorgeous, but the weather behind you looks horrible. And you've had terrible storms, in France particularly, in the last several days, with a lot of people killed.
There have been more than 80 people killed. The storm started on Sunday. As you walk down the streets, if you go down Avenue Foch, for example, which is the residential area, it looks as if a hurricane has hit, with trees all over the street. The Notre Dame has been damaged. Windows were blown out, even parts of the structure. We went to Versailles, where the gardens are now closed. You can see the way it looks with some of the trees down. Versailles itself was damaged, but not inside. The park lost some of its oldest trees. 10,000 trees were destroyed, Peter, some of them 300 to 400 years old. So it's been very, very bad weather, and today is certainly not sunny and glorious, but there are no storms. And France is in a pretty cheerful mood. It's been a good year for France, so they will be celebrating tonight.
Good, Barbara. Look forward to seeing you before long. Thanks very much, Barbara Walters, outside the Eiffel Tower. Let's take a look out here at Times Square at the moment. It's raining here too, but even now it has begun to let up just a little. And as I said, people have already come to the square this morning and have set up seats. The police have transformed this. There's going to be no interference as far as they're concerned with any celebrations here, but they've transformed it into a whole series of little islands, and we'll explain it to you as the day goes on, because New York has already planned quite a celebration of its own. But still ahead for us is the Y2.
ABC 2000, live from around the world. Once again from Times Square. In New York, Peter Jennings.
Well, there's a small example of how the world has changed. That's the Omar Mosque in Bethlehem, the place where the Gospels say that Jesus was born, and we'll go there in just a minute. I'm not sure that your local news actually dealt with it, but a couple of headlines here. Boris Yeltsin has resigned as president of Russia. That means, technically speaking, there should be an election in Russia within 90 days. And it looks very much like India and the hijackers of that Indian Airlines Airbus have reached an agreement, and that there's going to be an exchange of passengers for 3 either militants in favor of an independent Kashmir We think that's what it is, and the passengers are going to be exchanged before the day is over. So we get a great shock at the beginning of the 21st century with Boris Yeltsin announcing that he's going to step down and make way for the man who's currently Prime Minister Putin, who has very much on edge and everybody else, and the good news which comes out of southern Afghanistan that horrible siege for the people on that plane may, within hours, be over. We'll be going off to New Zealand and Washington in just a couple of minutes to get some of the first Y2K news, but we want to go way back in history now to Manger Square in Bethlehem, where ABC's Bill Blakemore is standing just outside that little door you can see down there at the bottom right-hand corner of your picture, which is actually how people get in to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself. And Bill Blakemore is there. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Peter. Actually, Church of the Nativity, Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Holy Sepulchre is in Jerusalem, I'm sorry.
No problem. It's unusually hot here today, 77 degrees here in Manger Square. It's very often at this time of year cold and rainy, even snowy, but the very hot weather has produced what is just like a shirt-sleeve day here, sunny weather. Very few Christian pilgrims so far this morning making their way in. We can't tell yet whether the security warnings have indeed kept them away. We'll find that out maybe this evening. The Friday noon prayers have just broken up here. The Mosque of Omar, of course, just across Manger Square from the Church of the Nativity behind me. The Church of the Nativity, as you know, of course, is built over the cave where tradition says that Jesus was born 2,000 years ago, making this, in a sense, ground zero for the year 2000. And we're just, by coincidence, halfway around the Earth. It's just afternoon here. And so it will be this evening before we see any celebrations. But the interesting thing here today, Peter, is that by coincidence, it's a day of great importance for all three of the Abrahamic religions, the religions that stem back to Abraham. The Jews, of course, start their Sabbath this evening when the sun goes down. It's the last Friday of Ramadan for the Muslims, and many of the Muslims from throughout the West Bank today have gone into Jerusalem because for the first time, the Israelis have lifted the requirements that there be special permission during Ramadan to go in and pray there. And of course, the Christian millennium, moving into the third millennium tonight, there's a certain sense of heightened tension here because of all of these different religious feelings of importance today, and the Israeli and Palestinian police are on heightened security.
Bill, let me just, before I ask you what the Palestinian Authority plans, Ramadan, of course, is a month of fasting for Muslims throughout the world. They fast from dawn until sundown and party sometimes quite extravagantly after dark at night. But the Palestinian Authority, which now controls Bethlehem, has what planned for later today?
Well, they're going to have a concert, they're going to have a number of singers, and a film festival of Palestinian filmmakers this evening. As midnight approaches, there's going to be a special lighting of candles here in the square, and then the releasing of 2,000 doves, a symbol of peace. Most apt here, of course, because it is hoped by many here that the year 2000 will be a year of considerable peacemaking, since the Israelis are now talking with the Syrians starting on Monday about what is going to happen between those two countries, including possibly the disposition of the Golan Heights. And the Israelis are still talking with the Palestinians and say that they hope by September to have Palestinian-Israeli peace established as well. But there are mixed feelings on all sides here. Something has to be given up by everybody. So, as usual in the Middle East, and especially here at the crossroads of three continents with three religions mixing it up together on a day like this, there's a variety of feelings and expectations and hopes.
Thanks very much, Bill. We'll talk to you later in the day. One piece of news related to the Russian news in Moscow this morning. The Russians have just announced that the acting president, Vladimir Putin, is going to be going to Bethlehem and to Jerusalem next week, replacing Mr. Yeltsin. When I was talking to Bill Blakemore earlier on, he said that was one of the first things they had asked because Mr. Yeltsin had indeed planned to come. But with that news in Moscow today, Vladimir Putin gets a tremendous, tremendous boost. They've just had an election in Russia, and many of the parties in the Russian parliament, which were supported by the Kremlin or supported by the Kremlin, it was something of a mean and nasty election. Much meaner and much nastier than we are accustomed to in the United States. But the pro-Kremlin parties and the pro-Yeltsin parties, the pro-Putin parties, the new Prime Minister, now very much likely to be the next president of Russia, have all done fairly well. Mr. Putin will be going to the Holy Land. And we will continue our Millennium coverage in just a minute.
Stay with ABC.
ABC and the world as the new millennium arrives down under. Still ahead, Australia's pre-party direct from the Sydney Opera House handles Messiah from New Zealand. Plus, the latest on what's really happening with Y2K. And that's just this morning. ABC 2000, 24 incredible hours continues.
ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Well, it's 5:30 in the morning in New York City. It's 5:30 in the evening in Bangkok. It's 7:40 in the evening in Tokyo. In the Pacific, they're going to have their midnights before we are. There were a lot of people talking about buzz on this particular occasion. Where was the buzz? Well, as we came to work early this morning through Times Square, which New Yorkers are utterly convinced is the center of the universe, I was surprised how many people there were who were here who weren't working. But Jack Ford is working. Jackie's down there. Good morning, Jack. What are all these folks doing here?
Peter, good morning. The folks are starting to gather here, although in talking to some police officers just recently, they expressed some surprise over the fact that there weren't bigger crowds here yet. That probably is attributable to the fact that although the forecast was for cool and dry, they got the cool part right, but not the dry part right. It's been raining throughout the course of the morning here. It's starting to slow down now. You can see behind me that there are a significant police presence here. Crowds are starting to gather. The police haven't yet begun shepherding the crowds into the spectator areas, the so-called pens that they've set up here. They indicated again in a conversation that there's no real timetable for that. They'll just do it by feel when they look like the crowd's beginning to gather and it makes sense to get them into those areas. So the rain is keeping people away. Right now, the rain is starting to let up a little bit, and they're expecting, as you've said before, perhaps as many as 2 million people out here. The dropping of the ball is some 18 hours away, but the crowds are starting to gather, Peter.
We will have a chance, by the way, on television this morning to see the ball go up in about an hour and a half from now. And Jack, if I'm not mistaken, having seen the weather forecast quite late last night, this is going to be a dry and cool day before we're finished.
Hopefully we'll get the dry part right soon, Peter. As I said, it's just starting to let up a little bit now. As you mentioned, the ball is going to be up there at about 7 o'clock or so Eastern time. We'll be chatting with some folks out here, also talking with the designer of the ball from Waterford Crystal. So the festivities will be getting started.
And very briefly, New York City has a whole panoply of events itself. When are they going to start, you know?
Peter, they're supposed to get started officially at 6:30 this morning, and there's an hourly event. It includes things such as street fair, theater, dancers, a great deal of events taking place throughout the course of the day.
Thanks very much. Jack on the street, nice to talk to you. Stay dry if you can. When we come back, the 21st century is about to begin in New Zealand. Right after local news in many cities, stay tuned with our Millennium coverage.
ABC 2000, live from around the world, will continue in a moment. ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Good morning, everybody, or good morning again. Welcome back to our live coverage of the century change. In a moment, we're going to go to New Zealand, where the first industrial country in the world will enter the 21st century, and we'll get our first taste of what Y2K is doing, if anything, to the technological base there. But before that, we want to check in on London, where ABC's Charlie Gibson is standing by, and who's usually up at this time of day in this city. London seems to have had a few problems over there this morning or in the last couple of days about getting ready for its Millennium coverage.
Well, there have been glitches, Peter, with some of the new things that have been built in London for the Millennium. And, of course, the British are a querulous lot, and so they have been arguing about exactly what's going to be going on here. But, you know, I think, Peter, as this party that the world is throwing for itself on this dawn of the new century and the new millennium goes on, many cities will say, we have the biggest, or we have the grandest, or we have the gaudiest celebration. And London can certainly make its claim because its New Year's celebration will be over such a wide area. Peter, up and down 4 miles of the Thames, they're going to be celebrating with a giant fireworks show that I'll tell you about. But of course, this is also probably the most international city of the world. And so there is such great concern that perhaps a party crasher will commit some untoward act. And security is very tight. As you look around the city this morning, traffic has been shut down almost everywhere. Indeed, the City of London will be pretty much restricted to pedestrian traffic through this New Year's Eve. Now, when I mentioned the big celebration that will go on up and down the Thames, and you're seeing shots of the beautiful river that bisects the City of London, for a 4-mile stretch, Peter, at midnight, after the bells of Big Ben have struck midnight, the 12 gongs, at a height of 200 feet, they're going to blanket the Thames River for this 4-mile stretch with a series of rockets. It will be as if the river is on fire. And then they modestly say they're going to have 15 minutes of the largest fireworks show in the history of the world. As I say, the British are always very modest about that. But you did mention the glitches in the preparations here in London. Number one, they built at a cost of more than $1 billion. They built this Millennium Dome down in Greenwich. And nobody's quite sure why they built it. And then that's the Millennium Dome that you're seeing there. It's reviving the Greenwich area, of course, which is the center of time. But inside, it's a sort of show with lots of exhibits, and there's a stage. But Londoners really do scratch their head as to why it was worth spending $1 billion, over $1 billion, on this Millennium Dome. And then you got to peek at the London Eye. This, well, they don't like to call it a Ferris wheel because the modules are enclosed, but this is right on the south bank of the Thames, Peter, and I'm going to be interested to get your opinion of it.
Ferris wheel by any other name, Charlie.
Well, all right, we'll stick with Ferris wheel. Americans will relate to that. But, Peter, it's 50 feet higher than Big Ben. And the only thing I can really equate to it is in 1889 in Paris, of course, they built the Eiffel Tower, and people were so shocked in Paris by that. It was only supposed to be up for a few years. And of course, it stands still. This is only supposed to be up for 5 years here in London, but it is really a rather majestic thing. Now, of course, people are supposed to start riding in it tonight. Well, it doesn't work right, Peter. One of the modules doesn't rotate properly, and so they're not going to be able to open it for 3 weeks or so, but it is up here. And to some Londoners, it is an eyesore. To some, it is a thing of beauty. I will let you be the judge. This is your old city. You give me your verdict.
Well, I was going to say to you that I wonder how Mr. Ferris would feel who designed the first wheel for the Chicago Exposition, because you have a fabulous one there, and they've got a whole collection of them up and down the Champs-Élysées in Paris, which we can see at the moment, too. I think there are 12 designed on the Champs-Élysées, and each one of them different. But this is George Ferris's wheel for the Chicago World Fair. And I must tell you, Charlie, as modern as yours looks, it does indeed look like George Ferris's wheel in some shape or form. And there's a glimpse of one of them in the distance in Paris as well this morning. Charlie, you said very briefly there that London would claim being the center of things, being such an interesting place, but also you want to take a quick whack at you claim it because you are the center of time.
Sure. Just east of here on the Thames River is Greenwich, which is at 0 degrees longitude, and it is the center of time. It is where the official measurement of time is taken for the world. Indeed, all of these midnight celebrations are really keyed to the official clocks, which are in Greenwich.
Okay. Well, it's great to talk to you, and we will talk to you a lot throughout the day. There's Big Ben. Clearly, I think surely the most famous clock in the world, and we'll be talking all about clocks and times, the importance of time and the relevance of time before the day is over. But let us now go out to New Zealand, because there in New Zealand they are about to be the first industrial country to become the center of time. Elizabeth Vargas is in the Pacific for us. Elizabeth, can you give us a handle first on what's happening in New Zealand?
Well, they've got a huge celebration planned in Auckland, Peter, with a record amount of fireworks that they're shooting up into the air. Auckland, of course, is known as the city of sails. There are more sailboats per capita, so they have a lot of people planning to be out on the water. As well, a lot of fireworks launched from barges. And in fact, from a small island off the coast of, just right off the coast of Auckland called Rangitoto, which interestingly enough, at the turn of the last millennium, wasn't even there. It was caused by a volcanic eruption 600 years ago. Barges attached to that island will be, of course, launching a lot of those fireworks. Auckland will be, of course, the first major industrialized landmass to celebrate New Year's. We will be celebrating shortly thereafter here at Sydney Harbour, and the party is well underway here as well. Celebrations beginning well before midnight, with, again, record-breaking crowds in both New Zealand and Australia.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth. One of the people who's with us in New Zealand this morning, along with James Walker, is Susie Aiken, who's a reporter for TVNZ, as they call it. We say Z, but TVNZ, Television New Zealand. Can you hear me, Susie?
Yes, I can. Good morning, Peter.
How excited are you people there?
Well, in the last half hour, I've really felt the energy level and the ambience around me, and the boat horns, as you can hear. We've got 68 super yachts in this purpose-built America's Cup harbour behind me. A concert going on. New Zealanders are out to party, and we are counting down the minutes. We've got 3 minutes to go, and it's hard not to get completely caught up. It's exciting to be the first major city to see this in.
Do you think that's a feeling that's held throughout New Zealand? It's not a very big place.
It's not a very big place, but we've got about 3.8 million people, but a very strong voice globally, we hope, and we're really looking forward to this new millennium with a very positive accent for us is to aim to preserve the planet. So that's, I think, where our mission will be in the next years ahead.
Lovely to have you with us, Susie. Let's listen to the official ceremony itself.
For a minute. If the last 2,000 years are worth anything, it's because we can learn from them. Just for a second, what legacy you will give to the future. Look around right now, look at your loved ones, look at the strangers, go on, have a good look at those faces, and think, what and how can I affect them in the future? What will my legacy be for them and for those yet to be born? For those yet to come. Okay, I'm getting it through now, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at each other. Say goodbye and get ready to say hello.
We're at Auckland on the North Island of New Zealand, the biggest city there, just over 1 million people, as Susie said.
It's coming up, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
largest
There's about
Polynesian
a minute to go.
city in the world. Here it is.
Oh, it's building. Here it comes. I can feel it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm checking the watch.
Closest big city in the world to the international date line. Wildly popular with people who visit it. Indigenous people, the Maoris, there represent a small part of the population, but an enormous part of New Zealand's
50
historic
seconds
culture.
to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. It's official. 50 seconds. Let's have a look where we are. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and counting. Here we go. 23, 22, 21, 20, and 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7,
Auckland, New Zealand, the North Island of these two islands which the Polynesians settled on originally in the South Pacific. Biggest city in New Zealand, celebrating its future and its past. Talked to someone there yesterday who I hope we'll talk to before the day is over. In fact, might even try to get him on the phone now, Dennis Dutton. an American who told us yesterday that he had moved to New Zealand from California and he thought he was never going to be heard of again. And of course, the world in which we now live, the technological world, the internet world, has simply changed all that completely. And he now sits there connected to the rest of the world on his email. Susie Aiken, if you had to describe New Zealanders' attitude towards the 21st century, what would it be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I said if you had to describe New Zealand attitudes towards the 21st century, what would they be?
Well, we're into clean and green. We love our country, we love our land. Our Māori, our Indigenous people, have a very strong link with the land. And I think our attitudes towards the next millennium is to really want to preserve it so that we can have it here for many generations to come. We're very strong in terms of our ban on whaling and our drift net fishing, or ban on drift net fishing in the Pacific. The ecological and environment is very important to us. So for all New Zealanders, that's our paramount mission in the next millennium ahead. The celebrations behind me are just going off. It's really very exciting and a wonderful feeling to be in the new millennium.
And has all the technology made you feel more part of the world, Susie?
Definitely. The internet has brought us closer globally, and that's very important for New Zealand. We're a trading nation, we're a small island nation, and I think we're going to step up firmly into the global network and global economy, and that will continue to grow over the next 10 years. That's the area that New Zealand wants to move into, and the internet, of course, has made that possible for us.
So no more jokes about sheep in the 21st century.
Well, we do have a lot of sheep. There's 3.8 million New Zealanders. I think there's something like 60 million sheep. But hey, we eat a lot of lamb and we export a lot of it too. In fact, we export a lot to the States. So
Yes,
there you go.
I know you're right. It's our first trade dispute of the 21st century between the United States and New Zealand on lamb, but we'll forget it for tonight.
We will indeed, yes. That's between the countries, and our relationship between American citizens and New Zealand has always been a very friendly one. So it's great to be talking to you tonight.
Susie, enjoy the fireworks. Happy New Year.
Thank you. I might have a few bubbles now.
I should hope so. Very New Zealand. The 21st century in New Zealand. Our coverage of the millennium continues 12:04 in Auckland, New Zealand.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Autotrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet. And by Polaroid. See what develops. Live from around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Well, there's no doubt we're going to see a lot of fireworks today. The most spectacular we've seen before in Auckland, New Zealand, and the North Island, where they have just entered the 21st century. in the most spectacular fashion. Country located about 1,200 miles to the southeast of Australia, the most physically isolated of the advanced industrialized countries in the world, but totally connected to the rest of the world today by this celebration of the 21st century, and all of the people in Auckland and many of the people in Wellington, the capital, turning out as well. Welcome again to our Millennium coverage as we make our way across the world. Just a couple of news items. A little after 6 o'clock Eastern time, the Russian President Boris Yeltsin surprised everybody this morning by resigning as president. He has chosen as his successor Vladimir Putin, going to be the acting president now. In fact, a Russian news agency reports that Mr. Yeltsin has already handed over the so-called nuclear briefcase to Mr. Putin. Mr. Yeltsin, who's 68, as you know, has been in poor health for this year, and earlier today I think he said something, it was Russia should enter the next century with new faces, though he is going to travel. We said earlier that Mr. Putin would go in his place to Bethlehem in a couple of weeks' time, but in fact Mr. Yeltsin himself is going to go through there. And the good news of this morning, the particularly good news for people who've watched the hostage situation for several days, India has now agreed that it will come to an end, and they will turn over 3 prisoners having to do with Kashmiri independence. We'll talk about Kashmir's independence later in the day, in exchange for those 155 hostages who've had 6 days of horrendous conditions on board the plane, most of them on an airport in southern Afghanistan. And the Indians will give up these 3 prisoners in return for the 55 people who have been on the plane. Now, we've touched our first industrial country of the world, and whether or not you're easy about it or slightly hyped about it or slightly nervous about it, one of the big stories about the beginning of the new century is indeed the Y2K Millennium bug. The world has been familiar with it for more than a year, and much of the world, though not all of the world, as you're going to hear, has worked vigorously to make sure it did not disrupt the technology of life with which we are all now so familiar. So let's go first to New Zealand, to Wellington, New Zealand, on the southern part of the North Island, to ABC's Jimmy Walker, who is there just outside the New Zealand Parliament at a place called the National Incident Monitoring Centre, looking to see what, if any, Y2K problems, James, there are at this time of day.
Peter, first I've got to say Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
And
That's right. You're the first among us.
And second, let there be light, and there is light behind us. The electricity, at least here in Wellington, we've had no reports about any problems anywhere else in the country, is A-OK. Now, we were told that the analog cell phone service is overloaded. But that happens, as we all know, on Mother's Day and on Easter and Christmas, and everybody was asked, please, not to pick up those phones all at once at 12:01.
They did.
And they did, and right now it's overloaded. I can also show this to you. This is a receipt from the National Bank here in Wellington. This is an ATM receipt for, let me think, it's dated 1100, and the time on it is 3 seconds into the new year. Peter?
Well, Jimmy, you were always one for collecting souvenirs, so I trust you'll bring that home with you. And a Happy New Year to you. But tell it, New Zealand is important to a lot of companies in the United States who are watching you carefully. Why are they watching New Zealand?
There are about, well, there are dozens of companies. There's EDS and United Airlines and FedEx and Merrill Lynch and Citibank, Hewlett-Packard, all have offices here. Because they've got offices here, they are tied through common computers to the United States. And of course, they're very concerned that a glitch that could pop up here could translate, because everybody's exchanging data, for instance, back to the United States. Now, by paying close attention here, they could have an 18, 16, 15-hour lead should a problem develop. The big problem with this bug is to isolate it, to identify it, to try and stop it. And as I mentioned to you a little bit earlier, it's really tough because you can test and test and test, and still that bug can be there. For instance, if you test a computer code and you then change the function for some reason, change the performance, you can introduce the bug all over again.
Jimmy, let me ask you this. New Zealand, as I said, has taken this pretty seriously, but there are parts of Asia which are not as Y2K compliant as New Zealand is, one of which is China. Are they really worried in China?
Yes, they are worried in China, and they've got a couple of reasons. One, China started late. Also, there is a problem there involving pirated software. There's a lot of pirated software there and in Russia, and you can't very easily expect Bill Gates or Microsoft to be very happy when they get a letter in the mail saying, will you please send us an upgrade, when they have no receipt for the original one. Let me just add very quickly that in Southeast Asia, Indonesia and the Philippines last year faced a very severe currency crisis, and that diverted their attention from Y2K. So everybody's going to have a real eye on Indonesia and Philippines and Taiwan to see how they fare.
Okay, Jimmy, thanks very much. We'll be coming back to you on several occasions. It's now 8:16 in the evening in Tokyo, 7:16 in Hong Kong, 6:16 in the evening, New Year's Eve evening in Bangkok. And so those problems, which are anticipated throughout Asia, are still somewhere down the line, but we will watch them very carefully as the day goes on. And when we come back, we'll go to Washington and talk to Sam Donaldson, who is at Y2K headquarters in Washington. Everybody in the government who's involved with that is working today as well. Right back.
ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium, live from around the world, will continue in just a moment. ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Well, we talked to you a minute about, we're talking about Y2K problems. We left. It's only 12 o'clock in the afternoon at Vatican City. It's a little after 1:30 in Bethlehem. And, oh, it is not very nice in Paris, where the time is about 20 minutes after 12. There's the Eiffel Tower with the countdown on the Eiffel Tower. They have a spectacular evening planned for today, but they have been really hammered by weather in the last couple of days. So in the immediate sense, their last concern is the Y2K problems. And we saw Sydney, Australia as well, too. They've had a few scuffles there, which we'll get to. And just one piece of news I just read on Dawn, one of the Pakistani papers, which says that, in fact, the militant prisoners are on their way or have already left from India to go to Afghanistan to be concerned, to be exchanged with the passengers on board there. Now, very briefly, I want to introduce Sam Donaldson, who's at our Y2K headquarters in Washington. Sam, just give us a quick uptake in about 15 seconds, if you would, for a moment, what you're going to tell us when you come back.
Well, Peter, the information comes here to the YK2 information gathering headquarters in Washington. Government and business people are here to monitor it from around the world. They're looking at countries that say we're not ready. Russia, for instance. 70% of their defense computers are not ready. Not very settling. And, of course, countries that say they are ready are keeping their fingers crossed.
Thank you, Sam. We'll be back to you very shortly after our local news in many cities. Stay tuned with ABC.
ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We're going to sit here for a few minutes and we're going to watch the Pacific, because the 21st century has already arrived in parts of the Pacific. So let's go first to Perth in Australia, where they are playing down the sun. Famous lifeguards of every age on an Australian beach. Perth in Western Australia, one of the 5 time zones in that country. The West Australian Symphony Orchestra. And now to Sydney, Australia. It's a great modern city in New South Wales, where Elizabeth Vargas is sitting with us watching these extraordinary dancers on the outside walls of the Sydney Opera House.
Peter, it is extraordinary. We have 6 dancers on top of the Opera House, in addition to a violinist on the very top. And just to give you a little perspective, the sails, the very top of those sails of the Opera House are 220 feet high. This is not for the faint of heart. I'm having a little vertigo just looking up at these guys. They are, of course, harnessed in, but this is quite an event. And in the distance, I don't know if you can see this, Peter, from your perspective. Oh, we just lost the shot, but we also have in the harbor over my shoulder, just behind the Opera House, a parade of marine sails. You can see it right there in the corner of your screen. Each one signifies different creatures from Sydney's harbor, like a sea dragon, a bottlenose dolphin, bannerfish, and seahorses. So it's quite a colorful celebration already underway.
All of it happening in one of the most important ports in the South Pacific, Sydney, the capital of New South Wales, the largest city in Australia. Let's listen.
It is indeed. Although, Peter, we should tell you that already it's not midnight yet, but we've already had a little bit of it. The celebration has been marred slightly by some scuffles that have erupted in the crowd. We have a record crowd of more than 1 million people have been gathered here, many of them since last night. And there was a bit of controversy because they have divided the harbor off using barricades. Announced they would do that a few days ago. That was a bit controversial, and sure enough, some folks a while ago began to push and storm through some of those barricades. Police came in and made some arrests. We don't think there have been any injuries of any sort, but there were some scuffles, and police did have to take some action.
Well, this is quite an extraordinary city. It was not always thus. Australia, a penal colony for the first Western settlers. And here, the great Sydney Harbour Bridge, which people climb on weekends, rather like rock climbers in other parts of the world.
They do. It's one of the only bridges, Peter, where they can do that. The nickname for the bridge is the coat hanger, incidentally, because there's so much steel involved in it. It is, in fact, made of 53,000 tons of steel. It takes, get this, 10 years and 8,000 gallons to repaint it. Right there, you're seeing right now some of those marine floats that we're talking to you about. They're each one 3 stories high. There are 18 of them in total, and they're each sailing from Darling Harbour past Sydney Harbour right now. And Peter, you were mentioning a moment ago about the fact that Sydney and Australia started as a colony of convicts, British convicts, and Australia is really looking forward to celebrating this new millennium because they feel they're really taking their place on the world stage and overcoming what has been known as something as called a cultural cringe in the last few decades. A lot of Australians felt a little embarrassed in years past about the fact that they were founded as a penal colony, and they're now looking forward to taking their rightful place on the world stage.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. The harbour in Sydney, Australia. Our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Live from around the world, ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
It's a wonderful dramatic shot of New York Harbor, the Statue of Liberty, at just 20 minutes to 7 Eastern Time. But it's a little bit of a reminder of Australia, too, where we've just gone across 5 time zones in a couple of minutes because, as Elizabeth Vargas was saying, Australia was originally a penal colony. It had a very deeply embedded indigenous colony which suffered for many years under the whites, the Aborigines. But in the last 10 years, maybe the last 20 years, has become much more conscious that it's had to be a part of Asia, and so has become a much more open society in many ways to other cultures from around the world. But now, having gone across those 5 time zones in Australia, in Sydney, Australia, where they're 11 hours away from New Zealand, 11 hours away from England, Greenwich, just south of London, as Charlie was telling us earlier, is ground zero for time on zero meridian. Let's go there now to hear the wonderful singer Annie Lennox with the Eurythmics, among other things, singing that great hymn, Jerusalem.
How many sorrows do you try to hide in a world of illusion? take away your pain. When the miracle of love comes your way again. Cruel is the night that covers up your fears. Tender is the one that wipes away your tears. There must be a bitter breeze that makes you sting so viciously. They say the greatest power can hurt the most ferociously. But I'll show you something good. Oh, I'll show you something good. When you open your heart, you can make a new start. When your crumbling world falls apart, the miracle of love.
Annie Lennox not singing quite the song that the International Consortium has told us she was going to sing, but singing nonetheless in Greenwich. And we will hear her later on, I hope, singing the song, singing the hymn Jerusalem. We'll be right back after this break for your local stations.
Live from around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Did we forget to mention Annie Lennox, who has just been singing at the Greenwich Observatory, just southeast in London, the home of time. We'll go back there many times throughout the day. There's some terrific things planned all around the world. New Zealand has reported in with the first baby boy of the 21st century. And in case you were just getting up, one of the sensible ones, though, would have been really fun to be here at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Let us show you in a thumbnail way what we've already been doing in the Pacific. The first great celebration today was on the islands of Kiribati in the South Pacific. Used to be called the Gilbert Islands, but in Kiribati they came to the beaches where Americans had once given their lives in the defense of freedom to welcome in the 21st century. And they did the same thing in Tonga, sometime called the Friendly Islands, the most Christian nation on earth, with the Hallelujah Chorus. And they had a ball in New Zealand. In Auckland and in Wellington as well, whether it was laser beams or church bells, they have welcomed the 21st century there with tremendous enthusiasm. This country of 3.5 million people, the first industrialized nation in the world to celebrate the beginning of the 21st century. We've checked in there with Jimmy Walker to see if there are any Y2K problems. There do not appear to be any so far, but bear in mind it will take days and weeks and in some cases months to see whether or not there are Y2K millennium bug problems somewhere in the system. We are here, of course, in Times Square, where we shall be for the next very long time. Out there in the square is Jack Ford, because they're just about to put up the ball, which will drop at midnight Times Square. And Jack Ford, that is part of your territory.
Peter,
you mentioned that they're about to put the ball up to get it up there before it comes down again a minute before midnight. It's a little bit loud out here now. You can probably hear this. If you look out your window over there, you can see where we are on this platform. The ceremonies, the events, the performances, if you would, have just begun at about 6:30 Eastern Time. What we're hearing now, and what is making it difficult in terms of our sound, is a virtual orchestra that's going to be performing throughout the course of the day. All of this is done by computers, not surprising in this technological age, especially as we celebrate the passage of the millennium. And the computer orchestra that we're hearing right now is playing what's called Fanfare for the Common Man, something that was put together specifically for the celebration of the passage of the millennium. But as you said, Peter, in just a little while, they're going to hoist that Waterford crystal ball up to the top of the 77-foot shaft. It'll be up there until 1 minute before midnight tonight when it comes down. A little bit later, we're going to have an opportunity to talk with the gentleman who was the master designer from Waterford Crystal. They were the ones involved in this. I can give you a few statistics on this now. However, before we get to that, it weighs about 1,000 pounds, actually 1,070 pounds to be precise. It is 6 feet in diameter. It has on it about 600 light bulbs, 168 of them there in the exterior, 432 are on the interior. And it has 504 Waterford crystal triangles, and these are all cut in what's called the style of the Star of Hope. It was designed specifically for the Millennium crystal ball here. I should mention also there are 90 rotating pyramid mirrors that are going to assist in the reflection of the ball. Now, it's all designed to come down mechanically, as we said, work its way down a minute before midnight. If it doesn't work, then it's going to be old-fashioned muscle. We're told that there's a crew standing by ready to lower it on, essentially on chains, if the mechanical device isn't working. So, Peter, in a little while the ball will be up there. The folks are starting to gather downstairs here, and they're looking forward to the first glimpse of that Millennium crystal ball.
Jack, let me interrupt you because we're seeing something quite amazing here. This literally is a virtual orchestra being conducted in a virtual way, electronically, with laser beams. Watch the conductor. Forrest Toby of Baltimore's Peabody Institute is using two light-emitting wands which have infrared sensors, and he's pointing them in the direction and speed and with the nuance that he wants them to have. And as they move through space, newly invented software reads the information and triggers a whole range of orchestral sound. And there it goes, this magnificent Waterford crystal ball. They've pulled the switch. They've lighted it up. If you look high above the old New York Times building at the southern end, right at 43rd Street, 42nd Street, and Times Square, this crystal ball, which has been synonymous with this place since 1906, makes its way into an early sky. question, the highest tech ball they've ever had. An elaborate hardware and software system descending into this square, which is in itself all about electronic hardware now selling products all over the world. It's 12 o'clock noon in London at Big Ben at the Houses of Parliament. There'll be quite a celebration there. We had a brief report that there'd been a power outage in Auckland and in Wellington and New Zealand, but we're glad to hear that they have power back. Quite a far cry from the days in which they dropped an iron ball every day to mark the time. The ball has a tradition. No matter where it occurs, it's put up so people know that it is a certain time. It has its original traditions at sea. The Navy picked it up in the United States as well, and now it becomes synonymous not just in New York's Times Square, but in many other cities around the world where they drop something. Going to be a plum, I believe, in Atlanta. Or no, it's going to be a peach in Atlanta. How could it be anything but a peach in Atlanta? On Peachtree Street. But for now, there you see the ball, which will come down 12 hours from now in New York Times Square. Lots of things to contend with today. From Y2K to crowds to the weather in some places, but one thing that everybody will be thrilled to contend with, and that is tradition. A little later on we'll talk about this quite extraordinary square where the New York Times first made its home almost a century ago, or a century ago actually, which time a lot of people in this city thought they were mad, and now New Yorkers will tell you that it is the absolute center of the universe. And certainly anybody who comes to this city from anywhere else in the world wants to be, at least for a moment or two, in Times Square. But this is a day for the universe. And so why not, as we begin our day, as we begin the time where Good Morning America normally is seen, Charlie Gibson is in London, Diane Sawyer will be here a little later to help us celebrate this day. But as we begin this day in the traditional broadcast time, why not an overture for the globe? Well, that's our overture to the world. We'll give you a chance to see it a couple of more times today because it's a very beautifully prepared thing, which really does give you a sense of what is happening in all the corners of the globe today. We've begun to celebrate the 21st century in the Pacific. The sun is coming up in Florida. Another horrible day in paradise, as they often say down here, and the ball has gone up in New York's Times Square. And we have a lot of very valuable colleagues waiting at their posts around the world, so we're just going to move around the world a little bit now and see what they have on offer. First to London, ABC's Charlie Gibson. Charlie.
Well, Peter, you saw the bonging of Big Ben, the bells of Big Ben bonging the 12 noon time, and that's the last time, at least with the first digit of 1, that we will hear that. And actually a fair group of people had gathered on Westminster Bridge in order to celebrate that modest occasion, and people are beginning to gather along the banks of the Thames. We're now 12 hours away from the celebration here, when the entire Thames River will be lit on fire, and as I said, the British modestly say they're going to have the biggest fireworks show in the history of the world.
What else is cooking, Charlie?
Well, Peter, one of the things that I think is worthy of mention is the fact that millions of people will be singing Auld Lang Syne when the midnight hour comes. And while that is a very American tradition, it is something that began here, as so many traditions do, in Great Britain.
It feels as if it's always been there. No matter what the year, no matter where the festivities, there is that song. But for the song's origins, you must go to the Green Hills of Western Scotland. That is the home of the poet Robert Burns, who was the first one to write down the lyrics to an old Scottish folk song more than 200 years ago.
He was gathering old songs, and he knew this song had never been actually written down before, and Burns had got the melody from an old man he heard singing.
He tidied up the words, added some verses of his own, and not content with the song's original melody, he found one more to his liking. Another well-known Scottish tune of the time. Burns' Auld Lang Syne grew in popularity, particularly after his death in 1796, and soon became the traditional Scottish song of parting.
Auld Lang Syne, which literally translated means for old time's sake. And we're going to gather again, meet up for Auld Lang Syne, old time's sake.
As Scots emigrated around the world in the last century, they took the song with them to places like Canada. There it was heard by the man who would make it a part of New Year's Eve.
And now, here is Mr. New Year's Eve himself, Guy Lombardo.
From the stage of the Grill Room at New York's Roosevelt Hotel, Lombardo and his Royal Canadians made Auld Lang Syne a New Year's Eve standard. They played it there for the first time in 1929 and continued for decades afterwards, making it their signature song. A tradition was born.
Happy New Year, everybody. A very happy New Year.
So, Peter, when the ball drops tonight and you have a little glass of the bubbly and you kiss your favorite person, a little thanks to Bobby Burns up in Scotland for bringing us Auld Lang Syne.
Thanks very much, Charlie. Look forward to talking to you many times throughout the day. 39 opportunities there are to celebrate the New Year's. If you like the 39 different time zones in the world, we're going to cross a lot of them. In a minute, we'll go to Barbara Walters. But first, just to tell you some of the news that has been made today. The big surprise when we all got underway this morning was that Boris Yeltsin in Moscow announced that he was going to resign as president and turn over the reins to his acting president, Vladimir Putin. President Clinton has already hailed Mr. Yeltsin's leadership and says that he looks forward to working with Mr. Putin. The so-called nuclear codes have been turned over by Mr. Yeltsin to Mr. Putin, who not very long ago, probably in his wildest dreams, could never have expected he was likely to be the next president of Russia. In Kandahar, in Afghanistan, 5 hijackers have walked off that airplane, which means that that siege there is effectively over. They made a deal with the Indian government. 3 Muslim militants, those who had been fighting for the independence of Kashmir, where there's a very large Indian occupying force, were freed from Indian custody, and the hijackers simply walked off, got into a car, and have disappeared. We have no idea where they have gone, and we have no idea as yet of the condition of the people on board the plane. Here in the United States, the FBI does believe that it has evidence now that Ahmed Rassam, a man who was arrested earlier this month as he came across the border from Canada at Washington State, does have connections to a larger plot in the United States, but there have been no definitive indications what they're precisely talking about. Almost everywhere you look in the country today, you get the sense that every police force has been on the job, turned over everybody they know involved with anything bad. And certainly outside this window here in New York Times Square, there's a very large police force in evidence, and everybody is very relaxed. Let us now go to Paris, where ABC's Barbara Walters is sitting just across the Seine from the Eiffel Tower. Barbara.
Indeed we are, Peter, and when we heard Charlie a few moments ago talking about that bubbly you're going to be drinking at midnight, just remember that bubbly, that champagne, comes here from France. They've had a very bad few days with very serious storms here, and 83 people in this country who've been killed. But today it is a day of celebration, especially where we are at the Eiffel Tower. For 1,000 days now, they have been announcing the days. Now they are announcing the hours, and eventually 3 minutes before midnight, it will be the minutes and then the seconds. You can see the base of the Eiffel Tower, where there are going to be enormous fireworks going up 1,000 feet to the top of the Eiffel Tower. There you see it says J for jour, which had been the day. It's 11 hours now until midnight. And the Eiffel Tower, the top of it, is still shrouded in fog. It's been quite rainy. Today is the first day that it isn't raining. People are already lined up, Peter, even though it's 11 hours away, and it's supposed to be the most glittering. 20,000 bulbs. It's taken mountain climbers 3 days, or 3 months rather, to put those bulbs on. Now, what you're looking at is one of the Ferris wheels on the Champs-Elysees, where they have 12 Ferris wheels just for today, each one with a different theme, from cows and monkeys to acrobats and an internet. There you see the largest one. That's there each year, but the other 12, or the other 11, this makes the 12, are only made for tonight, and they won't start going until midnight. So it's a festive time here, not jammed, Peter, sort of like New York. A lot of people are staying home. The Prime Minister canceled his vacation to come here because of the storm. And it's a feeling of festivity, but I can't tell you that it's really ecstatic. The streets are filled, but not jammed. And for the first time, the weather seems to be clearing.
Well, that's really nice to hear. And later in the day, we want to talk a lot to you, Barbara, because as Barbara knows as well as anybody on this staff, the French have had an enormous amount to offer the world. I'm curious about one thing, Barbara. Are there many Americans in Paris that you've run in today? That's always been a place where Americans have loved to go.
There are Americans. We saw Americans at our hotel. There are a lot of Japanese. There are Germans. But it isn't jammed. The hotels are not totally filled. They're fine, and they're doing okay. But it hasn't been the kind of enormous crowds that some people had expected. The restaurants are filled. There's going to be a big ball at Versailles. For $2,400, you can go to Versailles, where there will be 2,500 people.
Weather
and
notwithstanding?
dine on foie gras. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Weather notwithstanding? Versailles is still open after that terrible storm?
Weather notwithstanding, yeah. They have tents that they've made outside of Versailles. The people will not be allowed to go into the park, as you just said, Peter, because of the storms. They've had 10,000 trees destroyed in the park at Versailles, some of them 300 or 400 years old. But there will be this public dansant, if people want to spend that kind of money. And then there's a private dance as well, given by a very wealthy Greek named Goulandris, and that's by invitation only. So, there is the spectacular, there is the kind of festivity that you expect with gorgeous clothes. People will be wearing costumes and wigs of the 18th century, so it'll be pretty glamorous. And here, the main event is indeed the Eiffel Tower, with the countdown and the fireworks and the 20,000 bulbs and the Ferris wheels and ooh la la, as we say here.
We'll make you work on a lot of other things between now and then, Barbara. Thanks so much. A lot of people here looking quite envious at the thought of being in Paris. I think it must be the parties. At any rate, I don't know if anybody else noticed the bus going by there. That's the Schmetterling bus. That's the German word for butterflies. That terrible joke about which language has the most beautiful words, butterfly, Schmetterling in German. But it's a sort of a reminder today, in Europe particularly, how much that continent is coming together in a variety of ways, and in how many different ways French and English still continue to fight each other, with English around the world, in large measure thanks to the internet, thanks to the technologies which make the kind of television coverage possible today, simply becoming increasingly the language of the 21st century. Want to go to Sam Donaldson, who's at Y2Hake headquarters in Washington. Sam, first of all, tell us, what are they looking for today in very general terms from there?
Well, Peter, they're looking for power outages, utility outages, transportation problems, and problems in such things as military installations and power plants, nuclear power plants. You mentioned that very small power outage in New Zealand at a water plant that appears to have been caused by high winds. So they're also having to sift through, well, is this something that Y2K caused or something else? You know, we just turned 7 o'clock, and the first commercial nuclear power plant in the world that might be affected by a Y2K problem has come online. There are 430 in the world, and the ones that we're really looking at are the 21 in the former Soviet Union, built by the former Soviet Union. Now, you see up on your right-hand screen, Bilibino. 7 o'clock, Bilibino came into the Millennium. We've had no reports of any problems, although there can always be a delay. But the reason, Peter, they're watching this very carefully, you do remember the name Chernobyl. If, for instance, the power should go down, the electric power that keeps that plant going, and they don't have enough electric power to cool the atomic rods, the core, if you will, after some number of hours, radiation could be released. And Nome, Alaska is only 730 miles downwind from Bilibino. I want to stress again, Peter, we've had no reports of any problems. But as the Millennium marches along, those 430 power plants, 103 of them are in the United States, will be kept very carefully scrutinized.
Sam, thanks very much. Come back to you many times throughout the day. I want to make a big jump now and go all the way to India, because ABC's Lynn Sher is out there for the Millennium. She's in Bombay, or at least most of us know us as Bombay. The Indians now call it Mumbai, by the Great Gate of India. And even though this is not by any Christian standards a Millennium celebration there, coming into the 21st century without talking about India would be virtually impossible, right, Lynn?
I think that's true, Peter. As you say, Mumbai, the new official name. This is a city that is Wall Street, Hollywood rolled into one. This is teeming with energy. It is pulsing with money. And, of course, this is where they make the movies. This is the most populous city in the nation that has been the fastest growing on our planet. By sheer numbers alone, India is already a superpower. The question is, can they become a world superpower? That's the challenge they see for the new millennium. What you're going to see tonight is the crowd gathering behind me, as you say, at the gateway of India. They're excited about it. No special celebration plan. In fact, it's a little muted because the former president of the country died this week, and so there's no state celebration. But as somebody said to me here, a senior manager of a computer company the other day, he said, you know, for you folks in America, this is your first millennium. He said, we've had a few already here in India.
Country of 1 billion people, as we've just been watching. What's that body of water right behind you?
That's the Arabian Sea, Peter, and even though we're technically facing east here, Bombay is the city that faces to the west. This has always been the city that's been open to the rest of the world, and that's why, to a great extent, Indians are thinking about their place in the world and what happens to them as we enter the next century.
And I want to thank you, Lynn. We'll come back to you before long, I promise. I just want to make one very quick check-in to give people at home a sense of where we are with Shanghai. ABC's Mark Littke is in Shanghai to us, which in many ways, Mark, you're on the Bund, I know, overlooking the river, but in some parts of Shanghai, it looks like Times Square.
I tell you, Peter, it feels like 1.2 billion people have been waiting for you here. You talked about a sense of awe at the beginning of the broadcast. Well, welcome to awe-inspiring Chinese style. This city, this magnificent city, is truly into the spirit of this event, even though this is not a traditional holiday here. But we can talk more about that later when we talk about Chinese New Year.
Good. Thanks, Mark, very much. Nice to see your face and to see the Bund behind you and all those people and the lights on. But we'll continue our coverage with you and everybody else in every part of the world when we come back.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Johnson & Johnson. Just like you, we care how your kids feel. And by Pepsi, the joy of cola.
IBC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Good morning and welcome back to the 20th century, though it's the 21st century already here at Kiribati in the Pacific and in Tonga. Had a great celebration in New Zealand. Here's the time zone we are in now, and we have all that to go. It's about 11:30 at night in Sydney, Australia. You've seen some of that preparation there already, and it is a little after 7:30 in the morning here in New York, and we're very pleased to welcome the Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani. Good morning, sir. How are you? Nice to see you.
Happy New Year in New Zealand.
Happy New Year in New Zealand, or in Tonga, if you prefer. What time did you get up this morning?
I'm getting confused on time. I think about 5:30 or 5.
Did you really? And have you been out and around the city so far?
Yeah. Things are normal.
Did you have any thought, did you have any pressure to cancel this celebration when things began to go south in Seattle?
Some pressure, but there really was never any thought of it. I mean, the reality is, and you know this celebration, it's been going on since 1906. If we had tried to cancel it, twice as many people would have shown up. So the best thing to do is to have it and create as much security as you possibly can, consistent with a terrific celebration.
Do you think maybe you're a public official, so it's a tough question. Do you think maybe the threat of terrorism has been hyped a bit or much, or you just have to take it as it comes?
I guess you don't know that until this is all over with, right? And I don't think anybody can ever discount terrorism. I think that the imponderable is always the most difficult thing to deal with in law enforcement or anything else. So we've got 7,000 to 8,000 police officers. We've got a plan that we've used for 4 or 5 years to try to create a peaceful celebration. We had 1 million people last year, so this isn't like something new to us. I mean, we get a big New Year's Eve celebration every year.
And you got weather in your favor. Let's take a look out the window. Well, I think it's going to clear up by the end of the day. I'm not sure. Down here is probably this is probably the best place. Well, I was a little bit surprised when I came down today. Watch your feet. I was a little bit surprised when I came down today how many people there were already, and I think some of them may come for the morning television shows, but it really is quite astonishing even now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Some of these people told me they're here for the duration. This group right along here, I interviewed them myself coming along.
I actually think they're waving at you, so it's politically permissible to wave back.
I can't believe we're going to be there until midnight. At midnight, I get to drop the ball.
That's quite exciting. You watch it go up this morning?
A doctor from Doctor Without Borders.
Yes.
I practiced it a few days ago.
You did practice it a few days ago.
One year it was a second late.
It was a second late? That's unforgivable for New York City.
It was a second late, so this year is going to be on time.
What do you have? What do you have as a dream for the 21st century for this city?
I think to continue as the capital of the world. A few years ago, that was in question. I think now this is the world's premier city in many, many respects, and I want to see that continue. I want to see it become permanent.
Do you think people in other parts of the United States resent New York City?
They used to. I hope they resent us less now. So many people, half the people here come from someplace else. About half the people that are going to be at this celebration, maybe even 60%, do not come from New York City. And people seem to like coming to New York City a lot more now. And I hope they feel a sense of hospitality and connection to the rest of America that at different points was lacking, I think.
And I think we were a bit surprised to see the city had gone out to the degree it has to put on its own celebration here for 24 hours a day today.
As you cover the various changeovers in the world, they'll be having celebrations out here. They've already had 3.
And what have you got on your plate for today?
A couple of meetings at the command center. We have the whole Y2K command center going, which is
been over there yet this morning?
About 200 people. No, I'm going to get there about 9 o'clock. So far, the turnovers have been terrific. But that's something we spent $340 million on, to make sure that the computers turn over correctly.
They had a bit of a blackout in New Zealand this morning, but they seem to come back online pretty quickly.
We're trying to monitor what happens in the other parts of the world to see if we can pick up things we didn't anticipate. That, whether you're talking about terrorism, Y2K, or something else, or some crazy person, the real fear that you have is the thing you didn't anticipate. You spend years and years literally planning, and then you think, well, there may be that one thing you didn't think of.
You've got about 30 seconds left. I apologize. No politician likes to hear that. But what's your message for the country? Because the country and part of the world is watching too now.
Well, this has been a great century. It's been a century in which freedom and democracy and the rule of law has spread throughout that globe that you're showing there. And let's hope it continues in the next century, I think. And New York hopefully will be a part of that.
Great. Well, you're nice to drop in us this morning. I know you have a busy day.
Thank you, Peter. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, sir. Somewhere. Somewhere. Rudolph Giuliani, the mayor of New York, will be back in just a minute.
from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Good morning. Welcome back to our Millennium coverage. We've just been talking to John McWethy, our Pentagon correspondent, who tells me that the first military bases in the Pacific are in the 21st century, and they have had no Y2K problems. We'll check in with Sam Donaldson before long, and James Walker, who's in New Zealand. And by the way, we talked a little bit about the small blackout in New Zealand, YK1. In other words, wind. It wasn't a Y2K problem at all. Not that we necessarily thought it was, but it turned out some wind caused the devastation there. What have we seen so far? Well, this day began, or the century began, the new century began, on the island of Kiribati. The Kiribati Islands in the Pacific, once upon a time the Gilbert Islands. They danced on the beach. In Auckland, New Zealand, they made all sorts of noise. This is the quite astonishing scene at the Opera House in Sydney Harbour in Sydney, Australia, where it is not quite midnight yet. But they, being Australians like to celebrate at almost every opportunity, and they're on Sydney Harbour. And then here in Times Square, they put up this new, quite astonishingly looking crystal ball, which will come down about 12 and a half, 14 hours from now. But that's what it looks like going up in Times Square in this morning. Our coverage will continue right after your local news.
From Times Square in New York and around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
As we look around the world, including at the Globe here in New York, the ball that will drop at midnight tonight, there's so much to celebrate. In the last 40 years, as we see people on these streets, we realize that life expectancy has risen in this period of time to a greater degree than all of human history. And what would a Millennium celebration be without thinking of and considering the children of the 6 billion people on Earth at the moment? 2.2 billion of them are under 18. And 2 billion of them, we're sad to say, live in developing countries against great struggle. So when we go down to Epcot in Florida at the moment to see Deborah Roberts and to hear from some kids down there, it's a reminder of how lucky in America we are. Deborah?
That's right, Peter. In fact, this morning, Walt Disney World will kick off its festivities by doing what Disney does best, and that is celebrating children. This morning, we're going to hear the angelic voices of 70 children from a 250-person choir from the Central Florida Performing Arts School. They range in age from 3 to 16, the entire choir does. And this morning, they're going to perform a song that was actually suggested by First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton to mark the millennium, and it was written by the Clintons' good friend, musician Randy Goodrum. It is entitled appropriately Millennium.
So much can change in the span of 1,000 years, while some things in the heart remain the same. 100 generations, the rise and fall of nations, the winding path of life has brought us all here to this place. As we walk onward to the new millennium, heaven help us to one day at a time. With your hand holding mine, we can realize each dream in every mind, and go beyond the sky as we walk onward to the new millennium. Heaven help us to be strong enough to do what's right for each and everyone, one day at a time. With your hand holding mine, we can realize each dream in every mind, and go beyond the
Thank you, Debbie Roberts. Thank you very much at Epcot this morning. Just take a look out the window here. I must tell you, this is a crowd that we anticipated we were going to get later this evening. Diane Sawyer's just come in and said that they're all lively as heck down there. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Have they come to stay? We shall see throughout the day. But the big celebration now is about to come up in Australia. We've been talking about the internet today and technology. Probably not many countries in the world rank as high in internet use as the Australians do, and nobody ranks any higher when it comes to having a party. And the internet and technology, of course, have made Australia much more a part of the world than they ever were before. So let's go there just a few minutes before their midnight, down to Sydney, Australia, and Elizabeth Vargas.
Greetings, Peter. As you can see, Sydney Harbour and the Sydney Opera House lit up and ready to go. The biggest party, they say, in Australian history. It's been in the planning for years. The biggest fireworks display, 20 tons of them, about to be launched in just a matter of minutes, as I said, as Australia begins to herald in the second millennium, the oldest continent on Earth, ready to welcome in the second millennium.
This astonishingly controversial opera house, when it was first designed by a Dane, if I recall, but has become an absolute landmark for the Sydney Harbour. The opera house has designed its roofs in the shape of sails. This is one of the most important harbours in all of the Pacific. It's been crowded tonight. Australians, certainly in this part of the world, which is in New South Wales, in the western part of Australia, love the sea. We saw earlier this morning all of their famous lifeguards coming. That's their famous bridge. Has anybody been climbing up on the bridge today, Elizabeth?
They climb up on that bridge every day, apparently, walking over the top of it. They have nobody up there at the moment because, of course, they're going to be launching all those fireworks. And, Peter, a moment ago, you were talking about that Sydney Opera House. Interesting point here. It's covered with more than 1 million anti-fungal tiles, believe it or not, so that the thing never has to be cleaned. A good thing, since it's as big as it is.
This is a nation, Elizabeth, which you know better than most, has taken a whole new lead for itself in the Pacific as it's about to celebrate midnight.
It has, Peter. It's looking forward to taking its place on the world stage. As you know, it's for the first time leading a United Nations multinational force in East Timor. The 2000 Olympics are here this year, probably the biggest Olympic Games they claim to be ever. It's, in addition, going to be celebrating its own centenary in 1 year, the founding of its own federation of states. So Australia as a whole is looking forward to overcoming what it calls the tyranny of distance and joining sort of other world powers on the global stage.
He said that Australians love to have a party. They'll celebrate right through 2001 because it's the Australian centenary in 2001, and so they can begin now Australians, though, never need an excuse for a party. They're among the most traveled people on Earth. It partly comes from being so far away from everything, but if you go to almost any city in the world, you'll find a clutch of Australians, and now they're a minute away. Let's listen to them.
They are into the final countdown, as you can hear, Peter, and about ready to launch all those fireworks. It should be spectacular. Listen to them count it down.
Melbourne in Victoria State. Back to Sydney. Well, they promised they'd do it up round.
Peter, incidentally, if you can still hear me, in Sydney, it's also the first time in history they've launched fireworks from the top of the Sydney Opera House in addition to the Harbour Bridge.
While this excitement continues in Australia, maybe we can put it down in the corner of your television screen, because something else as excitingly has happened to us. Because in this great debate, I don't know if our map can bring up the world time zones at the moment, but in this great debate about who was going to be the first to celebrate the 21st century and who was going to be where, the U.S. Navy decided that maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea if they were the first. And so the USS Topeka, America's most modern submarine, sailed out into the southern Pacific to put its bow right under the equator, which isn't quite marked on here and elsewhere, and its stern on the other side of the international date line, just to give you some sense of where they are. And on the line with us now, because they promised they'd make a telephone call from the Topeka, is its commander, Lieutenant Commander Wenner. Can you hear me, sir?
So this is Lieutenant Commander Werner. I have with me the commanding officer of the USS Topeka, Commander Mark Patton. Commander Patton, over to you, sir.
Commander Patton on the USS Topeka, defender of the heartland, on the equator in the 180th meridian. Sir, Happy New Year.
Hi, Commander Patton. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day down here in the along the equator. And, we were honored to be given this opportunity to kick off the new millennium for the Navy, as well as the submarine force.
So what did you actually do?
Well, so we submerged to 400 feet, and our navigator used our high-tech navigation equipment to put the center of the ship right between the equator and the 180th meridian, right at midnight. And he did a beautiful job. And if you were on the pole of the ship, you were in the 1999. If you were in starboard, you were in the year 2000.
And you surfaced, right?
Yes, sir. And then we surfaced and established communications. We wanted to do it deep, though, to put an issue with a submarine. We wanted to make this a little bit unique for us, and it turned out wonderfully. 130 hard-working men, and this was a fantastic opportunity for them to do this, something to talk about for their life.
Well, you sound very excited. What could you see when you came up on deck?
Well, we expected some cruise ships and sailboats. Actually, it's pretty busy here. We seem to be the only one that actually made it to this point.
Well, we cannot think of anybody better to be there on this particular occasion. Thank you very much. Good luck and a Happy New Year to some of the crew, and a Happy New Year to the other part of the crew when you get the other part of the ship in the right place.
Well, thank you, sir. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you very much, Commander Patton, the commander of the USS Topeka. It was a great stunt the Navy wanted to play. They said it was going to be a stunt. Put the bow on one side of the international date line and the stern of the USS Topeka on the other, right at the point where the 180th meets the equator. Our coverage as you watch Sydney, Australia, will continue in just a moment.
From around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Actually, take a look at Sydney, Australia, where it is 10 minutes after midnight there. They're deeply into the 21st century and deeply into an Australian party. Those fireworks have been going on for 2 minutes. That's Sydney Harbour Bridge there, with its famous smile, which you can see written on streets all over Sydney. This large, dry, fascinating place. So far, for so long from everywhere else, and now, thanks to technology, so much closer to the rest of the world, and now much more of an Asian nation than it ever has been in the past. And while we look just a couple of the other headlines around the world, we got up to the fact that there's going to be a new president in Russia today, and the acting president, Vladimir Putin, says the country's foreign and defense policies are not going to change. That comes as any great surprise. President Clinton has already paid his tribute to Boris Yeltsin, and the National Security Advisor has been talking with Russian officials this morning to, quote, confirm and understand Mr. Yeltsin's resignation. And the other story overseas is that in Kandahar, the hijackers are off that Indian Airlines plane now, and the people who've been on the plane for all that board are in the process of coming off, but we do not yet know what sort of condition they are in. In London, Michael Abraham, a young man from Liverpool, has been actually charged with attempted murder in the that struggle he had yesterday with Harrison and his wife, Olivia. Abraham's mother says her son has a history of mental problems and recently became obsessed with the Beatles. Can we talk to the person who owns this space most of the day? Good morning. How are you this morning?
Hiding out here watching you.
Yeah, but you didn't have to get up so early this morning. You take that as a
No, I can't tell you, that hour was like a whole century for me this morning.
Were you a little surprised when you came through Times Square this morning?
It's fantastic. You know, usually when we come in, it's beautiful but pretty desolate out there. And to come in this morning with these teeming crowds, I've been down talking to some of them, and I told you earlier, it's amazing. Some people from Denver, from California, from South Carolina, they have been here since 1 and 2 in the morning, marking out their little 14 inches of space with their camping gear there and charting the number of steps to the bathrooms, which will not be an inconsiderable
No, I can tell you, I
issue.
wanted to speak to you about the design of your facilities here in terms of how far they're out of the way. I must say, I'm not at all cynical or skeptical about these matters, but I am surprised that people are here at this time of the day on a rainy morning to take a place for midnight. It makes me think that maybe you can't take terrorism lightly, right? But it just goes to show you that people will not, and isn't it good that people will not have their lives changed by threats or alleged threats. That's really encouraging to see so many folks.
Will not have their lives change, and in this year in which everybody talks about the internet and how it's going to separate us from each other and we're all going to become housebound creatures doing email, the fact is everybody's here to be together. You can tell there is a sense that it is a planetary party, and we all got an invitation, and we better show up.
You had a chance to see the stuff in the Pacific this morning on Kiribati and in Tonga. The one great disappointment for me this morning was Fiji. You know, we belong to this international consortium of more than 60 nations, and Kiribati and Tonga and Fiji and New Zealand, not to mention Greenwich and England, all been fighting to be the first. Oh, that was great when the submarine went under the international date line. But Fiji somehow got lost in all this because the international consortium couldn't get Fiji to us this morning, which was a bit of a pity.
Well, and the other thing I've been noticing watching your coverage is the variety still exists on the earth. Only the Australians would have their fireworks led off by a happy face that winks at you, right?
Yeah.
Only in Australia. They're the least earnest people on earth.
But I think the New Zealanders were even more keen. Both these islands, as Elizabeth Fargus was saying about us here, both these islands have had a chance to come out like this in an even more profound way than they have in the past. New Zealand's, after all, a pretty small place. Doesn't have an awful lot going for it in some people's minds. And very open this morning, more sheep than people, but they were having such a good time this morning.
Yeah.
You've come, you're going to spend several parts of the day with us, which is really nice, but we want to start off by talking about women. It was New Zealand, actually, in Todd Brewster's here with us somewhere. Todd, 1895? Sure. We'll find it. 1893, 1895. Todd Brewster, who's the editorial director of the Century here,
I was afraid you were going to give me a pop quiz, like who's the Prime Minister of Chechnya, and I'd be in trouble.
But it was New Zealand who gave women the right to vote for the very first time, just before the turn of the century. So I thought we'd talk a little bit about women in the century. As a professional woman, do you get to the end of the century satisfied generally?
I think all women in Western nations and developed nations, and that's a distinction that matters. It's a life and death distinction for a lot of women in this country. All women feel that momentum is somehow shifting. There is wind behind their backs in a new way. I was just reviewing some of the statistics. As you know, more women vote than men. Women elected the last president. Men would have elected a different president. More women are watching television than men. More women are graduating from colleges than men right now. So you have a sense all these seeds are being sown, and the next millennium is going to pay off that investment.
Let me bring in Lynn Sher with this because Lynn has not only done a lot of writing about women on herself, but she's in India today, and there the story is not quite the one that Diane tells. The future for women, the century for women, Diane, or Lynn from there?
Peter, I think it's very simple. If there is going to be a future for India, they have got to empower their women. The women are the key to whatever happens in this country. At the moment, they are the most underutilized resource in this entire nation. They are more illiterate than men. More women are illiterate than men. And of course, overpopulation is such a huge problem here. You know as well as I that an educated woman is a woman who will not have too many children. That's one of the challenges here. On any list of 10 top priorities for India in the millennium, numbers 1 through 9 are give women more power. The irony, of course, being that this is the nation that had one of the first female prime ministers, Indira Gandhi. The other, 2 weeks ago in the parliament here, a bill to put more seats for women in parliament was hooted down by members of the legislature. So this is a top priority here for women of all economic levels. It's just got to happen, or there will be no progress for India.
Lynn, when you talk to Indian women, how profoundly restrained are they by their history?
It is a question of their economic level, Peter. As you well know, there are many, many independent women here who own their own businesses, who are entirely well-educated, who are very independent, who choose their own husbands, I might add. But the lower down you go, the less choice there is. And they are so constrained by tradition, by caste, by religion, that for many of them, there's no education for most of the women in this country. That's what's really sad, and that's what they want to see changed as well.
Thanks, then, Diane. I think this comes as an enormous surprise to a lot of American women.
I think it does, too. And one of the things that when you look at world politics, you find unimaginable is that there is not an international outcry about honor death, for instance, a number of nations in the world in which fundamentalist communities kill women who are just suspected of not being virgins, for instance, women not being educated around the globe. And perhaps one of the consequences is if the developed nations, if women gain more economic power, which they are doing at a considerable rate, more political power, that suddenly there will be the kind of indignation that can make a difference in some of these countries.
I wonder what this looks like seen from the Vatican. Cokie Roberts is with us in St. Peter's the Square this morning. Cokie, you've been listening to this. Seen from the background of a church which is still profoundly in favor of anti-birth control.
Well, and it's certainly a very male institution, to put it mildly. But in Italy as a whole, Peter, it's a very different story. Everything about modern Italy is counterintuitive to what we now think of, what we used to think of as the Italian family, the Italian woman. Is just the opposite of what Lynn was saying in India. Italian women are now more educated than the Italian men. They are the longest lived people on earth. They live to be about 81 years old. And it is the lowest fertility rate on earth here in Italy. And it is considered a direct result of the fact that women are educated and are working. They are, by the way, according to the UN, the hardest workers in the industrialized world. Italian women work longer hours and more days than any other persons in the industrialized world. And the effect of that is no babies.
And Cokie, I don't mean to make any of you speak for the entire consensus. We've left out Moscow at this moment, for example, where the role of women has changed quite significantly since the early days of the communist revolution, or the socialist revolution. But as you look around, do you think the next century is an exciting one for women, seen from there?
Sure it is, seen from any of our vantage points, I think. And as you pointed out, Lynn and I have both written a good deal about women in politics in the United States. And there the news is good news. It's not good enough, fast enough. We don't have 53% in government positions as we are in the population. But it is certainly considerably better than it was even 25 years ago. When my mother went to Congress in 1973, there were only 16 women there. Now there's 60. So that the changes have been vast in a short period of time, and you've got to expect that they'll only be vaster because technology and modernization and urbanization always works for women. And that's what you're going to see more of in the next century.
Can I, since this is, after all,
your place,
my place, can I ask you a question? Do you think that women will change the world as they gain more economic power?
No, I think women have already changed the world. As you were talking about education, I kept thinking about Elizabeth Dole, who was once asked to give away her place at the law school at Harvard because it'd be better suited by a man. I think as we go to the next century, I think we men will just simply have to think that the differences don't and shouldn't exist. But I've seen too many occasions in which women have already changed the world.
Do you think, for instance, it will be a more peaceable planet? Do you think it will be
Not necessarily, but we have 10 seconds. So would you like to take us to a local news commercial, please?
Wait a minute. You lob a grenade, and then we have 10, 5, 4, 3, 2. We'll come back
after the break.
Not necessary.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Chevrolet. Chevy will be there. And by Cellular One. clear across America.
Adelaide, Australia. South Australia, midnight. South Australia's official Millennium celebration. Another midnight. We've been sitting here in New York watching this and talking to Diane Sawyer, Cokie Roberts, and Lynn Scher about the status of women at the end of the century and the beginning of another one. And we're joined now by Carol Simpson, who's in Chicago. And we're having a very general discussion about women because both time and maybe the circumstance allow us to do that. But Carol, your thoughts about women at the end of this century and the beginning of the new one?
Well, Peter, I have to describe where I am and where I got my information. I'm in Chicago at the McCormick Hyatt Hotel, where Chicago has invited 2 people from every country on Earth to participate in the Millennium. And I've been talking to some of the women here about what they think is going to happen to women in the next century. And there are Americans here who, like me, think that in the next century we're going to see the first female president. We are going to see more women heads of corporation. We talked about in the 70s, we've come a long way, baby, but we've got a long way to go. I think everybody here is expecting that in America, we are going to go the distance and really become equal partners with men in the next century. But I have talked to some of the women from the less developed countries around the world, and they see progress coming for women there too. They think there is going to be great pushes for more education of girls around the world in some of these countries. So it'll be a little lag, but they think they're going to be coming on into their own as well.
Those women you talk to from other countries, do they tend to look to the United States or to any other country as a place where women might be the model?
We are the model. Yes, everybody looks to the United States. I have to tell you that you began the broadcast with the celebration in Kiribati.
Kiribati, yeah.
Kiribati. Behind me, I have 2 representatives from Kiribati who say they wish they were there instead of Chicago. It's a little cold here, but there's a gentleman from Morocco, from Liberia. It's very exciting that Chicago has invited all of these people from around the world to celebrate, and that Americans have come to be part of this celebration because never before would they have an opportunity to interact with people from all over the world.
Thanks, Carol. We'll come back to you several times for that Chicago celebration today, which we're going to make much of. But we want to go to Paris now, where Barbara Walters is. Barbara, we note that in France this year they chose, I think it was a model as the new face of the Republic. And yet it's a country where women have always been regarded as, in many ways, more equal than women in some other countries.
Yes, I think that's true, especially today. Many women and young women in Paris, in France, don't get married. They see no need to. They have children, and the state supports the children. They have great independence. But you know, Peter, and I have to tell you that I have just lost sound, but I'll just say this. No, it's come back. When I look at you and Diane, I can't help thinking that 30 years ago, when I began on the air as a writer, there was only 1 female writer on the program I worked for. There was no such thing as a female co-host or 2 people talking so easily and equally the way you 2 are. I couldn't come in and ask a question until the 3rd or 4th question. There was no women's movement, and this is just in the past 30 years. Look how far we've come.
Well, and we should add that one of the reasons we have is you, and that's the truth.
No, not
no.
Well, that's
no
very
question.
kind, but you know, here in Paris, yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to say they have a history of very strong women. You know, we go back to Joan of suddenly I'm French. We go back to Joan of Arc in the 15th century, and Diane, you know, in this century, Simone de Beauvoir, who probably wrote the first a book about the liberation of women, the second sex. They have designers like Chanel who took women out of their girdles and made them free and easy so we can wear jeans the way the men do. It's a very easy country. And what I like best is you can grow old here as a woman and still be considered desirable. I may not come back.
I'm not going to touch that one with a 10-foot pole, except that it does raise the question here, Diane, as to whether or not it's getting any easier for women to get older in America. It's always said it's easier for a man.
Well, I think the baby boom demographics are simply going to mandate that it be somewhat easier. And I always hear, for instance, these powerful female actresses in Hollywood saying if the parts aren't there, they're going to create the parts. And that, again, is a function of quantity. There are just too many women aging in this country for it not to be different.
Thanks again. We'll be back. Our Millennium coverage will continue. Hope you'll stay with us.
I could have danced all night, I could have danced all night, and still have begged for more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before. I'll never know. I could have danced all night, I could have danced all night, and still have begged for more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000.
Give my regards to Broadway.
Well, Diane, sir, the energy is all out there. You feel a tremendous energy here every morning, don't you?
You really do when you come in. It's great to see people already up and shouting, and after the third cup of coffee, ready for the day.
I watch you wave and they wave.
I love these get-ups, too. You see the glasses. Have we seen the sunglasses? 2000. The hats they're wearing. People have really come. They've come to contribute something here to the atmosphere. And you'll see already. Look over there. You can't move. And last year, in which there were half the number of people expected as this year, you simply could not walk through the crowd. So I'm a little concerned about some of these people being able just to get out and get something, a glass
I have to
of
believe
water.
if those people are going to stay here all day, they're going to be able to stay because they can't get out or they can't move, and they'll stay upright because there's no way to move, and they'll hold each other upright. The business community here has done a terrific job, because every time you celebrate something around the world, they are celebrating a replica of it here. And so at the moment they're out there doing things to contribute to the Gilbert Islands and things like that as well. All right, we'll come back for the energy of Times Square and more right away. We're going to cut away first, though, for many of you to go to your local news.
ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again, Peter Jennings.
People downstairs waiting for us, well, waiting for whatever at the moment. They can't be waiting all this time until midnight. They're going to have fun before then. We're going to go to South Korea now, because they're celebrating the new millennium in South Korea already with their particular kind of historic celebration. This is their national traditional music troupe. They're performing at a shrine which is made one of the World Heritage Sites by the United Nations in, as you can see, traditional Korean costume in a part of the world which is very important to the United States. Almost 40,000 American troops are still on the Korean Peninsula, protecting South Korea from one of the world's most bellicose and isolated nations in the north. And as we watch this celebration, we have on the phone General Thomas Schwartz, who's the commander of U.S. forces in Korea, who is tonight, up at the demilitarized zone between the north and the south. General Schwartz, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Peter. How are you?
Very well, sir. Can you bring us up to date on what American forces are doing there today?
Well, I can, because, you know, I just finished talking to some of our great soldiers, sailor, airmen, and Marines up on the demilitarized zone, And I can report to you, Peter, all is well. We're passing into the new millennium across freedom's frontier, and everybody back in America should be extremely proud of these great young Americans as they serve their country.
Have you done anything special for a celebration?
Well, we have a lot of great celebrations going on here across the peninsula, Peter, and I'm proud to say that we also have a lot of great servicemen and women who are working tonight, standing ready across this peninsula to do the things soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines do so well to make sure we transition into the new millennium here just shortly, and that all of our systems are safe, secure, and doing the kind of things that we're trained to do to stay ready.
So you've been over the Y2K hump.
Well, we're just getting ready to pass over that hump here just shortly, Peter, and we have done all the things I think we need to do. We're looking for a real smooth transition.
Good. General Schwartz, Happy New Year to you and your troops. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Peter. God bless you, and God bless America.
Sawyer has been, Diane, you've been watching this with me. You're one of the few people I know who's actually been to North Korea for a reporting trip.
Most secretive kingdom possibly on the earth right now. We got in because I went with a group called Feed the Children. Right. They said I was a member of the choir. I'm glad that wasn't put to the test in order to get me in. There's no way a journalist would have been allowed in otherwise. And we went there a couple of years ago at a time when famine was sweeping the country. And to this day, we don't know whether 250,000 people died or 2 million people died. And here we are in some of the orphanages. They did everything they could to keep us from seeing these children who were desperately hungry. The mothers would whisper to us that they had no food. We kept hearing that the older people had decided simply to starve themselves in order to preserve as much food as they could for the younger children.
One of the very big challenges, clearly, for the early years of the 21st century as to what North Korea will do, regarded as a dangerous nation by us, still on the verge of starvation, and the United States has been engaged to some considerable degree, but you sort of wonder where it's going.
Well, the U.S. has decided to lift the sanctions in exchange for their not having tests of their weapons there. But it's impossible to predict with these people. It's one of the last places where the children actually get up every day and have to give thanks to the peerless patriot, the great thinker, the deep and beloved leader who is the father of the country. It blasts out from the speakers all day long. And Kim Jong-il, who is now the head of Korea, is an absolute mystery to everyone. He wears cowboy boots and is said to like Western movie starlets, but we have no idea beyond that who he is.
One of the really sad things about always going to South Korea is really how much passion there is for reunification too, and clearly there's got to be reunification. You can't go another century, ever since 1940s now, and the people who still feel so profoundly connected to the North ever since the end of the Korean War, with families there, with so little contact with their families, and yet the passion in the South is extraordinarily deep.
And they're trying something fairly brave called the Sunshine Policy, in which instead of simply entrenching and trying to defend themselves, they're reaching out a little bit. Could backfire at any moment, as we know. But at this point, at this point in the millennium, that there should still be a country like that in which people are required to take the same routes to work each day so that they can be monitored, and the same routes back home. It's inconceivable that it is still being tolerated by the rest of the world.
Speaking of challenge, when we come back, we're going to go to Africa. Jim Wooten is in Djibouti in the Horn of Africa for us, and so we'll talk to Jim. We'll see what they are celebrating in Africa and what they are anticipating for the next century.
From Times Square and around the world, ABC 2000 will continue in a moment.
Celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. with Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Times Square is trying to keep up with the rest of the world and doing it very successfully. They've just celebrated the new millennium in Australia, and they're throwing tiny boomerangs from the tops of the buildings here down into this surprisingly large crowd for this hour in Times Square. The weather's improving slightly, but it's still a bit raw, and thousands of people have come already to celebrate the new century, even though it is many, many hours before the famous ball drop here will occur. It's 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings. Just a couple of headlines from around the world. They have entered the 21st century on large and small islands in the Pacific. The two largest countries, Australia and New Zealand, report absolutely no problems with the millennium bug. They had a small blackout in New Zealand for a while. It turned out to be the wind and not Y2K. Russia has a new acting president, Vladimir Putin, and he says already that his country's foreign and defense policies will not change. This is when Boris Yeltsin, several hours ago, very surprisingly, announced his resignation. Mr. Putin now holds the codes that control Russia's nuclear arsenal, but reaction as measured by investors, at least in Russia, appears to be positive. The Russian stock market jumped to a 15-month high on the news. Now, the hostages that had been freed from that Air India airliner that had been on the ground at Kandahar in southern part of Afghanistan are now on their way back to India. We do not yet know their condition, but we assume that they're in an awful lot better condition than they've been for the last 5 days. And the hijackers have disappeared with the 3 militants they managed to extricate from Indian jails, and we have no idea where they have gone, though surely the Taliban, which governs Afghanistan, does as well so far. And there has been no report anywhere in the world, to the best of our knowledge, of any untoward incident on this century occasion. We asked ABC's Bob Brown to put together a package of the highlights of what has happened in the world so far. Here he is.
Like some global relay race in which a torch is passed at each midnight, the Millennium celebration began on a place renamed Millennium Island, the easternmost island of Kiribati.
My dear child, take this torch of peace and hope from Kiribati, so that it may light the whole world.
In a nation that saw heavy battle casualties during World War II, when U.S. forces drove out the occupying Japanese army, the gifts of fire were taken to the sea by an old man and a boy, while dancers chanted a farewell to the pain of the past in a traditional ceremony of good luck. The island of Tonga had placed itself on daylight saving time to savor the first moments of the 21st century with Kiribati. These first celebrations were in places that normally would be uninhabited. They were simple and traditional. When midnight struck the first major city, Auckland, New Zealand, that's when the glitz started. Where the ceremonies were fueled by fire, nobody gave a thought to Y2K compliance. But where the fireworks began in New Zealand came the first major Y2K test. The lights stayed on, and ABC News correspondent James Walker discovered the ATMs were dispensing money.
This is an ATM receipt for, let me think, it's dated 1100, and the time on it is 3 seconds into the new year.
Famous landmarks around the world will be put to extraordinary use during this string of midnights. One of the first was the Sydney, Australia Opera House, where dancers roamed its high curves representing sea creatures. And finally, another new year in Australia, making you wonder how many tons of fireworks will be blasted off before the world has finished its long day of celebrating.
And we said when we were planning this coverage, we were going to deal with business done and business undone. We're going to go to Africa now, and there's no continent on Earth in which there is more business undone. Africa enters the new millennium, as someone put it, awash in coups d'etats, awash in wars, and with a health epidemic that threatens to do greater damage to the ranks of the continent's people than centuries of slave trading actually did. We're going to go to Djibouti, on the Horn of Africa, on the edge of the Red Sea, to ABC's Jim Wooten. Good morning, Jim.
Peter, it's about 5 o'clock here, and there's not much reason to celebrate. This is a refugee camp called Ali Adi. We're about 100 miles from the Red Sea that you mentioned. There are about 11,000 people here. Most of them are Somalis who have fled a decade of war and famine and disease in their country and come here for some relative peace in a camp that is run by the Djibouti government. It's not very much of a place, as you can probably see, but it's probably much better than what these people would have in their home country of Somalia.
Jim, you've been there a couple of days, I know, and you've been talking to these people, and they have some sense of the passage of time now. What, given the assistance of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, do they have to look forward to?
Well, the UNHCR, the High Commission for Refugees, has been appealing for more money from donor governments. They have an $800 million aid budget here in Africa, and they only have about 450 million of that so far, and it's just not enough. This camp is run by the Djibouti government, but it's supplied and underwritten and subsidized by the UNHCR and other UN organizations. That's the case all over Africa. There are about 13 million refugees in the whole world now, and 6 million of them are in Africa. That's a pretty constant figure, and it's a hard job for the UN. With not enough money coming in, it's not much fun for these people either. And most of these people have no concept. Yes, Peter.
No, I was just going to ask you, as you talk to these people as individuals about their hopes and dreams, what do they have to say?
Most of the people we've spoken with have no idea what this is all about, and if I may be so blunt, they don't have any dreams or hopes. They've been here for 6 years, most of them. Half of them, of the 11,000, are children. It isn't a place where dreams are easily dreamed, where hopes are easily born.
Well, it is a chilling scene and a reminder to us as we face the new millennium of business undone. As we said, awash in brutal civil wars. Jim gave you the number of refugees in the world and the number who are in Africa. It is utterly clear to people who are concerned about Africa, particularly concerned about AIDS in Africa today, that there is no quick fix. But it is one of the things that the world is going to have to turn to in the 21st century, or else. Our coverage will continue.
Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
10 after 2 in the afternoon, Big Ben at the Houses of Parliament in London. We were talking a little bit earlier about how people in the Pacific were jostling with one another to be the first nations into the 21st century. Whenever we have a complicated question here, we turn to Robert Krulwich. I wonder how come all of those Asian nations, those Pacific nations, get to celebrate first and we have to wait 15 or 16 hours?
Yeah, good question. I asked myself the same question. It turns out the answer is about 115 years old. In Washington, D.C., in the 1880s, 25 nations got together to figure out where a day on Earth should begin. And they were looking for an empty place. The emptiest place you could find, of course, is the Pacific Ocean. So they chose this line right here. This is the 180th meridian. It is almost empty, except for here. These are a bunch of Siberians. And here, this is the little island nation of Fiji. So let me just change slides, and I'll show you the problem here. The line that they chose originally ran right through Fiji. Now, let me show you what the practical difficulties of that are. Next slide. You wake up one morning, let's make it a Monday morning in Fiji, you're whistling and you think, okay, I'm ready to go to work. But just possibly the international date line, this is conceivable, could run right through your home. So you walk in to have breakfast, it's 8 a.m. on Sunday. Now, no normal human being can contain this kind of a contradiction. So next slide, they made the logical solution. Let's take a look at the international date line, the way it was reconceived. They just moved around people. Well, that's fine, except, of course, once you make an exception for somebody, you have to make an exception for the next guy who asked. And the next guy who asked was recently the head of the island nation of Kiribati. Let's take a look at the nation of Kiribati. You see here it spans to the date line. So part of Kiribati is on one day and part of Kiribati is on the other day. So the president of Kiribati said, look, I want my whole nation to have one time together. And so he unilaterally pushed the international date line 2 hours into 1999, and then to clinch it, he chose to name, as we've said all morning, the easternmost spot Millennium Island, I guess hoping to attract...
That's that beach they were dancing on this morning.
Yes, they got us.
Right.
All right, so you can't argue. But look what it means. It means that this president stuck the year 2000 deep in, 2 hours into 1999. He sort of thrust time 2 hours backwards. Or if you like, he extended the 21st century 2 extra hours and shortened the 20th century by 2. And he can do that because, after all, it's just time. The nations around his country said, he can't do that. Stop him. And they went to the UN, and the UN said, and this is a general principle for the whole day, time is your business. We don't fight wars over it. It's not a law. It's a gentleman's agreement, and this gentleman did his deed.
And this is why Fiji and Tonga and New Zealand and Kiribati jostled, as I said, each other for so long, because I think everybody thought they'd make money out of it.
And indeed, I bet you the Kiribati has me a little pile.
Thanks, Robert. That's great. Robert will be with us throughout the day, among other things, taking the measure of time. We'll be back in just a moment. Whatever a moment is these days.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Energizer. They keep going and going. And by Oscal, the calcium supplement proven effective and doctor recommended.
Another example of the Millennium Madness, you're looking at Hong Kong now. Last time we had an enormous celebration in Hong Kong, not everybody celebrated, was when it was reunited with China as a whole a couple of years ago. And today they celebrate the entry into the new millennium under the leadership of the Chinese government in Beijing with a laser show. A city that has had its ups and downs, was a British colony, had its ups and downs, but now enters the new millennium as part of China, reminding people everywhere the powerful ideas of technology and human rights, all of them extant in Hong Kong, the former British colony. We're going to go away to local news. We hope you'll stay with our millennium coverage.
ABC 2000 will continue live from around the world.
We are back at 9:30 Eastern Time to witness an historic moment. The floor of the New York Stock Exchange, which will change dramatically in the century, welcomes Muhammad Ali. He's there to ring the bell, by many accounts, the athlete of the century. He's there to ring the bell for the last time this century. He's there to be admired by so many people who admire him in every corner of the globe. He's there with his wife and his daughter, his wife Lonnie, his daughter Mia. For those of you just joining us, we're at the New York Stock Exchange to hear the bell ring. Muhammad Ali and the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, Nick Grasso, on the left there. A place that really and truly, as Betsy Stark, who covers Wall Street for us, has told us so many times, knows how to put on a show. Are you there, Betsy?
I am, Peter. You're absolutely right. You know, this is the world's biggest stock market. It knows the world is watching, and it's become customary to use the opening and closing bells as an opportunity both to publicize new companies listing on the exchange and to draw attention to the exchange itself. And as the Millennium has approached, there have been a parade of famous people coming through here. The playwright Neil Simon was here earlier this week. Bishop Desmond Tutu, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, was here, and a certain famous former anchorman whose a name I can't recall at the moment.
I assume you mean Walter Cronkite?
That's the one.
We'll have Walter Cronkite on this broadcast before the day is over. Now, talk to us a little bit about how this place is going to change, because everywhere we go in the world now, somebody's open and trading, and the New York Stock Exchange is going to have to go into the next century following suit.
That's true, Peter, and it's been a century of tremendous change already. I think we have some pictures to show you of what this place looked like at the turn of the century when the New York Stock Exchange moved into these current quarters on Wall Street. At that time, everything about this building was considered state-of-the-art, from the architecture to the ticker tape used to record trades. Back then, trading volume was 500 million shares a day. Today, nobody blinks an eye if it's 1 billion shares a day. The big board used to show where the Dow Jones Industrial Average was trading was considered state-of-the-art as well. Today, everything's electronic. 90% of the trades made here are made electronically, and in the future, as you suggest, the expectation is that stock trading will become even more fully electronic. People want to be able to trade anytime, anywhere, and there's a question about whether all these people you see running around behind me will even be necessary in the future.
Well, I must say, as I do on occasion watch the financial networks, I see someone, not you, standing in the middle of a whole group of guys like this. And we can take that shot of Betsy now with people coming and going. These are traders coming back and forth across you, right?
That's right, and believe it or not, Peter, there are usually many more of them here than there are today. The day before a holiday is typically an uneventful day, a light trading day, and that's been the case this week. I mean, yesterday was one of the lightest trading days of the year. A lot of people have already gotten a jump on the holiday weekend. There's an awful lot to celebrate this year on Wall Street.
Now, am I correct in calling that there were 12 original stocks on the original New York Exchange? I think you told me the other day only one is still on the board.
That's right, another sign of just how much things have changed. Back in 1896, when the Dow Jones Industrial Average was introduced, there were just 12 stocks. Only General Electric of those 12 remains. Today, there are 30 stocks in the Dow. Just last month, 4 companies got booted out. 4 more added, among them Microsoft and Intel, added to reflect just how important technology is to the U.S. economy.
And what is the pressure on human beings there now, given the fact that they're going to go to a 24-hour trading day?
Well, if we do go to a 24-hour trading, we'll start here at the New York Stock Exchange with an evening session. What it means is that there will be a second session of personnel who will have to come here to the exchange. Nobody's too excited about that. The trading hours here are pretty civilized, 9:30 to 4. Many people get in earlier and do stay later, but it is going to change the way of life.
And in our recent past, of course, there is the NASDAQ.
The NASDAQ. You just can't say enough about the NASDAQ this year, Peter. It's the technology-heavy market, and that's where the action has been this year. The NASDAQ is on course to be up 84% this year. That's the single biggest gain ever for any U.S. stock market. There were stocks that were up 700% in a day, as you know, made no money. I mean, what we saw was the internet economy really come alive, and dot-com fever took over as investors just tried to ride the wave. A lot of them made money that way, but people here on Wall Street say a shakeout's inevitable, and there will be money lost too.
Betsy, thank you very much. We look forward to talking to you a little later on the day. I'm just stunned at the calm that women, I know of no man who works the floor at the moment, that women exhibit working on the floor like that. The only busier place in town at the moment right now is Times Square. Take a look, a little after 9:30 in the morning. People have come and they have stayed. How long they will stay is anybody's guess, but they are there at the moment and having a ball. There's Jack Ford down there somewhere and Diane Sawyer. We'll be back right after this.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I wanna be a part of it.
From Times Square in New York and around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
More than a year ago, when we were beginning to do our first serious Y2K stories, and where would the Millennium bug show up, if anywhere, I remember we did one on a fire pumper, a pumping piece of apparatus, because it was one of those things that people thought people might not find the bug in. It reminds us this morning, John Miller's all over New York City for us to watch the panoply of life unfold as the century changes, and at the moment he's with the Fire Commissioner of New York City, Thomas Von Essen, up on 133rd Street, or up on 103rd Street. John.
Well, Peter, the fire commissioner's job has changed a great deal. Commissioner Von Essen is not just in charge of the fire department. The fire department has also enveloped the ambulance service for this city. That means you got a lot to think about tonight. Fire and medical emergencies?
This is a big night for the emergency medical service. It's probably the busiest of the year. There's always a lot of minor injuries that happen when you get that many people together having a lot of fun.
And it's hard to move around in there.
Very difficult. So we've tried to come up with different ways of having roving patrols inside of Times Square to prevent us from having to get ambulances in every time somebody needs help.
Using golf carts, people on foot?
Yeah, we've got roving patrols of EMTs and paramedics, firefighters and fire officers. We've got golf carts that we can get people out quickly without having to get ambulances in. And we think we're ready for lots of people coming out to have a great time.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas Von Essen, and I'm sure that you spent a lot of time preparing for this.
John, I have one quick question for the Commissioner.
Oh, sure thing. Question from Peter Jennings.
How long ago did they get all of their pumping equipment Y2K compliant?
How long ago did you get all of your pumping equipment and everything else Y2K compliant?
Our pumps, our ladders and engines have really been compliant since we've got them. They haven't had a lot of computer chips on them that we've had to worry about in that area. But we've brought everything up, we've tested everything, we've had the manufacturers come in just to make sure there aren't any glitches, and we feel secure about them.
Very good. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, John. When we come back, we're going to go down into Times Square because Diane Sawyer is out there, and so is Jack Ford. They've been talking to the people who've come for this great event. Please stay with us. As the world celebrates, Times Square 2000 celebrates. There, where Broadway and 7th Avenue meet one another, the upper end of Times Square, all those umbrellas or parasols are here because they're currently celebrating midnight in Japan. And in the ancient city of Nara in Japan, where it's just 10 minutes before midnight, they're celebrating in a much more contemporary way. Ringing out the old year is a tradition for New Year's Day in Japan, and Nara is the theater of Japan's early history in the 6th and 7th century. But this is the way they want to do it today. a good example of why things Japanese have become immensely popular in Asia. Go to downtown Tokyo today, and you will find this kind of life, and you go almost anywhere else in Asia. And while we're watching this, we might even bring in Mark Littke, who lives in Japan, but is today in Shanghai. Mark, is this traditional Japanese fare today?
Well, it wasn't quite what I expected. It's not really traditional, but this is a society that is deeply ritualistic and traditional. You know, over the years, one of the most interesting things I've ever heard describing Japan was that this was a nation of 120 million people that acted like a tribal village of 120 families. And that comes largely from the 200 or so years that Japan was cut off by its own choice from the rest of the world, from the early 1600s to the mid-1800s. And it was in those years that the very rigid mindset, the
Shanghai?
bureaucracy, the traditional behavior of the Japanese was shaped. And in many ways, Japan is a nation that lost out on much of the development of the last couple of centuries. And it is because it's still stuck a bit in that old traditional mindset that it sometimes has difficulties reacting quickly and adapting to so many of the changes that are needed. And anybody who's ever over the years dealt with Japanese trade issues know how frustrating that can be.
Here's a familiar figure to us, Mao. It's night there on the banks of the Huangpu River, so I know it's difficult for you to turn to your, I guess, left and look at the new modern cities across the river, but can you give us any sense of the contrast from where you are on the Bund to the other side?
Well, what was just behind me was the old traditional Bund of the colonial powers, built by the British in the 20s. And right across the river, which you may be seeing now, is the future. This is the China this is the image that China is desperate to project to the world. So much of what's happening in China today has to do with pride and trying to live down centuries of humiliation. China is desperate to prove to the world that it is a prosperous, self-confident, powerful nation worthy of respect. Hence all this modernity across the river, which 10 years ago was a rice field. I think you know when you were visiting here not long ago, Peter, you were up in some of those buildings which were just scaffolding. Now they're all completed.
Too high for me. Mark Littke is our chief Asian correspondent, so I want to take advantage of his Japanese background for a moment. The Japanese have had a very bad patch over the last decade, and as they go into this 21st century and we see all of this sort of hip goings on, are they self-conscious? Are they feeling better about themselves?
Well, I'm not sure that they are. This is the lost decade, they're calling it, the 90s, and they're very happy to be out of it. Maybe that's why some of this slightly light and frivolous entertainment is a way of forgetting how terrible it's been. The Japanese were deeply shaken by the collapse of their economy after feeling they were on top of the world only 10 years ago. They were deeply shaken by the Kobe earthquake, which shattered their faith in their country's strength and resiliency, and the faith in their own government, which couldn't help them during the aftermath of the quake. And they were deeply troubled by the terrible Aum Shinrikyo gas attack in the subways in Tokyo only a few months later, which shattered their belief in their nation as one of the safest places on earth. These are deep, deep psychological traumas that the country, I don't think, is out of yet. And I think there's a great deal of hope that the new century and the shaking up of the society that's taken place, yes, the new generation will allow the country to step forward.
Thanks.
But it's still slow going.
Thanks, Mark. Somebody said just the other day, culture is like water. It flowed first from the United States to Japan, and now you can see this young, modern culture flowing to the rest of Asia. 3 minutes until midnight in Japan. This is the ancient capital, as we said, though it doesn't look a good deal like it at the moment. You get some hints of it off in the distance there. You see the etching of the trees there. This is the place where they really took the Millennium bug very seriously. The Japanese government called on people to stockpile food and water and fuel and medicine ahead of this New Year's holiday, and they were roundly criticized for it. It's the most important festival in all of the Japanese calendar. Remember, we're celebrating a lot of different calendars and many different measurements of time around the world today, but everything in Japan is closed for this celebration. Sun, the new century begins. 126 million people celebrating the arrival of the 21st century. And where Buddhism flourished, first the great bell, and then the cartoon. In Times Square, they're celebrating right along with the Japanese.
I got it.
In Times Square, they're celebrating right along with the Japanese, as you can see,
Happy New Year to the world.
with the petals.
Now,
And now we go to Korea, to Pushingak in Seoul. Pushingak, the great landmark on Chogno Street, the main street of downtown Seoul, to the Bell Pavilion. Talk about passages of time. The original bell built here was cast in 1468, and I assume this is the local anchor person doing his job. We'll be back in a moment to continue celebrating with the Japanese and with the Koreans.
From around the world, ABC 2000 continues. Once again from Times Square, Peter Jennings.
Welcome back. We're continuing to take the measure of time around the world. Sometimes it goes very slowly, sometimes it goes very quickly. And it's really fascinating to watch how the people who celebrated Times Square 2000 have kept up. All those pieces of pink confetti were designed to be the equivalent of cherry blossoms as they floated down on Times Square. They've got something for almost every country around the world that's been celebrating. Immediately below us are all these extraordinary parasols. Good morning, everybody. Down there, Diane Sawyer, who's in Times Square. Now I understand completely why you get so much energy working here.
Peter, good morning. Diane and I are here. We can barely hear, but I suspect you were saying hi to us down here.
I was.
What's happening, as you mentioned, is as part of the festivities here, a number of things are taking place. One is that Diane's wearing very cool glasses here. The other thing that's taking place here is that each time we show another midnight segment in our big screen up there, everybody sort of buys into the celebration. We heard them counting down for Japan just a few moments ago, and then an explosion that will rival, I think, what you're going to hear at midnight around it.
You've got to know, too, these people swear, you swear you're going to be here at midnight. Yeah. You're not going to. So I've been compiling a kind of survival guide. How do you do that? And it turns out the first thing you have to do when you come to Times Square is express yourself. Now, didn't you wake up this morning, Peter, and say, I think I'll put Jell-O in my hair and some sparkle? Look at this. We have a multitude of it. We have people, how many layers of jeans? Two layers of jeans. People are wearing 6 and 7 layers of clothes, and they have cereal boxes stuffed down into their clothes.
All these guys, these guys have been here since we've been out here for at least 2 or 3 hours now. We're still, well, 14 hours away, but they promise they're going to be here tonight.
Well, anyway, Peter, I just have to tell you that I asked them all what they're going to do in the Millennium, and they all said, toy person, find a restroom, okay?
That's terrific. Right, Diane Sawyer and Jack Ford on New York's Village Green. It is absolutely true. You come to Times Square in New York, no matter where you are from, and someone here has an opinion about something that is going on elsewhere in the world. Let us go elsewhere in the world now. First to London, to Charlie Gibson. Charlie?
Peter, you know, you were talking earlier to Mark Litke about modernity, and the British, you know, I think as much as any other country are so worried about that. You'll remember Tony Blair, when he became the new Prime Minister, wanted to change the phrase from rule Britannia to cool Britannia. The British, who were so transcendent in the world at the beginning of this century, go out now somewhat uncertain about what their role is. By the way, I should say the British have their crowds. They have now 4 stages around London that are beginning to have music that is going to run all the way up to midnight. Crowds are gathering all along the embankment of the Thames. But to come back to this question of modernity, you know, the British wanted to show that they, along with so many nations, are ready for the 21st century. So one of the things they built is this wheel, the Millennium Wheel, the London Eye, they call it, that was constructed really with private money, about $35 million. Most of the money came from British Air. But of course, the British... Nothing ever seems to go totally right here, and the British always worry about whether things work in this country, and the wheel doesn't. They had inspectors who came in just a couple of days ago to look at it, and one of these pods doesn't rotate correctly as the wheel goes around. What you're seeing are some pictures of some people who were on the wheel just about a half an hour ago testing it out, but they don't consider it safe yet for the public to ride. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, was supposed to get on it with some people who won a contest tonight and be the first people to ride around, but the safety inspectors came in and said it's not working, and so it's not going to start running until about the 1st of February. So much for modernity here in Britain, Peter.
Thank you, Charlie. Look forward to talking to you shortly. It is a reminder, though, at the beginning of this century, when the age of invention was just taking hold and people were utterly fascinated by technology, it is no different. Here we are at the end of the 20th century. Let's go to Paris and Barbara Walters.
Well, I hate to rub it into London, but the Ferris wheel here in Paris is working. There's a huge one in the Champs-Élysées, and there will be 12. That's the big one. You can see it's working. There will be 12 smaller ones of every design that will start going off at midnight, and they're just for that one time only. But, Peter, the mood in general here is subdued. You and I talked earlier about the storm, yes? And it's been very bad here. They've had 2 hurricanes, one on Sunday in the north and then on Tuesday in the south. Half the trees, Peter, in this country are down. Even right outside by the Eiffel Tower, you can see trees down. There's oil spill on the coast, and lots of birds are dead. There are still 1 million people without electricity here. So that even though it's been a very good year for France, financially, economically, it's a subdued mood now because nature has ruled, and the last few days it's ruled badly.
But just briefly, Barbara, and we can come back to it throughout the day, you put your finger on something really interesting. France comes to the end of the century feeling overall very good about itself, has the best economy in Europe by some accounts at the end of this year, and is feeling that its general tendency towards leadership is justified, right?
Yes, I mean, it has a mixed government. The Prime Minister and the President are of 2 different parties, but the socialists seem to have gotten things rolling. They've privatized a lot of the industries, and as you said, the economy is very good. They're introducing a 35-hour-a-week work week, and they don't know whether that's going to work. But I should point out, because you can see the Eiffel Tower, it's only 8 hours away from midnight, and there are a lot of Americans here. The shops are full, the restaurants are full, so the tourists are feeling very, very good about today.
Okay, Barbara, thanks. We'll come back to you not too long. Looking forward very much. Barbara went to Paris, among other things, to talk to some of the world's greatest designers about what design and fashion was going to look like in the 21st century. We should, however, give one more tip of the hat to George W. Ferris, who developed and designed and invented the Ferris wheel for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. Man, we get a lot of mileage out of him today. On the other side of the world, we go now, not quite on the other side of the world, we go to Bethlehem and ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill.
Peter, it's been a very peaceful, quiet day here, except for the rehearsing you can probably hear for the concert here tonight. But we have noticed that the Palestinian police, who have been guarding, for example, the entrance to the Church of the Nativity just behind me here, have been watching very closely with pictures in their hands of several people they're looking for. We've seen some of the names, Eric, John, and James. We've seen the pictures. They look Caucasian. They look like, for example, some of the American Christian fundamentalist groups that have been here. The Israelis have been deporting some of those Christian groups, some of whom are said to be suicidal on the eve of the millennium. And we know, I spoke with the Palestinian director of security here a short time ago. He said they are taking special measures and trying to track down every last one of these people who they're worried about, especially some of these Christian fundamentalist groups that have come from America.
Bill, I know that the new Palestinian Authority had hoped very much to capitalize, if we can stay with that picture for a second, to capitalize on Bethlehem 2000. This is Manger Square, basically. It was full of cars and buses not too long ago. They've redesigned it. Do they feel that their hopes so far have been realized?
Well, it's too early to tell. The crowds seem to be less than they'd expected. They certainly have poured a lot of money, and $150 million that they funneled in from donations and investments from around the world. They've spruced the place up. It looks beautiful during the day with the gleaming new stone. But so far the crowds have been rather sparse, and we'll see how it looks tonight as midnight approaches.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Bethlehem, wakeful, tense, and not for the first time in its troubled history, waiting to see what happens next. We'll be back in just a moment.
From around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from New York, Peter Jennings.
Stay with that. Come on, let's go back to that picture for a second. Something I said we were going to do today, which we haven't done yet. Roger Goodman, put your hand up. Roger Goodman is our director. We've worked together for years, and this is the biggest technological challenge we have ever tried together in television. Stay still for a second. On every single wall in our control room, there are little squares. Those are television monitors, even when they're not television monitors, and every one of them represents a different part of the world. Roger, you have another control room, don't you? Now, tell me how it's going.
We're doing pretty good so far. We've got
Roger, I don't know if you can hear him or not. He says we're 4 hours and a long way to go. We're members of an enormous international television consortium, and we're getting these pictures from Kiribati, from New Zealand, from Shanghai, from Tokyo, partly from our own cameras when we're working independently, but also partly from the consortium. And the only place, I think, Roger, that it hasn't worked until now is in Fiji. Am I right?
That is correct, Peter.
Thank you. Who are you talking to up there?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Roger Goodman, our director. It's an enormous challenge, and we'll check in throughout the day to see it is going. Right now, we want to go to Orlando because Deborah Roberts is there with some very intelligent people. When did you make your plans for New Year's Eve in 1999? Look at, first of all, Florida from our satellite camera, 22,500 miles above the Earth, and we take you right down to Deborah Roberts at Epcot.
Hi, Peter. One of the things that has struck me over the last few days as I've wandered around and talked to people is just how far in advance many people made their plans to be here in Walt Disney World, the land of magic, on the eve of the new millennium. There are 1,000 people from Indiana here today who said that they made their plans 10 years ago. But nobody, I have to tell you, Peter, can top this group of folks whom we met just a couple of days ago. They made their plans to be here 19 years ago. And let me introduce you to them. We have John and Andrea Johnston and their 7-year-old daughter, Erica. And we also have Kenneth and Mary Ann Zabricki. Kenneth and Mary Ann were 23-year-old newlyweds when they were here 19, almost 20 years ago, and John and Andrea were 23 and 29, also newlyweds. Now, Ken, let me ask you, how did this all come about? How did 1999, which probably felt so long away at that time, come about?
Well, we were staying at the campsite, and we decided we were having such a good time here at Disney that we'd come back and stay at the Contemporary Hotel. Well,
Which was a pretty plush hotel at the time.
Best place here, and they were booked for years ahead of time. So we asked the receptionist, how far ahead can we make a reservation? And it turns out, because of the Millennium bug, December 31st, 1999 was the last date you could take. And so we looked at each other and said, we're going to take that.
Of course. And my favorite part, Peter, is the room rate at the time when you made your reservation. How much was it?
We paid $85, or we put down a deposit for $85.
$85 a night.
Is what it would have cost then.
And did they honor that?
Well, no, and now they guaranteed as of '97. It's now $385 a night.
A big difference, Peter. But it is sort of impressive how many people saw this as a destination point for 1999.
Thanks very much, Deborah. Okay, we're going to continue our... Well, we have something exciting for you.
Hello,
100
and welcome
years
to
ago,
the South Pole, where the temperature is a chilly minus 30 degrees centigrade. We celebrated New Year's Eve here about 4.5 hours ago, but the most important ceremony of the evening is still to come. With me is Larry Hotham of the U.S. Geological Survey. Larry, we're going to move the pole. Why?
We have to move it every year, or place it every year at a new location because of the movement of the ice.
So the ice is moving. We're on 2 miles of ice and it's moving.
That's correct. It's about 10 meters per year.
Okay, and if we look behind us, what do we see as we stand?
You should see a line of markers going back to at least 1986, where the pole was at each year.
Okay, now, nearly 90 years ago, in 1912, in January, Robert Scott, Captain Scott, arrived on this spot. He'd been beaten, there was a Norwegian flag flying on the pole. How on earth did he know he'd got the right place?
He used an astronomic method, which is observations on the sun, to determine the location of the pole. Plus or minus 200 to 300 meters, which is about the same accuracy that Raoul Amundsen had used for a method that he had used at that time.
Okay, now ever since then the ice has been moving, so how far are we from Scott?
Approximately 1,000 meters from here.
It's 1,000 meters, it's 1,000 meters behind us.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it still on the surface?
Probably not, because, well, we know it's not, because of the drifting of the snow, accumulation of snow. It's probably about 20 to 25 feet below the surface.
Okay, now you're about to plant the new pole. How do you know that you've got the right place?
Today we use the most modern positioning technology, and that's signals from the global positioning system. And the accuracy that we have for the position of the pole is approximately 1 or 2 centimeters relative to our continuous base station that's located over here in the Skylab of the dome of the South Pole Station.
Okay, now you did that yesterday, didn't you?
We did that yesterday.
Almost 100 years since Robert Scott set off to Antarctica. Here we are, live and then live with videotape from the South Pole.
And we need about 15 minutes of data. Observation started at 04:20 GMT. Yeah, that looks good. We're setting on the point, and that should be within a centimeter or two of the location of the pole on January 1st, 2000.
Okay, shall we walk down and go and do it? This is quite a privilege, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a very important event. Occurs every year to set a new marker at the location of the pole on the 1st of January.
Okay, now there's something very interesting about this pole. It's got a wonderful plaque on top, hasn't it?
This is a specially made marker here at the South Pole. It's been a tradition for the past 6 years.
Okay, and what does it say?
And it says it's very unique in that in this design representing uniqueness about being at this location of the South Pole.
Okay, Larry, shall we do the business? Take over with the ceremony.
Yes. I'm now placing this marker at the location of the South Pole on this day, January 1st, 2000. We wish everyone, all members of the scientific community and the Antarctic support people in the Antarctic program, and everybody who's watching this, all the viewers, a very happy New Year's, happy century, and happy millennium.
Okay, that's the ceremony done. Let's party!
You see the people in the background there who've got on tuxedo or dinner jackets at the South Pole. There in the vast emptiness of this polar plateau, which is breathtaking at any given time, more people than we had anticipated. But as they move the pole, it has to be done every year.
Where's everyone from?
Lenore, Idaho.
Got a message for home?
Hello, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Okay, who else have we got here?
Hi, Ethan Rogers.
Well, while this is the consortium, while the consortium prepares to party, as they put it, eat your heart out, those of you who are not living in Miami. When we come back, we're going to talk to one of the great astrophysicists in the world, Dr. Neil Tyson from the Hayden Planetarium, about the next century and the next plateaus of discovery.
ABC 2000 will continue live from around the world in just a moment. From around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square, Peter Jennings.
Well, it isn't even 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and if you want to come down for Times Square later on today, I think you're going to have a very hard time getting here, because that Times Square, the village green of this city, center of the universe, from New Yorkers' point of view, is already beginning to fill up. We're very pleased that Dr. Neil Tyson, as I said, one of the world's great astrophysicists and the director of the Hayden Planetarium, got through here today.
Yeah.
Watching that stuff from the Antarctic is fascinating. Tell us again, nice and clearly, because no one does it better, why they move the pole.
That pole is not stuck in the ground. It's stuck in a glacial sheet. And glaciers move, as that's what they love to do. And over time, over the year, the glacier moves the pole that they inserted a year ago away from where it's supposed to be, so then they just replant it.
It's very dramatic to see that long line of poles going up for the last several years. When you talk about millennium, you sure mean something different than most of us.
Well, millennium is such a small slice of time in the spectrum of the universe. We've got the Big Bang happening 13 billion years ago. You know, what's 1,000 years between friends? Much has happened in the universe since then, and I and my colleagues spent our careers studying the evolution of phenomenon throughout that time.
We managed to get a visual representation of the Big Bang here. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Oh, certainly. All evidence points to the fact that the entire universe began as a single point of very high density that then exploded and brought forth all matter and energy into existence, out of which galaxies, planets, stars, and people were formed. And so what you have...
This is happening, what we're looking at, over millions of years?
Yeah, well, actually, a lot happened in even the first few minutes. And we can trace our laws of physics that far back. And there's a point where our laws of physics break down. We've got people working on that.
Right.
But most of the universe we are familiar with is long after all of the real excitement took place in the early universe.
Well, when we come back, I want to ask you to give us some sense of where we fit in the history of time. I think people will find it extraordinarily dramatic when they hear just how unimportant we are in terms of the whole line of time. We'll be back in just a moment with Dr. Tyson.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Pepsi, the joy of cola. And by Toyota, taking you into the new millennium.
Well, we didn't imagine when we started all this that we'd get as much use out of Times Square today. Credit to the organizers. Now they are reminding us that in about 10 minutes from now, we're going to be celebrating Midnight in China, the world's most populous nation. And being the Times Square crowd they are, they want to be a little ahead of the game as they celebrate China here in Times Square. And while we're waiting to celebrate Midnight in China, we want to talk again to Dr. Neil Tyson from the Hayden Planetarium. You know, they put up the Hubble, or they fixed the Hubble telescope again today, or the other day rather, which is very exciting for us to watch the astronauts work. What's that going to mean? Are we going to be able to see even farther into the future, or are we going to get to see things we already know about?
Well, it's both. We get to see more of what we know to sharpen our understanding of the universe, but also there are always new discoveries in the universe. Practically anytime you point the Hubble telescope anywhere, there are elements of the universe that are revealed to us. Right now, the Hubble Deep Field remains one of the most significant images we have of the universe because it's a sight line that goes from where we are here on Earth all the way out to the farthest reaches of the universe. And there are galaxies nearby, galaxies far away, and these galaxies hail from a time when the universe was much younger. And so it's in a way, it's a timeline of the 13 billion years of cosmic time.
Is that the magic figure, 13 billion years
there's
of
some
cosmic
uncertainty.
time?
There is some uncertainty in that number. We, up at the new Rose Center for Earth and Space, we've settled on 13 for a big timeline that we're creating there. Knowing that perhaps one day it might be 14, but our billion-year markers are on sliding tracks, so in case we have to adjust
Now,
for that.
I know the answer to this already, but I'm always fascinated, so I'm going to be your prop man. Tell us where man fits into this timeline, and how much space do we occupy?
Well, the timeline that we create is about the length of a football field wrapped around. And as you march your way down this ramp, you see chronicled at a rate of about 3.7 million years per inch the history of the world. 2/3 of the way down, you pass the formation of the solar system, and at the end of the ramp, the thickness of hair on the sheet that you're holding up, the thickness of that strand of hair represents all of cultural history of human beings on Earth in time, from cave paintings to the present. And so you ask, where does a millennium fit? It's 1/30th of the width of that strand of hair.
That's absolutely extraordinary. So man's contribution to time all goes in to a period or a space the width of that hair.
On a timeline stretched just the length of a football field.
Now, I have to tell me, you're the only man I know who carries around his own...
I'll have to show you this.
His own meteorite.
It was fun getting through the metal detectors with this. This is an iron nickel meteorite that was found in Namibia, off the Southwest Africa. And let me just plop that in your lap here. You get a sense of that.
Holy mackerel. Now, my first question when you give me this, should we be worrying in the next century that Earth is going to be hit by things like this?
Carrying that around, you wonder what will happen if it hits you in the head. You'd be squashed like a bug, basically. Yes, these things are out there in the universe, in the galaxy, in our solar system, and perhaps there's one out there with our name on it, but we don't know yet, and we want to at least start looking.
As a scientist, and you look out at this next minuscule, ludicrously little period of time called 100 years or even 1,000 years, anything to worry about?
Well, 100 years, or 10 years or a week, you worry about your job, your life, your kids, that sort of thing. But with the cosmic perspective, it enables you to take a step beyond that. Just walk out of the building at night, look up, and ask, what does the next millennium, eon, or trillion-year period bring for survival of the Earth, the survival of the solar system? And we've got people studying the evolution of the sun, and you learn that it's going to go red giant in 5 billion years. Not something to put on your calendar, but it's...
But it's interesting. I was listening last night on the radio to Arthur Clarke, who wrote, among other things, 2001, and who was a great futurist. And he believed that we were going to have a rotating, a traveling Hilton close to the planet, close to the surface of the moon. Do you think within this century people will be visiting the moon?
That'd be an awfully expensive trip to take. Now, there's no, vacation spots. There's no limit to what people will spend, of course. If I could go, I'd probably want to go. No, I don't think in this century. I think futurists, one thing they get some things right, but what they more typically get wrong is estimating the actual timescale over which things will take place. We all saw 2001, and it was routine to go into orbit and to take trips to the moon. that's not the case.
How do astrophysicists feel about predictions?
Well, I think astrophysicists are the only people who actually can predict anything in the world. I can tell you to the exact moment when a total solar eclipse is going to happen, when the sun is going to rise, and if we were of such an ilk, we could have tremendous cults following us saying, watch what happens to the sun tonight, or the moon, or the lunar eclipse coming later in January.
I have to tell you, if you walk out of here into Times Square and start saying that, I guarantee you'll get a crowd. It's great to have you.
Yeah, it's good.
No one in the country explains science more clearly and more eloquently than you do. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Dr. Neil Tyson from the Hayden Planetarium, which is soon to become the Rose Hayden Planetarium.
The Rose Center for Earth and Space, opening in February.
The Rose Center for Earth and Space, and I have had a little glimpse of it from the inside, and everybody who comes to New York always wants to go to the planetarium, especially if they've got kids. Now it has got, thanks to Dr. Tyson and a lot of generous people, even more exciting than it has been in the past. Worthwhile. It opens in February. Great. We take you to the future. Again, Shanghai, as I said, to the most populous nation in the world, though a country slightly smaller than the United States, and our Mark Litke, our chief Asia correspondent, is there. Mark, you don't know this, but thanks to technology, we've dressed you a little differently than you were before. You were looking all dressed up and keeping warm, and thanks to technology, I think we've managed now to put you in a jacket. But why a celebration in China of the Millennium? They don't use the same calendar.
Well, in many ways, this is China's way of reminding the world that this is not a millennium celebration for China. This is a 5 millennium celebration for China. This is 5,000 years of continuous history. 5,000 years in which China was at one time the greatest civilization on the planet. In the year 999, the Sung Dynasty, China was the greatest civilization. It was a time of great scientific and artistic achievement. The invention of paper and printing and gunpowder and the compass. And all these years later, China, in some way, is trying to tell the world we need to capture that lost glory. So celebrating the millennium is a way to stick its chest out a little bit and say, we can do you 3 millennia better.
Let's listen to them for a second. Thank you, Mark. With 1 minute to go, they have been singing Love Our China, a reminder that the U.S.-China relationship in the next century is going to be one of the most complicated relationships America has in the world. And here, as always, is the The official party, led by the President of the People's Republic of China and Jiang Zemin, is going to come here and mark the new century. I guess most people know, produces most of the world's fireworks, so they've got to be very happy in that respect today. As for the Y2K problem, which we've been talking throughout the day, China has strongly suggested to the chiefs of all of its mainland airlines that they be in the air at that moment to win public confidence. It's felt that throughout China they have not done as good a job as other countries have. And here's a reminder that the Chinese were able to use fire half a million years ago. This fire was lit today at a place called Zhoukoujian, on the same site where Peking Man was discovered, and has been moved to this place quite near Beijing, to the Millennium altar built especially for this occasion, and now back to Shanghai. Mark Littke.
Well, there it is, Peter, over the very modernistic, futuristic Pudong area, right across the river from the old Bund area of Shanghai.
Where until very recently they had two of the tallest buildings in the world, which are now in Malaysia, but still there are there which make you nervous to go up in, including, I think, your hotel, right?
Absolutely. My room is on the 85th floor, and it's pressed right up against the windows. It's quite spectacular in the morning. And it's getting deafening around here. It's quite difficult to hear you now, Peter.
Jiang Zemin, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, out in Beijing, country with which Americans have such a long love-hate relationship, upset now because of the Chinese Communist Party's crackdown on Falun Gong, though Mark Littke told us on the phone the other day that the Chinese don't pay nearly as much attention to it as we do. Barbara Walters, who is with us today, must have some evocative memories, because, Barbara, you went with President Nixon when he went to China.
I did indeed. It was 28 years ago, and Peter, it was like going to the moon. By the way, a year after Tiananmen, I interviewed Jiang Zemin. I asked him about the uprising at Tiananmen Square, and he said, "Much ado about nothing." He said it in English. But Peter, when I went with a small group of reporters to China, there was no color at all. You couldn't tell the men from the women. Everyone was in uniform. Mao Zedong was the premier. The Cultural Revolution was on, cracking down on artistic and intellectual life. It could not be more different in less than these 30 years. It was like going to the most foreign country you could possibly have visited.
I think many people believing that will be very surprised if communism lasts deep into the 21st century, because from Shanghai, where Mark Littke is tonight, to Beijing, as Barbara just points out, the technological revolution has reached the country with enormous proportions. Mark Littke, you and I were reminiscing the other day that if you couldn't be in Times Square, you could get exactly the same feeling in downtown Shanghai.
Absolutely. And this morning I actually went down to People's Park in central Shanghai, which was the site of the old horse racing course during colonial times. And it was a brilliant day. People strolling with their families, taking in the good weather. And I talked to a great many people out there. I have never seen Chinese so optimistic. Always a little cautious. This is still a country where people take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But beyond that caution, there was an optimism that China has turned a corner in recent years, that the future is brighter than anything they, their relatives, their ancestors have ever known.
Thank you, Mark Littke, our chief Asia correspondent, who knows China and most of the other nations in Asia so well, for reminding us that between these two superpowers, the United States and China. It was America who led the way in looking out to the rest of the world. China was far behind. But when you look at Pudong on the other side of the river there, and even what's happened to Shanghai, what's happened to Beijing, and the kind of change that is irresistible in China, even for a Communist Party very much still in charge of the political and police apparatus, the next century is going to be very, very different. We'll continue our Millennium coverage in just a moment.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the Millennium, brought to you by 10-10-321 and by AccuView Contact Lenses, vision for the new millennium. ABC 2000 from around the world continues. Now from New York, Peter Jennings.
Good morning again, everybody. It's a little after 11 o'clock. We could do this all day long, a little after 11 o'clock Eastern time, whatever time it is where you are. We've already passed some of the really significant midnights around the world. We've started in the Pacific, in case you're just turning on your television, and we are working our way all the way across the world today. In terms of major news of the day, other than the millennium itself, the end of the century, the big news was earlier today made by Boris Yeltsin. The president of Russia has said he was going to resign, not serve out his term, and has appointed Vladimir Putin, who now, among other things, has control of Russia's nuclear arsenal. He became acting president this morning after Mr. Yeltsin surprised the nation by announcing his resignation. And a Russian news agency report says Mr. Putin has promised to uphold key freedoms and crush any attempt to destabilize the country. He's a real manifestation at the moment, is Mr. Putin, of the Russian determination to have strength prevail in the country and a better sense of order than they have. In Washington, not long ago, President Clinton, on his way from one place to the other, was asked what he thought about the changes. He'd already talked to Mr. Yeltsin.
In that spirit, I look forward to working with acting President Putin as the Russian people begin the process of making the transition from one democratically elected president to another. To President Yeltsin, let me convey my appreciation again for the work we have done together. Hillary and I extend our warmest wishes to him, Naina, and their family. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clinton and Mr. Yeltsin got along. A lot of people thought that Mr. Clinton had invested too much in Mr. Yeltsin himself as a political leader, but now Russia has a new one, a strong man whose first order of business is to conduct successfully the war against the rebellion in Chechnya. Elsewhere in the world, there's a tremendous feeling of relief on the subcontinent today, Pakistan, India, and in Afghanistan, because that hostage crisis on the Indian Airlines plane is over. These are the hostages arriving in New Delhi today. They were freed as the result of a negotiation between the Indian government and the hostage takers who held them for 6 days. One man was killed, you may recall, at the very beginning. There were mostly Indians on board, one American, one Canadian, Japanese, several Europeans. And in Afghanistan itself, the government, the Taliban government, has given the hijackers and the 3 prisoners they managed to get out of Indian jails 10 days, I beg your pardon, 10 hours to get out of the country or they will be arrested. The ruling Taliban, not very widely thought of in many parts of the world, have indeed helped to improve their external image by bringing this crisis to a halt. On the subject of potential crisis, we want to go now to Washington because ABC's Sam Donaldson is at our Y2K government headquarters in Washington. Sam, what have you been seeing, if anything?
Well, Peter, we're spinning cobwebs here, and that's a good thing, because it means that there are no Y2K problems of any size that have been reported so far in the major countries that we've passed. New Zealand and Australia, nada. In the eastern portion of the Russian Federation, and particularly where the power plant, the Bilibino power plant was looked at, nothing. Bilibino was all right. Japan, very important, because next to the United States, it has more computers, more computer technology than any other nation. And it got a slow start in its fixes. But, Peter, we've had no reports of any big problems in Japan, either in telecommunications, either in power, or, of course, the nuclear power plants. Brings us to China. You've just watched what's happening there. We have no reports yet. It's early, of course, about China. China is being very secretive. It's keeping its people in the dark about this. It's taking a lot of precautions. It's closed its ports. It's said there'll be no unnecessary surgeries. It's given a 4-day holiday to its people. And, of course, as someone pointed out earlier, Jimmy Walker, a lot of its software, up to 98%, has been pirated, so they don't get the Microsoft fix down the line real quick. But, Peter, it just really, for those who worried, and I think the worry was justified, and we can't look back and say, well, what were you doing worrying? For those who worried, so far, cobwebs.
Thank you very much, Sam, in Washington. I want to go very briefly now to the man who's watched this story more closely than anybody for us, Jimmy Walker. We actually asked him to go to New Zealand because it was going to be the, hey, James, the first industrial country to have some experience with Y2K. You're listening to Sam there. Any surprises in all of this to you?
Well, surprises only in that it is such a complicated problem, and it has gone so far so smoothly. Here in New Zealand, we can only echo exactly what Sam is reporting elsewhere. 12 sectors have reported in so far: electricity, gas, oil, energy. No problems whatsoever, though the government is telling the people here that they should keep their attention to this problem, should continue to stay alert until March 31st.
And that's exactly the point I actually wanted you to make. Just because we don't have any Y2K problem today doesn't mean that Y2K or some Millennium bug is not going to show up in the least expected place, correct?
That's absolutely right. I mean, just, you know, as we have talked throughout the evening, you've gotten fixed this code, and there could still be other problem areas. February 29th is going to be a potential problem. The end of the first quarter, computer systems that perhaps were fixed, perhaps were not fixed, are going to be called on to do functions that they had not done before. We have to wait and see.
Jimmy, before you left to go to New Zealand, we were talking about a lot of the neonatal clinics in various corners of this country alone. And it is that smallest of component that can cause trouble, correct?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, you just don't know where it can come from, or you certainly don't know when it is going to strike. You can test and test and test, but one thing that I have heard again and again is that in this technology, you cannot test to completion. You just have to keep doing it again, and you've got to be patient.
Thanks very much, Jimmy Walker, who's in Wellington in New Zealand. One last quick comment from Sam Donaldson in Washington for the moment. Sam.
Peter, I think you and Jim hit on something. Businesses don't open until Monday morning, so all the businesses that said, we're okay, we don't know about that. Down the line, the ripple effect can take months, as a matter of fact. Let me just give you one statistic here in the United States. A couple of surveys looked at the medical profession and the medical field and found out that as of a few months ago, they thought they'd have 77% of their billing apparatus up to snuff, but only 26% of their biotechnical apparatus. What does that say? I don't know, but we're going to find out in the days ahead.
Thanks very much, Sam. We'll be back to join Sam, Jimmy Walker, and everybody else on our Millennium coverage when we return.
ABC 2000 will continue live from around the world in 1 moment.
We've just got a minute or two before we go to your local newscasts all around the country, but very quickly, here is a brief summation of 3 of the really interesting celebrations we've had as the new century arrived. First in Sydney, Australia. They had a ball in Sydney Harbour. Great enthusiasm across all of its 5 time zones there. This continent in the Pacific, which has increasingly, to the strains of Auld Lang Syne, made itself more of an Asian nation and will increasingly do so in the 21st century. In Seoul, as they ring the great peace bell, we are reminded of how important this nation is to the United States. We talked earlier to the 20 commander of the U.S. forces there. Okay. We got them a little mixed up, and it was more my fault than anybody else's, and I apologize. We'll get back to highlights a little later on in the broadcast. Right now, we're going to go away so that you can get caught up with your local news, much of it millennium-oriented, all around the country.
Imagine there's no heaven. See as if you try. No hell below us.
Worldwide Millennium celebration continues. Still ahead, flamenco dancers in Spain, the barrel polka in Prague, and later, Mr. New Year's Eve Dick Clark from Times Square, plus the latest on Y2K. ABC 2000, 24 incredible hours continues.
Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square, New York, Peter Jennings.
Well, in case you're joining us, it's 11:30 Eastern Time, very crowded in Times Square, and we have been trying to both celebrate around the world, which has been very exciting, and try to give some meaning to the century and some meaning to the future. We were talking a little earlier about women, and at the beginning of the century, Woodrow Wilson, president of the time, was much more interested in worldwide democracy than he was actually in giving women the vote. And we stopped in New Zealand earlier today, where women got the vote before the turn of the century. We reckon that women never go really backwards. We want to turn to fashion, however. Take a look at what it looked like for some American women at the beginning of the century. Here is a marching group of suffragettes. Women need the vote, they said, in the early part of the century. By the time the 20s came along and urban America became fast and fashionable, women had a good deal more freedom than they had had in rural America just before then, and here's what the flappers looked like in the highly energized urbanization of America in the 1920s. But how could we look ahead in the world without going back to Paris and talking about the fashion of the next century? And Barbara Walters. Barbara.
Thank you, Peter. By the way, women didn't get the vote in France until 1944. But, you know, France itself is female. It's La France. And I just want you to look, Peter, for a moment at the Eiffel Tower now, because Paris is its most glamorous. It's a clear night. You can see that it says 7 hours until midnight, when the Eiffel Tower is going to have 20,000 lights and 20,000 different flashes of firecrackers and fireworks that are going to go all the way up to the 1,000-foot top. It's an absolutely beautiful and very glamorous night, which is the way Paris should look. Okay, on to couture. You know, it is a style center, and for over 100 years, Paris has been leading the way in fashion and making a lot of money to boot, especially with perfume that come from the couture houses. Haute couture, that is made to order, the clothes still cost $20,000 to $50,000, something like that, and there are still 22 fashion houses of the greatest names. So what we thought we would do is to take 4 of them, we'll start with one now, and ask them what they would design for me or for the Millennium. Okay, this is the way they expect us to look. It is rather fantastic, but take a look. This first one that you're about to see was designed by a relatively young Englishman who is actually working now for the renowned house of Christian Dior. And there it is. Here is his red vision for the future, heaven help me. The coat is mohair and leather, and the whole deal costs $28,535. It isn't exactly me. Here we go.
We're just here to help as accomplices to help women look divine.
John Galliano is the latest designer for Christian Dior, which opened its doors 50 years ago. He was chosen for his fresh and unusual approach to fashion. Since his student days in London, his eye for verve and style has been apparent. John Galliano, you look wonderful. But I look wonderful.
You look pretty fierce too.
This is the way you're going to look in the 21st century?
Yeah, this is how I'm going to work. I'm wearing street clothes, jeans that I bleached myself.
This is how I'm going to look in the 21st century?
One of the ways you could look, yes, one of the ways is beautiful mohair coat, very light. That's what's magical about this coat. It's the lightness. You have the volume, but it's so light. And that shiny croc finish, which is so sexy. Then you have the beautiful leather skirt there, studded and zipped, and with the boots.
And with the boots.
Killer boots.
How are we going to be dressed 50 years from now?
Well, there's a more relaxed mood. One should be able to mix both haute couture with pieces from ready to wear and feel very relaxed in it. It just seems right.
Now tell me, is this the way I should look in the air? What do you think?
Beautiful.
Just the way you want me to look?
Beautiful. You're drinking the light and the light is loving you.
And you look just the way I want you to look.
Thank you.
Thank you. And here is the way he wants me to look. But Peter, I don't think it really is the real me.
Well,
it is couture, though.
I must confess, I'm glad you said it. I didn't think the red one was really you, but you look very lovely in green. And let it never be said, Barbara, you don't have tremendous courage. No, thanks very much.
Foolhardy, by the way, thank you. This is Yves Saint Laurent. This is just a little green suede jacket that I borrowed, and this is probably worth about $15,000 to $18,000. It's about time I came home.
Yes, and then I can remind people that it was in 1901 that the washing machine was invented. Women take note. We'll be back in a minute. Take a look. Early evening at St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, in the Vatican City, to be much more precise. And one of the reasons we asked ABC's Cokie Roberts to go to the Vatican was because she has friends in high places. Cokie?
Well, I have relatives in high places, Peter. My mother, Lindy Boggs, is with me here, I'm happy to say. Mama is, for those of you who don't know, the United States ambassador to the Holy See. And Mama, the first thing everybody asks me is, how is the Pope?
The Pope is wonderful, and I think that it's so very, very special to have him giving a message to the world tonight. The bells in the background are telling us it's almost time for Vespers. And when he comes on into the audience there within St. Peter's and gives a message of hope and love and excitement for the youth and the use of science in the new century, how great it's going to be.
Mom, this spot where we're sitting has seen several millennia now come in, and I'm not saying you have, but you've seen a lot of this century without giving away your age. And the passage of time is part of what the Pope will be talking about. But do you want to reflect for just a second about the passage of this century?
Well, the passage of this century to me is something that's very special, mostly because I have so many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I've been associated with, of course, the government of the United States, either from my family or myself, for so many years. And now to have you and other members of the family who are able to express what our country is all about, what world peace is all about, and what the celebration is all about is just absolutely marvelous.
And the Pope will be talking about how human beings are the only creatures who know about the passage of time. We only have a few seconds, but what do you think about that?
I think that he knows so much about the passage of time, and I think he's so hopeful for the future and is such an inspiration to young people.
Thank you, Mommy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, beautiful.
Back to you, Peter, in New York.
Thank you very much, Cokie. Very touching. I can't remember when anybody cut their mother off like that before. Very great politeness, or called a celebrate Mommy. We'll be back in just a moment. The first light has come to New Zealand. The first light of 2000. New Zealand's having a great day in terms of the rest of the world. During the eve of the new millennium, more than 1,000 members of the Ngati Puru, an ancient northern island tribe of New Zealand, have gathered together to come for this celebration. Indigenous people of New Zealand, Maoris, New Zealand being the largest of all the Polynesian islands. This is more modern New Zealand, though the Maori, in all fairness, play a big role in their country and a better role today than maybe in the last 50 years. Kiri Tikanawa. From the easternmost point of the North Island, Gisborne in New Zealand, New Zealand's perhaps most famous entertainer, Dame Kiri Tikanawa, or Tikanawa, as some people say, preceded by the Maoris, the indigenous people, or a large measure of the indigenous people of New Zealand, who today only make up about 9 or 10% of the population, but who have struggled on into modern history. Midnight in Indonesia is coming up, in the island of Java, at the largest Buddhist temple in the world, in central Java. We're celebrating now in the world's fourth most populous nation after China and India and the United States. And you see these Javanese dancers now acting out the law of karma, in which unworthy deeds are recognized by punishment and praiseworthy deeds rewards of reincarnation. That was what we call a technical problem. Let's have a quick look at our control room for a second to show you the enormous challenge they have bringing in all of this from around the world. And that was a freeze frame in the middle of some satellite somewhere. But the reason Indonesia, of course, is so important is because not only is it the fourth most populous nation in the world, but because it's a nation where the United States has had a long, deep involvement and which has had a very recent troubled history. It's a fractious nation in which the new president, who will participate in this ceremony tonight, may be giving people more freedom than the military there actually want. We return to Java. And it's in great contrast to this serenity, but when you ask political analysts in almost any Western government today what the hotspots are of the 21st century, they point to Indonesia. The recent difficulties, the recent trouble, the recent terrible problems in East Timor, where Australia took the lead in helping to rescue the East Timorese from the onslaught of the people in the mainland of Indonesia or in the capital of Indonesia, are merely a reminder to us of how much of a challenge Indonesia, with its enormous population and its 13,000 islands, is for the 21st century. Mark Lickey, our chief Asia correspondent. Mark, as we watch this, tell us what worries people in Asia about Indonesia now.
You know, so much, Peter, of this century we have had to live with the legacies of colonialism going back a number of centuries. Indonesia is a prime example of that, divided up by the Dutch and the Portuguese, lines drawn through and around and across tribal and ethnic groups, and kept that way by enforced colonialism for many years. And then when the country finally achieved its freedom after World War II, it took military dictatorships essentially to hold it together for the next 4 decades. Then in a very dramatic sudden turn of events, it is suddenly a democratic country. And all the repressed anger and fears and discontent and economic inequities and everything else that was suppressed by colonialist and autocratic regimes over the years has just exploded onto the surface. Right now, as we speak, there are just bloody battles going on in the province called Maluku, which history remembers as the Spice Islands. And it is like going back 100 or 200 years. There are tribes of Muslims and Christians running around with bows and arrows and spears, murdering each other by the hundreds. And now, only in the last 24 hours, the Indonesian army has been sent in, a modern, well-equipped army, to try to suppress this. But suppression is all they can do, trying to get the people to live together who suddenly have
Thank you, Mark. ABC special coverage of the Millennium continues.
From around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
And around the world, and talk about the memorable images of the end of the century. Tower Bridge in London, overlooking the Thames. What a magnificent view. Big Ben. It is 5:30 in the afternoon or early evening in London, 6.5 hours before it is midnight there, and that astonishing great bell strikes for the last time this century. And in Paris, they have gone all out to make the Eiffel Tower, from the beginning of this century, of course, look as magnificent as it ever has at the end of the century. And in Rome, at St. Peter's Basilica, just to bring you up to date with the news, in Vatican City at this hour, Pope John Paul Pope John Paul II is providing evening vespers for the large crowd there, which has gathered and increasingly continues to gather in Vatican City for the celebration of the Millennium there. It shall be only a few more hours than London and Paris. This Pope, who has made such an impact on the world at the end of the century, some people think should actually be the man of the century for contributing as he did to the downfall of communism, first from his pulpit in Poland, but then much more dramatically from Vatican City itself. Elsewhere in the world at this hour, they have had a ceremony of ownership, I guess we can call it, of the Panama Canal by Panama. Just a short while ago in Panama itself, what the Panamanians are calling a reversion ceremony. You recall that President Carter signed a treaty in 1974 to turn over the canal to Panama on this date, December the 1st, 1999. Neither President Clinton nor the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, decided to go, wishing in both cases, we believe, to put some distance between themselves and an issue which upset some Americans. But in Panama today, the canal is now theirs, and all Americans have now left operation of the canal zone. Elsewhere overseas, Vladimir Putin now has absolute control of Russia and the Russian nuclear arsenal. Surprise announcement this morning from Boris Yeltsin that he was going to give up the presidency and turn it over to Vladimir Putin. President Clinton has had a chat with both of them today, and the president paid tribute both to Mr. Yeltsin and said he looks forward to working with Mr. Putin. Now, as we have gone around the world today, in case you haven't been with us, we have seen some quite extraordinary celebrations of the Millennium. And yes, for those of you who argue that it's coming in a year from now, well, we can all do it again a year from now. But today, all the way across the Pacific and other parts of Asia, it has been quite a day of celebration. Here's ABC's Bob Brown.
The world is meeting the Millennium with spectacular bursts of pageantry. Stilt performers called Mimi, Aboriginal people from Australia whose culture is 50,000 years old. Dancers enacting age-old customs in Jordan and Israel and the Philippines. South Korea's national music troupe performing in Seoul. This unprecedented global stage of events began when a torch was passed at the world's first midnight, where the Millennium arrived in the South Pacific at a place that had been renamed Millennium Island, the easternmost island of Kiribati.
My dear child, take this torch of peace and hope from Kiribati, so that it may light the whole world.
In a nation that saw heavy battle casualties during World War II when U.S. forces drove out the occupying Japanese army, the gifts of fire were taken to the sea by an old man and a boy, while dancers chanted a farewell to the pain of the past in a traditional ceremony of good luck. Millennium computer bugs were of no concern on islands that would have been uninhabited had it not been for the celebration. But when the fireworks began in the first major city to see the 21st century, Auckland, New Zealand, the world was anticipating as well as watching. And in the first major Y2K test, the lights stayed on in Auckland. And as ABC News correspondent James Walker discovered, the ATMs were dispensing money.
This is an ATM receipt for, let me think, it's dated 1100, and the time on it is 3 seconds into the new year.
Midnight has now come and gone in Australia and in Japan and Korea. China celebrated its new millennium by asking its airlines to stay airborne to earn public confidence despite fears of Y2K bugs. This was also one of the countries that gave the world the technology it's using for most of the celebrations, fireworks. But one of the most gorgeous sights of all was this one, from Taiwan, with thousands of wish lanterns released into a graceful breeze. In Antarctica, scientists have reset the location of the South Pole. This is where, by walking around the pole, you could pass through each of the world's time zones in a few seconds. And in case you're wondering what's there to do at the South Pole,
done. Let's party!
they had some fireworks too.
Thanks very much, Bob Brown. Diane, sir, has stayed here much longer than, well, not longer than you usually do, because you work a long day, I know, but, and you've been out there. I love that Antarctic stuff. The fact that we can have a live camera in Antarctica, this extraordinary, pristine continent, is really fantastic.
Well, the whole pageant of the morning is so moving. I've been calling people around, and a number of people have called and left messages at my home to say that they've been welled up with tears, just at the diversity of the planet, if nothing else, watching
I think people are a little bit surprised. I must, to be perfectly honest with you and the audience, this international consortium of television broadcasters we put together, we weren't so sure of all the time.
Oh,
They probably weren't so sure of us either. But it's been quite a struggle to get all of the technical goings-on together, and the website was crashing all the time just when we wanted information. But I must say, I'm surprised and thrilled by the beauty of how much we've seen today so far.
Yeah, I think people take the technology for granted right now, but if you could stand back in the control room and listen to these various parts of the world being queued up and watch them just
This is
pop
wonderful.
on the
You can
screen.
call for the control room right now.
Yes, I've seen you do
I
that.
love
I
it.
can
Yeah,
call.
there it is.
I can make them wave. we can do anything
Yeah,
we want.
it is
Hello,
quite
Roger.
exciting. Yeah.
Well, you know, as we've been floating through all of these cultures around the world, one of the things we wanted to do, of course, this day was also do a little detective work on our own American culture. Wondering a bit on this eve of the new century if in the next 100 years men will still be from Mars and women from
Thanks a lot.
Venus, for instance.
Right.
What about American families? And so we thought, how do we learn something about what this next century will be sociologically in America? So we gathered some experts together. They are ages 6 to 10. They are from different kinds of families, single-parent families, two-parent families. And we sat the girls in one place and interviewed them, and then the boys in another, to ask some questions and see what we could learn.
Ask children what they love most in the year 2000, and it's perfectly clear girls still tend to be girls, shouting out parties and makeup,
You can do makeup.
while boys tend to be, well, action video obsessed.
Pokemon cards, Game Boys, and video games.
And Henry?
Donkey Kong Country, Rayman 2, and probably Pokemon Red version.
And when it comes to courtship, it's still just miniature Mars and Venus. Girls talk feelings.
How do you know when you're in love?
Like when you're next to them, you get shy and you don't look at them or something. And your cheeks are all red. You kind of dream about them, like, sometimes.
Have you been in love?
No.
While for the boys, it's strategy, trying to scope out what you think girls want.
What do you all think girls like the most? It makes them fall in love with a guy.
By them kissing you. Be nice, truthful, honest, and give him flowers. Flowers? I see it on TV. I don't know. You say good compliments about them, and if they like the compliments.
But as the children talked, we also began to hear something new. A certainty in both groups that girls are not only as smart as boys, but can do anything.
If you're a girl, can you be anything you want to be?
Yes. But a long time ago, you couldn't. That's true.
Can you be the president of a big company?
Yeah.
Can you be the president of the United States?
Yes. No. Yes.
No?
No.
You don't think you can be?
Boys get elected to be president, but a girl has never got that far to be a president. Just because there hasn't been doesn't mean there can't. I thought there was. Like in the past, girls couldn't run for president, but only boys could.
And that's, you think that's different now? Do you think?
Much different.
Much different.
And not only that, both sexes told us that girls may even have an advantage because boys, well, are just not that honest.
Well, what about they cheat?
You think boys cheat more than girls?
Yeah. And boys lie more, like Clinton. Clinton lied to, like, Clinton lied. Strike.
Do you think girls tell the truth more than boys?
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes. At my school, the boys tend to get in more trouble than the girls.
Why is that, you think?
I think boys are more wild.
I know, but you have to play. That's the best part.
But perhaps the thing that moved us the most about these 21st century kids, facing a world in which half of marriages end in divorce, was how passionate they are that two parents matter. Mom alone is not enough.
How important is it to have a mom and a dad in the house? Is it really important, or is it just sort of important?
Really important. Really
Extremely important.
Why do you say it's extremely important?
If you only had one, you don't get all the care you could get from both.
What's the best thing a mom can do?
Probably cook. I think the best thing a mom can do is have you.
Who makes you feel happiest, just generally, when you're in the house?
Mostly my dad. Sometimes my mom. Mostly my dad, because he usually goes to Burger King more and he buys me more toys. My dad really spends time with me. Most dads they have something in them that your mother doesn't have, and if it feels like they might have an empty space in your heart or something if you don't have a dad, because they fill in something.
What does it take to make a really happy family?
It just takes trust and love and listening to each other to really have a really good family. Yeah. Oh, to love your family. Oh, that's not it.
What is it, Graham?
Love, care, and friendship. And to have a lawyer.
And to have a lawyer? So there you have the nuclear family of 1999.
Well, it's a little scary. It's a little frightening. You realize how many troubles there are. I saw a survey some time ago where it said we got to start treating boys in the new part of this century like we used to treat girls, because boys have lost their self-esteem.
Well, I think a lot of people think there does need to be concentration on dads and boys, too. In fact, listening to these kids, I kept thinking, in the next century, people are going to say, that's as American as dad and apple pie. Because dad is so central to their yearning and to their lives. And I was surprised, since, as we know, divorce is a matter-of-fact issue in this country, that they still feel as passionately as they do about their mom, their dad.
Yeah, I think divorce in this country is a matter-of-fact issue to everybody except their own divorce.
That's right, and their kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
Okay, thanks, Diane. See you later. We'll be back in a moment as we continue our coverage of the Millennium around the world. There is Paris getting ready. One city trying to outdo the other.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the Millennium. Brought to you by AccuView Contact Lenses, vision for the new millennium. And by Zyban.
Well, here's some indication of what we have ahead of us. St. Paul's Cathedral in London stood throughout the Second World War. Everybody was convinced the Germans were absolutely determined to get that wonderful Wren church, and they did not. And look at how Paris is showing off tonight. This is as seen from the Eiffel Tower itself. Celebration in Paris, under 5 hours away. That's called the Trocadero on the east side. And right down in the foreground there, you can see the River Seine. And in Rome, the Pope has gone to the papal apartments to have a little bit of rest before he preaches again to the millenniums. He conducted Vespers just a short while ago in St. Peter's Basilica. And in Bethlehem, where we will celebrate the millennium as well, the crowd has not been deterred at all by all this talk of terrorism in the Middle East and elsewhere. This is the square just to the north. I guess you could call it Manger Square, just to the north of the Church of the Nativity, and ABC's Bill Blakemore is there. Bill.
Yes, Peter, there's a bit of a political rally going on here right now. That's Fatah, formerly the military arm of the PLO, which is now a legal political party in the Palestinian entity. But we've also learned tonight that the Palestinian police are looking for, among other people, Monty Kim Miller. They've been using pictures of him with their guards at the doors to try to find him. He is a Colorado-based self-appointed doomsday prophet who the Israeli authorities and the American authorities have also been concerned about. Some members of his group have been deported. There's concern that he was going to get something organized for this evening, trying possibly as the belief of such groups as his are, to try to begin the process which they say brings about the end of the world or the second coming of Christ. So we know that the authorities are still looking for them. They don't know where Montague Miller is. They haven't been able to find him to arrest him over the past year, while they have found other members of his group. And we do know that the Temple Mount, the Dome of the Rock in the middle of Jerusalem, is one of the places that they're very concerned about as well, because they believe that if something happened there, it could mean the beginning of the end of the world, according to their beliefs.
Actually, I don't think we have a camera outside the Temple Mount at the morning, but Diane and I have been sitting here about sort of events that have moved the world. There are Christians out there who are more fundamentalist, of course, about Judaism than Jews themselves now, and some of whom would like to see the Temple Mount, which is a Muslim mosque now built on top of this, which of course was the second temple, the Jews' second temple. They'd like to see it blown up. And it would cause havoc in the Middle East, I suspect, and throughout the Muslim world now.
Well, as you've been saying, and as Bill was saying, that everyone shows up there to affirm their right to be there and their passion about the place, even in the face of all these threats, says something, too, about the determination of others to make sure it doesn't happen.
You and I were talking about the Panama Canal, and it's 1908 when America gets involved. The French can't do it, so the United States goes to make this extraordinary technological adventure of its day, and it gets handed back almost, or handed to the Panamanians almost with a whimper.
I know, and my mother, in fact, I was just telling you in the break that my mother's been calling me a lot about it, because I think for Americans who remember how hard-won it was, not just to get it going technologically, but also with malaria and with everything that was paid in order to make sure that we had the Panama Canal, suddenly to give it back is a wrenching thing. Of course, they've argued that now it's not vital to our national security in the same way it once was, but I confess to a little bit of miserliness on my part.
Well, I mean, it's a great moment in what many people call the American century. When the first American engineer went to the Panama Canal, he took two coffins with him, one for himself and one for his wife, because they didn't have any defense against malaria there. And one of the contributions to science in this generation is having discovered what the mosquito could potentially do and cure it then.
I wanted to say, Peter, but as we're watching Bethlehem Square and the others, I've been noticing that now, back out in Times Square, the crowd has been creeping back as far as I can see, and as far as I know, the crowd at Times Square here in New York. Look at it now. There are about 3 people there over the age of 18 because it's freezing out there.
Well, it reflects the world, and it certainly reflects the Middle East, where we have been talking about, where more than 50% of the population is under 17. We'll be back to continue our Millennium coverage after this.
This is ABC 2000, live from around the world. Once again from Times Square, Peter Jennings.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, wherever you are. It's just a little before 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We've been looking out at Times Square all morning. It's provided us with a tremendous amount of energy. And we've been joined very briefly by a dear friend and colleague of ours. They always say that on television. Right? Todd Brewster, who's the editorial director of The Century, with whom we did the television series and the book this year. And we've been talking about what Times Square was really like. This has always been the sort of village green for New York.
That's the perfect way to phrase it. I mean, it really is a place where people come together at these incredible moments. The most famous one, of course, being VJ Day, when we had the famous picture of the kissing sailor, and everybody claims they were the sailor, they were the woman being kissed, and that sort of says something, I think, about the democratic nature of the whole gathering here over the time. It's a place where people come to sort of experience popular culture, too. This is where popular culture in this century was born. When you think of all the great musicals of the 20th century, they started
surrounded by Broadway, of course.
By them, yeah.
It looks so unbelievably different. We have several pictures, or a couple of pictures anyway, of Times Square. By the way, before you go any farther, Roger Goodman, just stop for 1 sec there, if you would, possible, because you're pointing right at now what used to be the Times building, right, Todd? It was, the Times moved here. Everybody thought they were crazy going uptown, and behind all those advertising is this great, beautiful New York Times building.
And that's the other big thing about Times Square, is the advertising and the tawdry nature of everything here. And there are a lot of architecture critics who believe that that's something to preserve. They've actually worked hard to try to preserve the tawdry nature of Times Square because it's part of its charm, part of what makes people come here.
As you look back over the century, and you look, there's a New York Times actually published a wonderful book called The Century in Times Square, which you and I are both looking at. As you look back over the century, through pictures and whatnot, is there any great, other than Victory Over Japan Day or VE Day, which you remember particularly?
Well, this is an incredible picture here, looking at men in fedoras for one thing, but also looking at people who are in need of work during the Depression. There's another picture, I don't know if we have it, of the gathering to watch the World Series in 1919. And the interesting thing, of course, about that picture, the 1919 World Series was the one that was thrown by the White Sox.
That's
the
right.
Black Sox scandal
It became
came
the Black
out of
Sox.
this.
But look at, you're right, look at the hats on these people who had gathered here. And what they were all sitting, see if we can orient people just a little. They were sitting to watch what's called the zipper, which was the news going round and round as it now...
Now there's several zippers, actually, in Times Square. It's actually become quite a place for watching the news in many ways.
Well, of course, this is just politically incorrect now, but that was the one I remember seeing for the first time when I came here in the late 1950s.
It's an ad which shows a man puffing smoke, actually, coming out of the Campbell cigarette ad. And it was one of the things people most identified with Times Square were these ads that actually came to life. And it's still true today. You look around here, you see these incredible advertisements for Coca-Cola, for whiskey, for Samsung, everywhere.
I'm going to cut you off for a second and go to the other great institution in New York City, the New York Stock Exchange. We're about to hear the sounding of the last bell of the 20th century. Because the sound isn't terribly good as far as I'm concerned. Are we hearing Auld Lang Syne played on the New York floor of the New York Stock Exchange? Didn't think they were that sentimental. Betsy Stark, are you still there on the floor of the exchange for us, I hope?
Yes, I am, Peter.
Do you know who's participating?
It's all that noise you hear are 2,000 balloons being popped to mark the end of the last day of trading of the millennium, when the Dow and the NASDAQ hit another record in another record-breaking year.
Give us the figures, will you, if you know them off the top of your head?
Well, we won't have the final numbers for a few minutes, but the Dow Jones Industrials closed up 49 points, it looks like. Over 11,500, I think. And the NASDAQ, believe, is up 32, Peter. So just another incredible finish. Some of the global markets finished on record highs yesterday as well. Paris, London, Frankfurt, all closed out the years on a very high note.
Okay, we're a little misleading with that number on. That was actually the market for the year, and I don't want to make you shout any more than you have to, but you know, you said when the bell was rung to open the market today by Muhammad Ali, you were talking a little bit about what this marketplace would be like in the next century. For those who weren't here, can you review a touch of it?
The move is really toward, the trend is toward a market that may be more fully electronic. Some people think there may not be a floor-based trading that you see here at the New York Stock Exchange. Already we have markets in the world where it's all done by computer, an anytime, anywhere kind of model for trading stocks 24/7. That's what we could be headed for.
Thanks very much, Betsy. And I do something with your voice. I want to go back now down to Times Square on the subject of electronic trading and everything. Juju Chang is down there in the square with someone who is described as the e-commerce man of the year. Bears explanation, Juju.
Well, we're standing here with Brian Curry, and he is CEO of EarthCam. EarthCam is conducting a 24-hour website and web broadcast of the Times Square festivities, and Brian is joining us. Brian, where do you see e-business going in the next millennium?
Well, actually, webcam is going to be a big part of e-business going forward. Live visual information on the internet is a key area, and that's where our company EarthCam has been forging big areas in. Not only will you have images on computers, you'll have them on your cell phones, handheld devices. We see it as a key area.
Why is it such a booming part of the NASDAQ and the larger economy? E-business is so hot.
It is. It really is amazing. Because people realize it's a whole new medium that's out there, a whole new world, and they realize that even someone at home sitting at their computer now can direct their attention worldwide, and they can expand and reach out around the world. It's an amazing opportunity that's happening right now.
You have 5,000 cameras stationed around the globe, and you have 10 here in Times Square. Why do people come to EarthCam and to sites like yours?
Well, you know, I think visual information and getting a chance to explore the planet is very, very compelling. People love to be able to go, wow, they can go instantly live to Times Square. That's very cool if you're living in Sri Lanka or someplace like that.
Great, thank you very much. The webcast is being hosted and will continue for 24 hours. Peter, back to you.
Thanks very much, Juju. A good reminder there of how we are all linked together in so many different ways at the end of the century. When we come back, speaking of the subject of a wide world, we're going to talk to ABC's Jim McKay, who's taken us so many places in the latter part of this century to cover the world's great sports.
From around the world, ABC 2000 will continue in a moment.
Well, there's so much going on, it's kind of hard to keep up with, but we've been giving Paris a lot of attention today for obvious reasons, right there at the heart of modern Europe. And we hear, Barbara Walters, in Paris right now that there's a problem with the clock.
Well, Peter, they are tearing their hair out at the Eiffel Tower. Since April of 1997, 1,000 days ago, they've been counting down the days, then the hours, and the minutes it's supposed to come. But if you look at the Eiffel Tower now, there is a glitch. It says 1 and a T. It isn't moving. The hours aren't being counted down. We don't know whether it's synchronized later with the 20,000 bulbs that are supposed to shine and the fireworks, but right now there is a glitch in the Eiffel Tower and they are frantic.
We can imagine. I hope you're keeping us on it, Barbara. In the meantime, let's go to Leipzig in Germany. At the famous Gewandhaus with the famous Gewandhaus Orchestra in Leipzig, which used to be East Germany and now is Germany again. They are playing Beethoven's and singing Beethoven's and acting Beethoven's Ode to Joy. One of the things we're trying to do is catch everything on tape, and Roger Goodman, our director in the control room, if you'll get me the famous Ode to Joy chorus, perhaps we can listen to it after we have talked to a man for whom the theme Ode to Joy was always emblematic of at least one point in the Olympics. Jim McKay, who has seen as much of the world as anybody and is a very close friend of a lot of ours, is here with us from our Washington bureau today. Well, Jim, as you look back on the century, you must have just one pocketful or pockets full of memories.
Well, I do, and at this moment I can't stop thinking about the very different mood the last time that you and I worked on a marathon telecast in Munich in 1972.
That's right, very much indeed. Do you want to take us through some of the great athletes you've been associated with in all of your career?
We can do something like that, the history of sports in about 5 minutes.
Good, and then we'll talk.
Why don't you roll it?
The first minority sports hero was Jim Thorpe. The Native American was a football star at Carlisle Indian School, a decathlon gold medalist in the 1912 Olympics, and a big league ball player. He's still considered the greatest all-around athlete ever. At a time when the mere thought of having a black man in the same ring as a white man made most whites uncomfortable, Jack Johnson became the heavyweight boxing champion, but he committed the then unforgivable sin of marrying a white woman and of flaunting his newfound wealth. Baseball, the only true professional team sport, suffered a near fatal blow when members of the Chicago White Sox threw the World Series in 1919. A stern judge named Kennesaw Mountain Landis was hired as commissioner. He restored the game's integrity, and a barrel-chested, spindly-legged kid out of a Baltimore boys' home became baseball's greatest star. George Herman Ruth became the beloved Babe who hit home runs in numbers never dreamed of before. In the process, he blazed the trail for the professional athlete as a national icon. He was the biggest star of a decade known as the Golden Age of sports. But most of the heroes of the Golden Age were amateurs. A gentle lawyer from Atlanta known to his fans as Bobby Jones achieved the Grand Slam of golf and received a ticker tape parade in New York. Big Bill Tilden stood astride the world of tennis. Football's biggest stars came from the college ranks, not the pros. There was Illinois' galloping ghost, Red Grange, and the fabled Four Horsemen of Notre Dame, Stuldrare, Leyden, Miller, and Sleepy Jim Crowley. For the first time, women attained national adulation. Helen Wills Moody, Little Miss Poker Face they called her, won 19 major singles tennis championships, and a New York secretary named Gertrude Ederle swam the English Channel. The 1930s saw the rise of a gracious young black man from Detroit to the heavyweight championship. Joe Louis's fights with the German Max Schmeling were the stuff of legends. He served his country during World War II and was loved as no other African-American athlete before him. Babe Didrikson became known as the First Lady of Sports. And in the 1936 Olympics, Jesse Owens won 4 gold medals and in the process shamed Adolf Hitler in his homeland. Baseball remained a lily-white enclave until a parsimonious, Bible-quoting general manager named Branch Rickey broke the barrier by the simple but shattering act of signing Jackie Robinson to a big league contract. Robinson took vicious abuse on the field and off from his opponents and even from some of his teammates, but he won the day with grace and tremendous talent. His arrival on the scene set the stage for the entire civil rights revolution that was to come. Still, black basketball stars could only find fame with the comic relief of the Harlem Globetrotters. It's difficult to recall that pro basketball was once all white, but it was until Chuck Cooper was signed by the Boston Celtics in 1950. The 1950s also marked the arrival of television as a powerful influence on the sports scene. At first, the new medium focused on questionable exhibitions like roller derby, featuring a fierce young woman called Tuffy Brazoon, and pro wrestling, as farcical then as it is today. The costumes and characters of the 90s were foreshadowed by a platinum blonde grappler called Gorgeous George. But more serious sport was to come. Pro football exploded into the national spotlight with the first overtime game between the Colts and the Giants in 1959. It's still called by many the greatest game ever played and set the stage for the NFL of today.
I'm the resurrected, the savior of the whole game. Every day I'm in the newspapers. You get tired of reading about me. All magazines, everything. I'm a big man.
Muhammad Ali came to the boxing scene as a teenage light heavyweight Olympic gold medalist in 1960 and dominated his sport for years. At first he was a loudmouth, poetry-writing upstart, then a great heavyweight champion. His refusal to serve in Vietnam cost him his crown for 4 years, but he returned again and again, and in the end, he's a sentimental, revered figure. Through the years, all sports grew through television. The Olympics began a transition from amateur to professional, but it was an amateur hockey team made up of American college students that pulled off the biggest upset in the history of any sport. Television rights money for events increased exponentially. The word billions replaced millions in negotiations. This, in turn, sent sports salaries into the stratosphere through the 80s and the 90s. In at least one case, the NBA, one player more than earned his huge salary. Michael Jordan made the Pro Basketball League almost by himself. The NFL became a national obsession. Big League Baseball, despite strikes and endless haggling, maintained its place as the national game. And a women's soccer team grabbed the nation's attention. And now the century ends. The amateur world of 1900 has all but disappeared. The most flattering phrase that an athlete can hear is, he's a real pro. But the most dramatic change, the increase of minority participation. 77% of all NBA players. In the NFL, 65%. Baseball, 41%. And as the new millennium arrives, The most dramatic example is, of all things, a golfer. Until recent years, minorities were seen at golf championships only as caddies. Now Tiger Woods, who celebrated his 24th birthday yesterday, is already spoken of with the same reverence as Jones, Hogan, Nelson, Snead, Nicklaus, and Palmer. The century has seen dizzying changes on the planet with every passing year, but it took the entire 100 years for the sports scene to go from lily white to the rainbow landscape of skin color we see today. Let's hope we can pick up the pace in facing whatever new challenges arrive in the century to come.
Well, thank you very much for Jim McKay for doing that. Jim, I actually hadn't seen that before, though I'd read what you prepared. I'm a little troubled by the questionable exhibition sport roller derby. You shouldn't slam roller derby like that.
I shouldn't. Leo Seltzer's baby.
Yeah.
It was one of the big deals in the early days of television.
Is there ever a sport you didn't cover?
Any sport I haven't covered?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there are somewhere. Actually, I haven't covered football for a long, long time. I did in the early days. I covered the Navy games when there were only 7 stations, I believe, on the CBS network at that time. This was Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, only 5 stations. We were the 5th station in the country.
You know, given that we're talking about the century, the first great sports personality of the century is Babe Ruth.
Yes, to me, absolutely #1. Think about it, Peter. As a pitcher with the Boston Red Sox, every year his earned run average was under 3. In one year, I believe it was under 2. Then he went to New York, was traded to New York, of course, and in the first year hit more home runs than the entire rest of the league. All the rest of the teams had hit. He was the first guy to hit 30 home runs, 40 home runs, 50 home runs, 60 home runs. And he and Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis, I think the first commissioner, actually saved the sport. In addition to that, it was the precursor of the big money days for professional athletes in this country. Remember one year he made $100,000, I think, and somebody, this was during the Depression, and a reporter asked, he said, you know, you made more money than President Hoover did last year. And the Babe said in his famous line, yeah, but I had a much better year than he did.
Exactly. You know, ESPN, I notice, has chosen Michael Jordan as the athlete of the century. I've seen other people wanted to choose Muhammad Ali, who we saw ring the opening bell today. Do you have one?
I voted on that, and I voted for Babe Ruth #1 and Muhammad Ali #2. I take nothing away from Michael Jordan. He is just unbelievable, and I'd walk a block to see him play any time. But I think the other two just had such tremendous influence. They changed their sport and had influences on society, too.
There was one other, thinking in global terms. I was reading Rob Hughes, who writes the sports column for the International Herald Tribune yesterday, and he chooses Pele, the great soccer player.
Well, this was only supposed to be North Americans in the ESPN thing.
And where would you put someone like Pele in terms of athlete of the century?
I would put him right up there. On world terms, I would put it up there with Muhammad Ali.
Now, in all of sports, you've ended up with your greatest love being horse racing, am I right?
Yeah, we didn't mention horse racing in the piece, and the reason is a lot of people, or some people anyway, don't consider jockeys or horses athletes, and I totally disagree with that. I mean, if Secretariat wasn't an athlete when he won the Belmont by 31 lengths, I don't know who was. And as for jockeys, you know, Dr. Curlin, who was the famous orthopedist out in California, once gave a number of athletes from all the sports tests in different disciplines. The winner, there were baseball players, football players, everybody. The winner was Bill Shoemaker, the famous jockey.
And of course, we just saw Willie Shoemaker's record broken just several weeks ago.
By Lafitte Pinkai Jr. So you'd have to put in many famous athletes of the century, Shoemaker and the great Eddie Arcaro, Lafitte Pinkai Jr., and probably some of the others of today.
Well, you've had a wonderful life, and you've brought us a wonderful world of sports for many years. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Jim McKay, who, when he's not calling him, is down at his farm in Baltimore, and not too far from the track at any given moment. And just to bring back a few memories for him, I was talking a little bit about Ode to Joy. The first time I heard Ode to Joy that sticks absolutely in my memory is in Southern Africa, because many countries took Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and used it as their national anthem. Changed a great deal in Southern Africa, and of course ABC chose it for many years to signify its coverage of the Olympics. So here in honor of Jim McKay is a little more Beethoven, Ode to Joy.
they're lined up here waiting for the fireworks. As soon as it's 12 o'clock, there's a barge out there that the Taj Mahal Hotel, which is right here, world-famous hotel, has supplied. It's going to greet the folks, and then there are going to be huge fireworks. This, by the way, is a subdued crowd. This country is officially in mourning for the death of the late President Sharma. But take a look, not very subdued. Lots of other parties going on around India. Down the beach in Goa, huge international party. Palaces in Rajasthan. But right here we have the folks out in the public square waiting to celebrate. Peter?
Well, Lynn, this is now a nuclear nation as well, and as we said, about to become the world's most populous nation, perhaps sometimes in the next 50, the world's largest parliamentary democracy. There must be a tremendous sense of confidence there in many respects tonight.
You know, there is great hope and a lot of wishes here, but interestingly, wishes for ordinary things. The newspaper asked people what their wild wishes were. They said they want water to come out of the taps. They want people to be fed. A very sobering thought, even at an exciting moment like this.
Well, as we watch it, talk to us a little bit about whatever's going on there of your choice, but also about the two different kinds of India, urban and rural.
Well, let me first tell you that the people here tonight are celebrating mostly because they love a party. There's not a huge amount of excitement that it happens to be the turn of the millennium. India loves to celebrate. I'm told there are more holidays here than in any other country in the world. So this is just a great big party for them. But it is a land of immense contrast, Peter, as you well know. Here in Bombay, we have billionaires and we have rag pickers. This is a country where they've invented a huge amount of the world's computer software, and still more than half the country is illiterate. Just staggering, staggering poverty, and yet they do know how to have a good time.
Listen
Those
to the
fireworks
countdown.
started now out on the...
And so India passes into the new millennium as well. This country that really had its greatest midnight only a couple of years ago when it celebrated its independence. 50 years ago in 1948, a war of independence which led to partition between India and Pakistan and what is now Bangladesh.
And Peter, if I might add a very curious thing about the Hindi language, which is spoken by the majority of people here, although of course there are about 18 official languages, but in Hindi, the word yesterday is the same as the word for tomorrow. A very different sense of time from what we have in America.
What are we looking at in terms of a physical structure, Lynn?
You are looking at the gateway of India, Peter. This is, curiously, a relic from the monarch. This was built at the beginning of this century, or now I should say the last one, 1911, to commemorate the visit by King George V, then the ruling monarch. Of course, India, as you say, now independent, the world's largest democracy, and it's just fine with them to be celebrating by a structure that was built by and to commemorate the British. That's okay. Nobody minds that the British were here as long as they've got their independence now.
And India got its independence from Britain, as we said, in 1947, and they've just had a very tough negotiation about a hijacking situation up in Afghanistan. Has that settled well with the people, the fact that India helped to resolve this as it did?
Peter, all the opinions are not in yet. I will tell you that while I was here, as you know, covering it during this week, and there was immense emotion about that issue. The people wanted, the Indians wanted their passengers back. They wanted their plane back. They are furious at the hijackers. There is a strong sense of continuing to fight for Kashmir. So I don't know how it's going to work since those 3 militants were released. This has yet to play out in the press and among the people. Right now, there is obviously exuberance that the crisis is over, but we don't have the fallout yet from the deal that was made by the Indian government with the hostage takers.
When we sent Lynn to India for this celebration, we also asked her to talk about population as well. Lynn, would you like to take us in that direction?
Peter, this is a country you've mentioned of 1 billion people.
China already has 1 billion people. They got there in the 1980s. India just got there, at least by all estimates. But China has a literacy rate of around 80 or 83 or 90%. And in India, it's something like 53%. India has the same number of people. They have not done as well, and that's one of the huge problems here. Another major problem in India with the population is that something like a third of the population is under 25. Take a look at the situation in India and the rest of the developing world.
If every human on Earth weighed exactly the same, here's how our planet might look. Lopsided in Asia, specifically China and India, where 1/3 of the world's population now lives. It took the world 3 centuries until 1800 to grow to 1 billion. But it's taken India and China only 3 decades to get their populations to 1 billion each. By 2050, India is expected to add another 500 million, making it the most populous country on the globe. And that threatens already dwindling resources.
Many of these countries, including India, are simply outrunning their water supplies. Water shortages will translate into food shortages, and that in turn could increase malnutrition and hunger, and especially infant mortality.
More people also means more cities. Half the world is expected to live in urban areas within 5 years. And more pavement means less open land, less space for the other creatures on our planet. But India has actually started to slow its rate of growth, bringing fertility rates down.
In the middle of the 20th century, Indian women on average had about 6 children per woman. Today they have 3. That's both because Indian women, especially young Indian women, want smaller families than their mothers had, and it's also because the government has been at least modestly successful in providing good family planning services to the people of India.
Ironically, when family planning is too successful, falling birth rates can lead to equally gloomy predictions. In Italy, for instance, as in several other developed countries, more people are dying than are being born, which means the average age there by 2050 is predicted to be 70. The goal, experts say, to reach a stable society is for each couple to reproduce itself, 2 parents, 2 babies. That happens to be precisely where the United States is today. In other words, demography is not destiny. Societies can change. The question is, can those facing the biggest challenges change fast enough to make a difference?
Where is that? And so we get a look at the burdens of population and the challenges of population in the next century. I want to go back to Lynn Sher very briefly in India. Lynn, that celebration that we've been watching behind you, I apologize for still being confused, is out in the harbor, out in the Bay of Bombay? No, not this one,
yes,
the one that we've been watching on videotape.
That is right behind me in the Arabian Sea. It's in the harbor, right behind the gateway of India. To get your bearings, I know you've been here lots. The Taj Mahal Hotel, which supplied the fireworks, is essentially where I'm standing. Right behind me is the large public space. Right. The gateway is behind my right shoulder, the Arabian Sea behind my left. That's what's going on back there.
Okay, thanks very much. Apologize for my confusion. Lynn Sher, by the way, is going to chat live from Bombay on abcnews.com. Lynn, this is your first visit to India. I want to know what your most powerful impression is.
The answer is the number of people. It's staggering. It's so hard to wrap your mind around the fact that there are this many people almost everywhere, Peter. This country adds 20 million people a year. That's the size of Australia. 50,000 new babies a day. You see it in the cities. You see it in the countryside. This is a very, very large train to start to turn around. It's happening, but it's going to take a while. Peter?
Okay, Lynn, thanks very much for a wonderful job in India. What a place to celebrate the new millennium. looking at the past and the future. In terms of population, I want to talk just a little bit with someone who's a student of population, and we're now talking about population growth in very dramatic ways. Ken Dykewald in San Francisco, who's the author of How the 21st Century Will Be Ruled by the New Old. You're a baby boomer, I can tell by looking at you. As you see us going around the world today, Ken, and looking at the exploding population in some places, it must give you shivers in some respects.
Well, yes, it does. Just to imagine the idea of 20 million births per year in India, which is 5 times the number of births than there were during our great baby boom after World War II. But as you know, what I find particularly interesting is not just the number of babies being born, but how many of us will be living longer and longer and even longer in the 21st century.
So as a demographer in some respects, what do you think it's going to look like by 2050?
Well, Peter, with regard to longevity, let's keep in mind that throughout 99% of human history, the average life expectation worldwide was less than 18 years. The truth of it is, in the past, most people didn't age. We all died very young. In the 19th and 20th centuries, we've seen extraordinary advances in medicine and pharmacy and public health, which have begun to give us all somewhat of a taste of a long life. But the real longevity revolution, the real fireworks are just about to occur. I think there's a very strong likelihood that by the middle of this new century, average life expectancy in the industrialized worlds will have lifted up to somewhere between 90 and 100. And I think people living to 120 or 150 will become commonplace.
Which raises all sorts of potential burdens. The United Nations tells us we'll spend more time caring for our parents than for our children in this century.
Right, and the parents that will be cared for at the end of the day will be us. One of the hardest things for people in our age group to consider is that when we think of the new old, those people living 80 or 100 or 150 years in this new century, this will not be our mom and dad's generation necessarily. This will be ours. We will be the people living these long lives, going back to school at 70, late blooming at 90, learning new technologies and new careers at 100. And I was even reflecting, Peter, that if you and I are still around, we might be doing this show 100 years from now with a little more gray in our hairs.
Well, you might be doing it around, and I notice you're the one who calls it from baby boom to age wave, right? Is that did you coin that phrase?
Yes, that is a phrase I've used, yes.
And have you any predictions about the century? It won't do you any bodily harm if you can't think of one on the spot?
No, the truth of it is the 20th century was very much the century of youth, and that youth really hit its high point with the emergence of the 78 million strong baby boom in the second half of this century. But in the 21st century, the population growth we're going to see here is going to be from people over the age of 50. The new Mick Jagger at 56, you know, the Sean Connery at 69, the John Glenn going up into space at 78. And so the boomers will not give up their center of gravity. They won't give up their power. But they will adopt a new mantle, a new style, and the style will be maturity. And in truth, in the years to come, the mature population will control more and more of the economic strength. They'll have unrivaled political might. And indeed, the epicenter of American culture and all the modernized nations of the world will shift from youth to old. And as you said at the beginning of this segment, whereas the 20th century was ruled by the young, the 21st century is going to be ruled by the new old.
Ken, thank you very much. Ken Dykewald in San Francisco. Very interesting take on what it's going to be like in the next century. As I said, ABC's Lynn Sher can be talked to in person from Bombay on abcnews.com. We'll be back in just a moment.
From around the world, ABC 2000 will continue in a moment.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Times Square, and I don't think we want you to think that we're oblivious to what goes on around us. You've noticed several fire trucks in the middle of the square at the moment, which is why these lanes are left over. There's something going on, and it's in our building, right above us. You can see just above us there. We don't think it's serious, but now you get a very good, clear example of why the New York authorities leave all of the side streets open, though you can't park a car within 24 square blocks of this place, and how easy and how efficiently they have made it for the fire department to get around this particular part of town today. There's something going on above us. We do not know what it is, but we do not believe it is serious. Now, we've had the most serious and wonderful exhibition of century change in many parts of the world, and before the end of the day is, I hope if you haven't seen them all, we'll make sure that you do see them all. Let's go to Asia again, where so many of the great dramatic moments have occurred so far in terms of celebration. First, to the capital of China, used to be called Peking, now it's Beijing. The communist Chinese leadership showed up in the land which gave the rest of the world fireworks, where many of the fireworks in the world are still preserved to celebrate as they did on the banks of the river which separates the Bund in Old Shanghai to New Shanghai. That's New Shanghai. And this is Taiwan. There's a plethora of fireworks, but here in Taiwan they did something interesting, flying the sky lanterns. For centuries they were used as the way to communicate, and then we went to Indonesia as well, that troubled nation today, to celebrate on the island of Java and see the celebration there of the long 4,000 year history of Indonesia as well. That was the quickest highlight package I've seen in a long time, Roger. At any rate, there are these wonderful crowds in Times Square which have given this place absolutely tremendous sense of block to block to block enthusiasm, because as the rest of the world has celebrated, the Times 2000 group here has celebrated right along with them. And as we count down in various parts of the world, we have had the people in Times Square counting down with us as well. We don't know if they fixed the clock in Paris, but we certainly know that Charlie Gibson is in London. Charlie?
Peter, as I have watched you now for almost 9 hours, you know, I think broadcasters get somewhat jaded about what we can do in terms of linking parts of the world. But this is really the most extraordinary example I've ever seen of putting together literally the global village, as you've gone from the remote islands in the South Pacific through Japan, China, India just a few moments ago. These linkages are so important, and the expressions of hope that we have seen from every country so important. I mention all of this because there was a very important linkage just a few moments ago, actually put together by the BBC and RTE, which is the Irish broadcasting system. In the center of Derry, Londonderry, the embattled town of Northern Ireland, there were 100,000 people gathered, 2,000 singers, linked symbolically and literally with Dublin, where the 3 Irish tenors and a female soloist as well were singing in front of a crowd of 20,000, and they sang the haunting Irish melody, Danny Boy. Catholics singing together, and it is such a sign of hopefulness in Ireland, where maybe there is now a chance for peace. Given the efforts of so many in the north, in the south, Senator Mitchell from the United States among others, maybe there's a chance for peace, and that linkage, very symbolic of it. Singers in Derry and singers in Dublin united in song. Peter?
Thanks, Charlie. The Derry air, from the siege of Derry in 1689 to now, to the end of the Troubles. Long, long time. And very moving. Some people I know could listen to that song all day and probably all night. We'll be back in a minute, but as we go out, let's check the first sunrise in Sydney, Australia. Isn't it appropriate? The man playing the didgeridoo is of Irish heritage. It seems several hours ago now that Jimmy Walker called in from New Zealand to tell us that the first baby had been born in New Zealand, and it was a boy, the first baby of the century. I'm not sure it will hold as a claim if you think about all of the argument there was about who was going to have the first midnight and the first sunlight. But we did ask ABC's Aaron Brown to try to compile for you a list. This is the season of lists, of course. Some of the century's firsts. Here's what he's got.
Firsts seem to matter a lot on a day like this, so here are a few. Sandwiched in between the first Millennium celebration and the first spectacular fireworks display, you might have missed the first wedding. 467 miles off the coast of New Zealand, Chatham Islands, Monique Kroon, who runs a hardware store there, married Dean Baird. Not long after, the first baby was born. We believe this is actually the first girl baby born, a New Zealander. The shots of the first boy baby born are apparently caught up in the first traffic jam of the new century. The first attempt to defy death took some rehearsal, but when midnight struck, the cord was ready, the jumper was ready, and so were the record books. And while much of the world celebrated in traditional costumes with customs that go back centuries, Philadelphia began its day's celebrations in sweats, running up the steps of the Art Museum, a tradition that dates back to the first Rocky movie back in the late 70s. And while none of these events may be as spectacular as this one, don't try telling that to them or to her.
There will be so many more firsts by the time we're finished. Thank you very much, Aaron Brown. As we were talking to Jim McKay, we couldn't help but be struck by how much change there has been in the area of sports, particularly for women. And in Insight magazine recently, there's an article which says, by the middle of the 21st century, female athletes not only will compete head-to-head against males, but in fact may overtake them, particularly in track and swimming. To talk about women in sports, we're joined from our bureau, I believe, in Los Angeles, ABC and ESPN's Robin Roberts. Robin, what's your first thought about women in this century and sports?
My first thought is I go to 1932, and Babe Didrikson, Zaharias, was so bold, so brash, was such a fabulous athlete in track and field, later was one of the founders of the LPGA Tour and won many golf tournaments. But really, you know, this is a time when everyone's looking back and trying to find the significant occurrences of the century, and Babe Didrikson was the first bona fide superstar for women athletes in this century. And you follow that up in 1972, which was a very significant time for all women, and the fact that Title IX was passed. I am a baby of Title IX. I was 12 years old, and Peter, I can remember the distinct difference before Title IX and after.
You better explain to people what Title IX is.
Title IX was the passage in which that if a sport was made available for a man, it had to also be made available for a woman, especially in schools. Any school that received federal funding had to also make sure that a sport was available for both girls and boys. And the fact that that happened in 1972 at a time when a lot of things were happening for women in this country, equal rights and such, I really feel it was one of the most significant occurrences of the 20th century for women in this country.
Did it make a difference in terms of prowess, or I shouldn't say simply, but simply in equality? Did it make difference in more than just political and social equality?
It was, it's far-reaching. When I say that I am a product of Title IX, it has nothing to do with the fact that I went on to be a network sportscaster. It has everything to do with the fact that I was given an opportunity, exposed to the same things that men were exposed to in sport, the intangibles that you learn about being self-confident, all those things that for generations, centuries if you will, men have used to go on to be successful in businesses and other areas of life. It has nothing to do simply with the playing field, and that was the impact of Title IX, the fact that it was able to make women exposed to something to help them be more powerful outside of the playing field.
For no particular reason, two things come to mind to me. First of all, how popular girls' basketball is in parts of the country. And secondly, what John McEnroe has been saying recently about men's tennis and women's tennis. Women's tennis is, quite frankly, just more interesting than men's tennis to a great many people at the moment. Do you foresee a time when men and women are going to compete in some sports on an equal footing?
Well, I go back again to 1972 when Billie Jean King competed against Bobby Riggs. And
that was a gimmick.
But perhaps it was more symbolic than it was significant. And you're correct there about being a gimmick. But it was a gimmick. I could still hear our former colleague Howard Cosell calling the action in the Astrodome. It was full. It was a capacity crowd. Millions upon millions watching on television. Until recently, it was the most watched sporting event of the century. That kind of impact, the fact that they were playing a man playing against a woman, and Billie Jean King really didn't want to play that match, but Margaret Court had lost to Bobby Riggs earlier, so it really forced her to play. But to answer your question, do I think that there will be a time that men and women will compete head-to-head? No. I mean, genetically, men are more powerful. That's not something that's going to change. Perhaps it will in the 21st century, but it's more important that women be given an opportunity in the WNBA to play, not necessarily in the NBA. If someone should be successful and be able to play in the NBA, well, so be it. But I think it's more important that they have a venue in which they can play on equal footing.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Robin Roberts. We watch you often on sports. Thank you very much for talking to us about women in sports today. There's another line in that same article which says that one of the things we should look forward to in the 21st century is the possibility that a female athlete will break the gender barrier. It's one of the things to look forward to as we look ahead. We'll be back.
ABC 2000 will continue live from around the world in just a moment.
It's a little after 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Let us give you some headlines in the rest of the world. It was a tremendous day here on Wall Street. The place you may have been with us ended with a tremendous bang, full of bells, whistles, and a couple of records. The Dow Jones Industrials went up 44 points to close at 11,497. That gives the index a 25% gain for the year, and the NASDAQ climbed just over 32 points to 4,069. That's up 84% from last year on the NASDAQ. A little while ago, well, we'll come to the Panama Canal and Cuba in just a second, but the big news earlier this morning was that President Boris Yeltsin of Russia said he was out of it. He was no longer going to be the president. He turned over power to Vladimir Putin, who's become Russia's acting president, and Mr. Putin and Mr. Yeltsin and President Clinton have all been in touch with one another. And not too long ago, there was the official ceremony which made Panama the sole owner, the sole guardian, the sole controller of the Panama Canal, taking us back very much in memory terms to the beginning of the century when the United States built the Panama Canal, which made us think that in 1900, Havana, in fact all of Cuba, was under U.S. military control after Spain's defeat in the Spanish-American War of 1898. And then in 1959, Fidel Castro came to power, and the United States and Cuba have had this utterly strange, in many people's views, and very cantankerous, very antagonistic relationship ever since. And this afternoon, where old Havana meets the new city, we are going to go to Cynthia McFadden, who is there in the heart of the old city. Hi, Cynthia, and what's it like in Cuba today?
Hello, Peter. I'm standing in Central Park in Havana. Today is a national holiday, and while it is officially the year 2000 about to happen here, the Millennium doesn't officially begin until next year. So if you missed the celebrations this year, you can come down next year because there will be celebrations once again. We paid a visit yesterday to the schools to talk to children about the start of the year 2000 and their feelings about the United States. It was a fascinating day. Peter, part of what the children talked about was their fear of the United States and how they felt that they didn't want to come to the United States because it was a place where they kidnapped children. a direct reference, of course, to Elian Gonzalez. The children also said that the United States was just a place where there was money, and money wasn't what was most important. I should mention, Peter, that you know, as you talk about the global community, Cuba is a place because of the small number of computers here. In the classrooms we visited yesterday, there was certainly no computers and almost no paper that we could see. This is a place where the children's role models, their idols, are not the baseball players or Madonna or pop stars. Their role models are engineers and teachers and librarians, which is who all the children we spoke to yesterday said they wanted to be.
Well, from a Cuban point of view, as everybody knows, I guess education and participation in the third world are very much what Cuba has stood for, at least in the developing world. I know you have a very important guest there with you, so why don't you introduce him and perhaps talk with him before he leaves on us.
Yes, exactly, Peter. Well, as you know, Ricardo Alarcon is the president of the National Assembly, and he joins me here in Central Park. Mr. Alarcon, welcome. And let me ask you, what is the change in power in the Soviet Union today? What does that mean for Cuba?
Well, I think that it's an internal matter of Russia, and I hope that the country will continue evolving normally, and that President Yeltsin's substitute will continue conducting the country in a proper way.
As you reflect back on the years since the revolution here, what do you see as the greatest accomplishment of the revolution?
The greatest accomplishment is the sense of dignity and independence that our people now enjoys.
And what would you say is something that you hope to see achieved for Cuba in the years to come?
I think that our people, as everybody else, look forward to a new era of peace, of tranquility, of prosperity. And I would say, talking to you at this moment, that we would especially look forward to having a normal and friendly relationship with the American people, as good neighbors should do.
Do you anticipate the end of the embargo?
I am sure that, of course, not in the new millennium or even in the new century, but pretty soon that policy has to be changed. We are now entering a new year, turning point in history. Cubans are celebrating as everybody throughout the world, but as you know, Cynthia, at the same time, it's a sad moment for us because one child and one family has been arbitrarily separated from each other. And that's a very sorrow element in our celebration this day.
Well, Peter, one of the things you had said to me before coming to Cuba was to look at the billboards for what the Cuban people were thinking. The billboards here in Havana and throughout the countryside have Elian Gonzalez, the 6-year-old young boy who was in Miami, have his picture plastered across them saying, "Free Elian." Sources have told us from Washington and from high-level sources here in Cuba that the INS is going to be interviewing Elian's father once again in the days to come. Can you comment on that?
I would not like to make any comment that may create difficulties to the process that the INS is doing. Let me just say that INS met with this father almost 18 days ago, that they had received more than a month ago a formal request from a father to have his son back. And I am sure that the father will be ready to do any additional effort to fulfill that dream. The problem is that INS should really act. A boy belongs with his father, and in particular this time of the year, it is very, very sad to see that this small child has been separated.
Mr. Alarcon, it's Peter Jennings. It's Peter Jennings in New York. I just one question.
Hello, how are you?
How are you, sir? Nice to see you again. I have one question about the continuing saga of Elian Gonzalez. Are you surprised to see how the already difficult relationship between the United States and Cuba can get set off almost explosively by a single incident like this? It doesn't argue very well for the two countries getting closer together in the next century, does it?
I think that is a very simple problem that should have not existed at all. It's not a matter for governments, not a matter for politics. It's a very simple matter. A child belongs with his father, and that's something that is clear in your law, is clear in your tradition. Is at this time of the year we should be paying tribute to family, to respect this institution that is so fundamental in your culture as it is in ours.
Well, Mr. Alarcón, forgive me for interrupting, and I apologize for interrupting, but I guess the point I was making that in your country and in this one, the incident of Gonzalez, Elian Gonzalez, has become an enormous political event. You've made it an enormous political event in Cuba. I take your point about what you say, a child and his father. I think many Americans do, but it's become an enormous political event in both countries. How do the two countries get closer together? How do the problem of Cuban-American relations ever get solved if this can be, something like this can be so explosive?
Well, what about returning a small boy to his father as a first step? It is true that here in this country that has become a very big issue. But we started complaining more than a week after Elian was in the hand of a bunch of local politicians in Miami that tried to manipulate that small boy for political purposes. That's something completely un-American and un-Cuban. Let's have the child back with his father, with his 4 grandparents and his great-grandmother. All of them are here. All of them are waiting for him. Let's get out the politics of this issue, but only with the only possible solution, returning him where he belongs.
Thank you very much for your time. Ricardo Alarcón, the president of Cuba's National Assembly, one of the most influential politicians in Cuba, but he certainly makes the point that we're all aware of. By the way, we're going to go back to Cynthia as the day goes on, because there will be an important and very festive celebration in Cuba tonight, which will evoke a lot of memories for Americans. But Mr. Alarcón makes a very good point that the boy has become a very powerful tool, or become a pawn, really, in a very powerful argument which continues to go on between Fidel Castro and the Cuban exile community, or at least much of it, in the United States. We'll continue our Millennium coverage in just a moment.
ABC 2000 will continue live from around the world in just a moment.
This is how they're celebrating in Warsaw, the Polish capital.
Have you seen my outlets and match this regional rap? This survival through the streets of Poland, Ireland. Is there no other such thing as when on this night of heading for the millennium? Let's have some fun before it's all done. Join us, don't forget on the Polish bus. Listen to Manny show my passion.
You get a hint in the background there of a city that's seen so much history. Rap in Warsaw, the city destroyed by the Germans during World War II and later restored, at least here, at the center. Theme of this performance is hope. Of all the countries in Eastern Europe, Poland has probably done as well as any, in many cases better, since the end of communism. It all began with solidarity. There you see the old castle in the background. Not much left after World War II. Polish state itself is 1,000 years old, and when we come back, we're going to talk to Koki Roberts in Rome about the Polish Pope, John Paul II.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Britannica.com, what's on your mind? And by Hewlett-Packard, a company of inventors in Silicon Valley.
We're in the Royal Palace at Stockholm in Sweden, and many of you, especially those of you who are younger, will recognize a Swedish star here, there, and everywhere, Robin. King and Queen of Sweden who decided to give this party in the Royal Palace, a 300-year-old Royal Palace right in the center of Stockholm. Sits even on a couple of other castles that were there before it. Robin.
Show me life. Baby, show me what it's all about, baby. You're the one that I ever needed. Show me love and what it's all about. Show me love. Oh, yeah. Show me love. Baby, show me what it's all about. You're the one that I ever needed. Show me love and what it's all
Well, in Sweden so far, they have been more dressed up than anybody else we have seen so far in the world. I think that is Victoria, the Crown Princess of Sweden, the heir to the throne there, home on vacation from her studies at Yale University in the United States. So many people in this new century still increasingly coming to America from around the world, particularly for their advanced education. One word about that fire that was upstairs in our building. It's not a fire. They apparently vent the steam out of this building every day, but nobody bothered to tell the fire department, or somebody called the fire department when they didn't really need to do it. We said we were going to talk a little bit about the Polish Pope, so let's go to Vatican City and to ABC's Koki Roberts. Koki, what has the Pope's day been like today? He is, after all, so old and so frail.
Well, he actually was looking pretty good earlier today, Peter, looking ruddy and healthy. He's just had an absolutely beautiful Vespers service here at St. Peter's, where he gave a message about mankind being the only creature that understands about the passing of time, and said we can write our own histories, and warned about writing a history for the next century where technology should work to benefit humans, not to hurt them. Pope will come out again at midnight at the traditional spot at his window to give another message, but before that, there will be rock music here in St. Peter's Square, something called Hot Music, an Italian heartthrob, Claudio Baglioni, and Queen Esther Marrow from Harlem will be here, which means you gotta love Italy, Peter. This is a country where you can do anything like that, and I think a year without Italy is a very bad year indeed, and I want to show you something we've put together from A to Z. It's the best country on earth. Angelo, Arno, the river, Antipasto, Armani, Giorgio Armani, Alps, artichokes, and then there's Botticelli, Bellini, Bernini, Bacci, and Bacci. It's hard to argue with cafe espresso, cappuccino, cupids, crucifixes, cardinals. Or take David, Dante, Donatello, Della Robbia, Del Sarto, Da Vinci, Dolce. Delicious. Etna, Ekberg in La Dolce Vita. F is fantastico. We have focaccia, formaggio, fagioli, fettuccine, Fellini. Florence, frescoes, fountains. What about Ghirlandaio, gondolas, Giotto, Giardino, Gucci? Hadrian's Villa, Hotel Hassler. Or simply Italia, indubitably, indisputably incredible. Not convinced? How about Julius Caesar? The Coffee House de Boboli, Lippi, Loggia, Leaning Tower, and
Sophia Loren.
The marvelous Marcello Mastroianni. Madonna, the original, Milan. Then there's the Nativity, Naples, Neo-Realism. Organ, opera. Leads to Pavarotti, leads to P. Brace yourselves, we've got Perugino, Pappardelle, Pellegrino, pizza. We've got Piazza, Pesto, Parmesan, the Pope. And let's not forget Prosciutto, Prosecco, Ponte Vecchio. Quiet chapels. Then there's Ricotta, Risotto, Rossellini, Rossini, Raphael, Rome. The stupendous San Marco, Santa Croce, Savonarola, Swiss Guards in St. Peter's, Sicily. Turin, Titian, tiramisu. Also temples, tapestries, tomba. Umbrella Pines, Umbria, Uffizi, the museum. You're listening to Vivaldi. Venice, Verona, Vangale, Vino. Everybody in Italy drinks vino. Versace. White truffles, wet cobblestones. Scusi, there's no X in Italian. How about another S? Siena. And oh yes, yellow peppers, youth hostels, young lovers. Last but not least, Zuccari Brothers, Zuccari Palace, Zucchini, zany film directors.
I am so full of joy that my body is steering everything, every organ of my body is moving in a very bad way, and I cannot do.
Italy, we rest our case.
Oh, Koki, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I didn't know. Well, Charlie, hang on a second. We may give you a chance in just a moment.
He can't possibly be saying England is more fun than Italy.
Well, you never know, lassie. You never know.
Is he going to tell us? Is he going to go to mashed potatoes?
Koki, that was spectacular. Thank you very much. Charlie, you want to go? You want to have a go at this?
I would say, first of all, I'm amazed that she's been working on her accent that hard. But I would say, like her cobblestones, she is all wet. Like that Tower of Pisa, she is not quite on the level. And I think she has been drinking too much of the vino since she's been in Italy.
Not today, unfortunately.
How can you reject Koki?
I was talking to a wonderful Roman expert this week who was saying to me that Enrico Bruscini, who said, you know, art is in our DNA. We know good from bad from birth.
Yeah. Well, Koki, thank you very much indeed. I must say that I lived in Rome in the late 1960s, and I think I recognized every picture, but I've never seen it put together like that before. We'll have to put that one on tape. Let's go to Paris. Barbara Walters, you want to argue for France being the best country in the world under these circumstances?
Well, okay, Koki, okay. You know, we could also do the alphabet A to Z. I made a few notes while we were talking about France. I mean, A, we could start with the Arc de Triomphe, the largest triumphal arch in the world, commissioned by Napoleon, perhaps the most famous general in the world. It's also where another famous general, Charles de Gaulle, walked through that arch when Paris was liberated from the Germans in August of 1944. Hey, Koki, let me keep going, and then I'll give you time to rebut me. Let's just forget the alphabet. Let's just talk facts. France has more tourists than any other country in the world. 70 million tourists came here last year. That's 10 million more than the actual people who live in France, so it must have something going here. Paris is the city of romance. No one will argue with that. Just think, Koki, there are 50 different songs in English written about Paris. April in Paris, the last time I saw Paris. Paris in the spring, I love Paris. What do you have, Valari? Let's keep going. French men are the subtlest and the sexiest. What about Brigitte Bardot, the sex kitten? And Catherine Deneuve, still magnificent in her late 40s. The whole world copies French food. The whole world copies French styles. Dior, Chanel, Balmain, Saint Laurent, their names known all over the world. The greatest wines are not from Italy, but from France. Real champagne is produced only in France. And the Eiffel Tower, of course, is the most famous landmark in all of Europe, even if it is having a little glitch that they're trying to fix so that they can count down the minutes and the hours. You know, they have a few problems, but you are going to see fireworks like you have never seen, and 20,000 lights. The whole city is a glitter. Paris is the most beautiful city in the world. And finally, Koki, most married men in Italy call their wives mama. Married men in France call their wives and others chérie. So, to you, Koki, and vive la France.
Certainly not going near this one with a 10-foot pole. Koki, you get one word of rebuttal here.
All right, the Arc de Triomphe, a copy of the Arch of Constantine. The General Napoleon took his lessons from Julius Caesar. I mean, you know, who started all of this, Barbara?
I don't know, but it's going to be a long day. Let's give the last year...
Peter, you better put an end to this, or we could go on and on, Peter.
I have a feeling. So let's go to Great Britain. Emphasis on the word great, and leave it to Charlie. Charlie.
Absolutely. I mean, what's Cokie doing? She's talking about food and wine from Italy. Sure, they're fine. I can't defend the British food. Barbara's defending France as the center of sex. What do we have from Great Britain? It gave the world democracy. Let's have a rundown of what this great country has to offer. As much as this place has stayed the same, it has changed. In this island nation, the most popular dish is no longer fish and chips, but curry. The national sport is still cricket, but they graciously let the world beat them at it.
Never in the field of human conflict.
As much as things have changed, Brits point with pride to their lasting contributions. They gave the world the English language.
Freight for a pound here, lovely libbards. Here we go now.
And Shakespeare.
To be or not to be.
Fair play and good manners.
Hello, hello, hello.
Democracy.
Order! Order!
The royal family. A ready-made and unmissable soap opera.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Afternoon tea.
The finest in Sussex.
And, of course, that most British of characteristics.
The sentries report Zulus to the southwest. Thousands of them.
A stiff upper lip. So I rest my case, Cokie. Any country that gives the world democracy, you have to consider it the greatest in the world. And how can you knock the British people if they drive on the right-hand side of the road and if they drink warm beer? Well, it's got to be best here. Peter, you can put in a word for America if you wish.
Well, I was just going to say, Charlie, thank you very much. And thank you, Cokie, and thank you, Barbara. I want people at home to notice that when all three of them have finished their assignments, they're coming back here. We'll be back in just a moment. They are celebrating the swirling sands of time because the countries being celebrated during this hour are Afghanistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Mauritius, Oman, the Seychelles, and the United Arab Emirates in the Persian Gulf, thus the Arabian horses. And I must tell you that Cokie Roberts, our correspondent in Italy and the Vatican, may have started something with this who has the best country. Take a look at two other of my colleagues overseas. On the left, in St. John's, Newfoundland, Kevin Newman, and on the right at Copacabana Beach at Rio in Brazil is ABC's Bill Redeker. But let Kevin Newman freeze for just a little while longer and go to Brazil, the largest country in South America with a population of 168 million people. Big celebration for them, the Millennium, Bill?
The biggest ever, Peter, and it's partly because this country is also celebrating 500 years of discovery by Portugal. What we're expecting here on Copacabana Beach, which is about 3 miles long, is up to 3 million people. 3 million of them. And what a setting. Forget about Cokie and Charlie. Look at this. We've got Sugarloaf behind us. On the other end of the beach, we've got Corcovado Mountain with the Christ the Redeemer statue and a gorgeous beach with a very sensual people. So a big night is ahead of us here.
Now tell us a little what it is they are celebrating. They're celebrating Christianity. They're celebrating their independence in many ways. But they also represent an enormous challenge for the next millennium, don't they? A microcosm of all the challenges.
Indeed. I mean, this is the biggest country in Latin America, as you mentioned, over 165 million people. The economy has just started to take off again. The stock market closed the other day up 152%. But at the same time, there's a great disparity in income here. 20% of Brazilians live in shanty towns called favelas. They're up in the mountains here. They're little shanty towns where there's virtually no running water, bootlegged electricity, drugs, and crime is rampant. There's a lot of street crime in Brazil. So they've got the challenge of worrying about their people, and they've also got the challenge of worrying about their environment. As you're well aware, the rainforest is under threat by illegal loggers.
And that statue, of course, reminds us you have more Catholics there than any other country in the world, I think, right?
It's the biggest Catholic country in the world. About 120 million people belong to the Roman Catholic Church. And the church is under a little bit of a challenge as well. The evangelical Protestant movement is trying to wean away the members, and they're so far quite successful at it, about 600,000 converts a year. So there's a challenge to the religious front here as well.
And you've prepared a piece for us, I know, on some of the cults which exist in Brazil, or at least have chosen Brazil. Take us there, would you?
Well, Brazil is a melting pot, an ethnic melting pot of Indian, African, and Portuguese, and it's also multi-denominational. It's very accepting of other religions, even those that are a little bit more unorthodox as those that can be found in the capital of Brasilia. On an ancient plateau in the center of Brazil, 750 miles from Rio, something strange is going on. Welcome to Brasilia, the unofficial world headquarters of the third millennium. Thousands are flocking here from all over the world. Everyone from spiritual tourists to New Age healers to UFO cultists who await evacuation during what they believe will be the coming apocalypse. But just to be sure, they've built this. It's called a Disco Porto, a makeshift airport for spaceships to find their way to Brasilia. Fernando Gabeira has studied the cults in Brasilia. He says that as bizarre as they may appear to outsiders, they are part of a strong tradition in Brazil.
We have in Brazil many sects orientated to beginning. That is a myth of rebirth.
For centuries, Brazil has been able to mix religions comfortably, everything from African rituals to Christian doctrine. Now, as the millennium approaches, add to that Eastern philosophy, New Age healing, and the belief in extraterrestrial visitors, and you begin to understand Brasilia. Nowhere is that millennial mixture more evident than at the Valley of the Dawn, the largest of Brasilia's New Age cults. It was founded by a former truck driver named Aunt Nieva, a devout Catholic who 50 years ago began communing with the spirits. Ever since, she has provided a haven for thousands of Brazil's poor and homeless. I am your knight, O Jesus. I am the jaguar. Here, the men are called jaguars, the women nymphs. They all wear colorful costumes, part Star Trek, part Carnival. Twice a day, believers line up to be cleansed of evil and purified with positive energy. The services take place around a giant six-sided star, and above the star, followers say, the spaceships are hovering. Is that the shot?
The Copacabana.
As you can see off the beach here, Peter, as you can see, there are many cruise ships who have come in to enjoy the festivities tonight, and all of this will climax in a grand ceremony with people dressed in white offering candles and gifts to the sea goddess Iemanjá. That's a spiritual belief here by mostly African Brazilians, but has been adopted by virtually everybody here. It's a very forgiving society, so we're looking forward to that a little bit later.
Well, we look forward to coming back to you later. I must say you're looking a little bit too much like you're enjoying yourself. Bill Redeker on Copacabana in Rio. And now we're going to go, if you've wondered, and we, of course, wondered at some point, where the millennium was going to arrive in North America, first we take you there now, because the easternmost part of North America is where ABC's Kevin Newman is at the moment at Cape Spear at Newfoundland in Canada. Tell us precisely where you are.
Well, precisely, we are 5 minutes past, Peter, the very last sunset of the 20th century. It set over behind me there. The lighthouse you see marks the point, the most easterly point of North America, and indeed that is where the new millennium will arrive first in North America. It's set about 2:47 New York time, Peter, but that's 4:17 Newfoundland time. As you know, Newfoundland is one of those odd places on the planet that has a half time zone, and there is only one other place that has it, and that is the country of Suriname in South America.
And so you've had quite a couple of days up there, including you've been able to talk to us about urbanization, about migration, and about communication. Where do you want to start?
Let's start there, because there has been a massive depopulation here in Newfoundland from the rural areas to the cities, and that is true of the planet as a whole. That is one of the trends of the 20th century that you've been looking at over the past few hours. We went up to a place, the very northern tip of Newfoundland. It is a place you can't get to by road, very remote, very small, and it is called Harbor Deep. This is an ancient place. The granite fjords are 20 times older than the Rockies. The cold North Atlantic fertile fishing grounds for at least 500 years. But now, the humpback whales move inland looking for scarce cod, and the isolated fishing village is divided and dying.
I'd like to know what we're going to do so the rest of us can go on with our lives.
That is the question common to people who spent the century surviving off the resources of the earth. The coal miner, the lumberjack, the family farmer. Each has watched a way of life slowly disappear and agonized over whether to stay or go.
I would not hesitate. I would pack my bags tonight if an option was given to me where I knew I could go out of this and have a home to live in, right?
But it hasn't happened. The government says all 130 people here must agree to leave before it'll help. And there are still 20 like Chess Robson. And in his thick Newfoundland accent, he says he won't leave because this is home.
Everybody else goes, but seems like I'm more content at home.
What's drained resource-based communities like Harbour Deep of their livelihood is technology. In this case, the invention of the outboard motor. Once the fishermen could travel to the cod stock, they didn't have to live near it anymore. In the second half of this century, 150 Newfoundland communities have disappeared. The scene of homes relocated on greased logs is part of the island's folklore.
In the mid-1960s, the news rang out clear. Pack your bags and your nets, you must get out of here.
When the century began, only 16% of Newfoundlanders lived in large communities. Today, half of them do. And those same proportions are true of the world as a whole. It's heartbreaking to be among the last. By 10th grade, the few remaining students move away to high school. And in 20 years, no one has ever returned to live.
I love this place. I wouldn't like to go away, but I got to sometime.
5 generations of Robsons made a life here. There will not be another. Which means Harbour Deep, like so many other small communities in the 20th century, is one person closer to oblivion.
Kevin Newman up there at Harbour Deep in Newfoundland, and it sounds like they're going to have quite a party up in St. John's, the Newfoundland capital, later this evening, where, of course, in 1901, the first transmission, the first telegraphic message, the first wireless transmission was received by Marconi on the hill in St. John's, and so we'll go back there for the great celebration as well. Our Millennium coverage will continue right after this.
Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes.
We're not going to call it Bill Rediker, ABC Bill Rediker's beach in Rio de Janeiro. Welcome back to our coverage of Times Square. There are a lot of people we've met so far around the world today, a lot of people we haven't got to, because the century's changing sometimes even faster than we had anticipated. But there's one person here in New York we wanted you very much to meet. She's here today. Well, she's actually here in New York because she's on Broadway. But she's here in our studio today partly because part of our space here has been devoted to the British Broadcasting Corporation's coverage of the world, and she's sort of their special guest here in the United States. We thought before we met her, some of you in America who don't know her as well would like to see something about her. Dame Edna Everage. Take a look.
We are people. We have our own integrity, and you're not a sex symbol to me, darling. In fact, you actually are a bit of a turn-off. I mean that in a very nice way. I do, because you bring out the maternal instinct in me. And I love it when you're part of the Red Sea. Now, a lot of people must have asked me this, but... You're looking at my Red Sea now. You won't be parting that coffin.
We're looking at the home of the most famous femme fatale here in filmland. None other than the distinguished diva from down under herself, Dame Edna Everage.
What insensitive oaf he is.
Just another deceptive
time for my technology.
Or is it a home? A real home?
Well, that's the alter ego of the Australian actor, writer, and comedian Barry Humphries, and she's here with us this afternoon. Dame Edna, could we have a word with you, please?
Hello, hello.
Oh, God, what we do for a living. How are you? I'd like to...
You're doing wonderfully,
how nice to see you. How nice you... Come up and see...
He's been up for hours, must be 11 hours by now.
Well, I don't even want to look.
And one of the things that's kept this very talented, adorable person going is the soup that I've been bringing you.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Special Australian chicken soup. It's emu soup. It's made of those lovely emus. They're protected, so it's very difficult to get.
Yes, I know. You're carrying the Australian national flower. I didn't know that until I knew you.
There they are, and they're for you.
Well, aren't you sweet?
But aren't we sweet, giving up quality time with our loved ones to be on this show?
What do you think of the Millennium?
I'm trying to feel something about it. I have very great difficulties summoning up the right emotion, don't you, possums? Let's be frank. And they're telling us it's not going to happen till next year anyway, really.
I know, the specialists.
And yet, when you show Poland and Stockholm and Sydney, there's a wonderful excitement, and you feel perhaps peace amongst men is a possibility.
Did you get a bit of a touch when you saw the celebrations in Sydney?
I did. A little lump came into my throat. Yeah. I think it might have been in the emu soup, but it did come into my throat.
Now, listen, you're such a big star on Broadway. Now, come and have a look at Times Square and tell me what you think of all this. You have such a perspective.
I've never seen so many kinds of anorak in my life, have you? And look at this spooky thing that's coming along now.
I think they're celebrating Arabian horses at the moment.
Look, but isn't it nice that Dame Nature has brought the sun out, Peter, shining down on all these very badly dressed people?
Are you having a good time in America?
I am. Look, I feel it's my second home. This is the Australia of the future.
Oh, I'm not touching that one with an 11-foot pole.
Look, they're waving at me. I'm being recognized by that.
Yes, it's fabulous.
They're adorable. And you know, they're orderly. There's no feeling of... Well, I haven't seen anyone being sick yet.
But don't you think Americans are better behaved than Australians?
Well, Australians do get a little bit rough, I'm afraid, but that's because we have convict ancestors, and it comes out in us sometimes.
Oh, I see, I see. So how are you going to spend the rest of New Year? You're working for the BBC.
I'm going to be sending regular broadcasts about America back to England to let them know how lucky I am.
And give us a clue of what you're telling them.
Well, I'm telling them about what I'm putting into my personal time capsule.
Such as?
A lock of my mauve hair, my bridesmaid, Madge.
Your bridesmaid, Madge, is going into the time capsule.
She's in the time capsule. She's practically mummified already, Peter.
Right.
And some of my wonderful reviews in the New York papers, too. My scrapbook.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Well, we're just delighted you're here. You have a Millennium message for everybody before we go.
Oh, darling, let me think. Well, my Millennium message might sound a little bit corny, but try to be like me and think more of yourself and less of others. I think that's the message for all of us these days. It's interfering in other people's business that leads to the world's troubles.
Thanks, Dame Edna.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
And keep going, Peter. I'll bring you some more soup. And lots of love, viewers.
Thank you very much. Dame Edna Everage, here from Australia, Britain, and the world. Thank you very much.
Bye.
ABC's coverage will continue in just a moment.
From around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. with Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Well, they have been fantastically enthusiastic out there in Times Square. They have been fantastically enthusiastic out there in Times Square, particularly those that can see the giant screens here. Throughout the day, and for part of the night as well, we've been trying, as we said before, to take the measure of time, and it's a bit confusing to everybody else. Robert Krulwich was here earlier to explain the 180th meridian, and we have spent quite some time earlier today with Charlie Gibson and others at Greenwich, just southeast of London, because that is the home of the prime meridian, that imaginary line that circles the globe, the south-north mark, marking 0 degrees longitude. So the Greenwich Observatory, the Royal Observatory at Greenwich today, has been extraordinarily important to the whole celebration. And there today, in the spirit of time, the young, quite young, very great singer Charlotte Church sang to the world.
Last night she came to me. She came softly, so softly she came that her feet made no din, and she laid her hand on me, and this she did say, it will not be long, love, till our wedding day.
Charlotte Church at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, Connecticut, and actually, it's not an enormous place, Great Britain. We find her, I think, in Cardiff in Wales. Am I right? We've lost her. Well, that's the first one we've lost today. First one all day, as somebody said. Charlotte Church, who is Welsh, of course, comes from a land of great... Oh, we have her back. Charlotte, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can't see you yet. How nice to have you with us. You come from a land of great, great singers. Have you had a good New Year's Eve so far?
Yes, so far, everybody in Cardiff here, they've been all fantastic, so, you know, big round of applause for them, and it's lovely to be speaking to you, America. Hi from all of us here.
I had no idea that you were in front of a live audience in Cardiff tonight. How do you say Happy New Year's in Welsh?
Oh, I don't know. I know how to say Happy Christmas, but I don't... What is it?
Is it Yaki Da?
Moithen Gewitha. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak Welsh. But that's Moithen Gewitha.
No. Well, it's great to have you, and you're going to give a concert there now, are you? Or are you in the middle of one?
I've just done 2 songs here for the audience, and I don't know if your cameras can see, but we have a massive funfair right down there with a big bottle of wine. And afterwards, I'm going to go to a rock band called the Manic Street Preachers. I'm going to go to their concert, and these here are all going to just have fun. So, you know, it's been a great New Year so far, and we've had amazing fireworks display and everything. bugs, Millennium bugs walking around, so it's been really, really great here in Cardiff so far.
Well, I didn't know you were in front of a live audience. We wish you a happy New Year's. My Welsh is very limited, but I would say to your audience, Yaki Da.
Thank you.
We'll be back right after this.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit. And by your local Kia dealer.
That's the Eye in London. By any other name, a Ferris wheel put up to honor the millennium there. It isn't running yet. There have been some people on board it today, but we don't think it's going to run until tomorrow. Trivia question of the moment: what nationality is the polka? Yeah, a lot of people do say Polish, but let us take you to the capital of the Czech Republic. The Rosamunda polka, or the beer barrel polka in its most well-known 20th century version. It originated in Bohemia, and there, in the heart of Prague tonight, that's how they celebrate the New Year. The Czech Republic, which used to be part of Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic and Slovakia now, celebrating in the heart of Prague, which so many of us remember from the late 1960s as the heart of an attempt to get out from under communist rule, home of Charter 77, and now the home of great celebration. Czech Republic tonight. Now, we've been so much in favor of the millennium, and we know there's some purists out there. Joining us on the phone at the moment is Stephen Jay Gould, the professor of geology and zoology at Harvard University, who wrote a book called Questioning the Millennium, other things. Professor Gould, are you there? Yes, Peter. First of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year on this wonderfully uneventful day.
Thank you very much. Remind people why you felt so moved to write a book questioning the millennium.
Simply because so many issues come up that are marvelously unanswerable because calendars are arbitrary human constructions, but that teach us a lot about ourselves because we can get so head up about unanswerable questions, like this great issue of when it's really happening. The 2001 purists are all hung up on the fact that when the current calendar started in the 7th century, there wasn't a zero in Western mathematics, so there was no year zero, and therefore they think the 100th year of every century has to belong to the one before, so 1800 went with the 1700 years, and 2000 is therefore the last year of this century. And in some mathematical sense, of course, that's right. On the other hand, since calendars are arbitrary, if precise constructions, and since ordinary feelings look at 1999 and 2000 and say, hey, that's much more interesting, most people want to celebrate in 2000, and God bless them, they are. This is not an issue that the millennium constructed. It's been going on every century for the last 3 or 4. In fact, I have a French pamphlet published in 1699 taking up the issue of whether 1700 or 1701 is the beginning of the century. And when George Washington died in December 1799, there's a big debate about whether he had almost missed the next century, or in fact had missed it by more. And wonderful thing, there is a sociological observation that's really fascinating, and that is there used to be a very major distinction between pop and high culture, and if you look back to the 20th century, all official celebrations, magazines, and cities were held on January 1st, 1901, the official New York City celebration. And however, since the pop culture, high culture distinction has evaporated, and pop culture has always preferred the 00 year, call it the odometer phenomenon, weren't car odometers before. In fact, because that distinction's evaporated, the Met can do Porgy and Bess, Wynton Marsalis, Benny Goodman, playing jazz and classical orchestras. It's one of the more interesting phenomena of this century. The century is ending now in 2000. The 20th century had only 99 years. It began in 1901, it's ending today.
Let me stop you for a second and ask you, because you're widely known as one of the best teachers in the country, both of zoology and geology, and also just of the world in general. Give us, if you would, in a phrase or two, if it's possible, a prediction for the next century.
I'll tell you only one thing. The sun's not going to explode, because that's not going to happen for 5 billion years, and therefore human beings are actually, with our common nature, going to have the potential to work through these environmental, population, and other problems. We have the basic goodness within us, if we can only muster the will. I remain a tragic optimist. I think we may pull through.
Well, we wish you a very happy New Year, and thank you for joining us on this. A Millennium phone call from Stephen Jay Gould from Harvard University, and New York City, he is very proud to proclaim. And when we come back, we're going to take you to what would have to be argued as one of the epicenters of the technological age, and talk to ABC's Jack Smith at Internet Central.
From Times Square and around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from New York, Peter Jennings.
In the rush of celebration from Times Square around the world, it's a little hard. It's moved, as I said before, faster than we'd anticipated, and so it's a little difficult to get your hands around what we really want to think about in terms of the 21st century. But I think we can probably see the outlines of the new world in many ways, many of you much more familiar with it than others, by paying a visit to Jack Smith, who's at a location on the Sunrise Highway just outside Washington. He's at the headquarters of America Online. Jack, you there?
Yes, I am, Peter, and so what you're seeing
just tell us where we are.
Well, we're at the Operations Center of America Online. This is America Online, the world's largest provider of internet services. And at the Operations Center, this is where they keep track of the traffic of their 20 million subscribers. This is where they make sure that the email is running smoothly, that instant messaging is working, that there are no viruses, that the system isn't overloaded, that everything's running smoothly here.
So you're at the century crossroads in some respects.
I am literally standing astride the internet, the new technology that, as we all know, is pushing us into the new millennium.
Now, ABC's Jack Smith covers cutting-edge technology for us, and I'm one of those who could spend the rest of the afternoon talking to him. But, Jack, as you've got some stuff with you that gives us an indication of where we think society may be going, at least in consumer terms. Where do you want to start? With the internet fridge?
Yes, right here, the internet fridge. 100 years ago, Peter, we didn't have refrigerators. Now we have internet refrigerators. This is a Frigidaire refrigerator. It's a prototype. It may be on the market next year. And combined with some software and a computer here in the front. And what it does is it links you over the internet with your grocer. Okay, supposing you down on your margarine, right? You're down on your butter. Right here you can see I don't have much left, and I'm having a party, let's say. So what I do is I take this, you see the barcode, and I scan it. I scan it on the fridge, and what will happen is that a shopping list appears, and this can be sent to the supermarket, and they will then send it to me overnight, or I can pick it up in the evening. You can also download recipes from this thing, and this fridge will also repair itself. In other words, if there's anything wrong with it, it will email the manufacturer, and they can fix it over the internet, and if they can't, they'll email you to say, we need to stop by and fix it.
Tell you how many calories you're consuming?
It will do that as well in the future. This is the future. And smart devices.
And smart devices, a lot of them having to do with health, including something you told me the other day about Health Buddy.
Yes. You see here some other devices, and these are all internet-enabled devices. That's what's happening is that the smarts are leaving our PCs on our desktops and coming to devices. This is basically an internet-enabled question and answer. It's a Q&A answering machine. And what it does is, this is geared for a diabetic, it asks you questions every day. Hello, how do you feel? I feel fine. And then, good to hear it, and then you continue. It asks you a series of questions about yourself. These are then go to a website where your doctor and your nurse can access them every single day, and essentially you get a medical exam every single day. This is what the internet can enable just in the terms of health services.
And almost every time I turn around, I see somebody inventing a web phone that is smaller and more capable. Where are we going in terms of web phones?
Like this. This is a telephone, but it's also, this is a computer. This does everything your desktop does. So you don't have to be tied to your desk anymore. Again, the idea is that the chips are leaving your computer and enabling all the devices around you. And the idea is to make life better, to make things smarter, to make life generally easier. Scientists believe that in the next century, very shortly, we will have access to any kind of information, any place, any time. At least that's the theory.
Now, Jack, you talk to the people who build this, who design this, who dream it up, and you also talk to the politicians because you live in Washington. What's to worry about? What are they most worried about in this new age?
Well, there's obviously child pornography. That's a concern. The access of children, and that's been limited, and there are ways of limiting this. But there's also privacy. Privacy is a real concern with the internet, and also the issue of vulnerability. The more you rely on these things, the more you rely on the internet, the more vulnerable you become. And then there's the issue of, is it really helping us? Is this really a better world? One of the things these devices were supposed to do is give us more free time, but that's not the case.
No, we seem to be spending more time with these devices than ever before.
Exactly. Yeah. Computers allow you to do more, so you do more. We don't have more free time.
And just this week, when the president tried to introduced a bill or tried to introduce would-be legislation to regulate prescription drugs across the internet, we learned that Congress has 70 bills trying to control sort of commerce on the net. To others, it seems like the Wild West and is uncontrollable. What's the real answer?
Well, it's very clear that the internet has had a regulatory honeymoon with the Congress and with Washington, and that's certainly going to end soon. The trick is that if you try to regulate the content of the internet, so far people have been unable to do that because the courts have knocked it down. The kinds of laws that probably will get passed and have a chance of being passed are more moderate ones that protect people from fraud and protect your privacy and things like that. That's certainly going to happen.
So it's raucously commercial, it's borderless, which I think concerns a lot of people even in the industry. And I noticed this weekend the Pentagon closed down some of its websites because they were afraid of hackers.
Yep. Again, when you have this kind of technology, it enables you to do things you couldn't do before, but it also makes you more vulnerable. And you have to be very careful. Encryption is probably a better way than firewalls. Right now, our government relies on firewalls, and they're gradually going to encryption. But
my apologies, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, the thing about this, it's going to, the printing press 500 years ago accelerated the spread of information, of knowledge. And today, the internet is doing exactly the same thing. It's accelerating the spread of information and revolutionizing our society in countless ways we don't even know about yet, just as the printing press did 500 years ago.
Well, as I said, I'm one of those people who could talk to you all day. Have you got a final thought? Because we're going to move along. I have somebody else I'd like you to hear, but have you got a final thought?
That was really it. I think this is marvelous stuff. I think it has the potential for doing great benefit if we think about how it's applied.
Okay, don't go anywhere, because we wanted to have on the phone today to talk on the subject of this millennium, a man who sounds just astonishingly like Jack. It used to be the other way around, who's a great mentor to many of us in journalism, from his home just outside the center of Washington, Howard K. Smith, one of the country's great journalists. Howard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Peter.
First of all, Happy New Year. Your son did fabulously for us well today. Again, no surprise to you.
Thank you very much. I think he does extremely well on that subject. He's mastered it. I've followed you closely today, and I thought it was terrific, especially Koki's hodgepodge of scenes from beautiful Italy.
Howard, we're looking at some pictures of you during your television career here. It was a long and very distinguished television and radio career. As you look back over much of the century, because I hope you don't mind me telling people that you're 85 now. I know they want to know. You wrote a wonderful book called In the Years Leading Up to My Death. What do you single out in this century that's made a great difference to mankind?
I think the most impressive thing to me about this century is that the first half of it was every major decision by our leaders was a mistake. It really degenerated. It allowed World War I to happen, encouraged World War II to happen. And then about midway, an American generation took over and decided to stop making those mistakes and find out what was wrong. They did. Beginning, I think, with the Truman Doctrine, then with the Marshall Plan, then with all the other steps. It was excellent. We really helped rebuild the world and turn the world in democratic directions. I'm impressed most by that.
So in many respects, then, it did turn out to be the American century after all.
Yes.
And any thoughts about where we're going?
No, I don't. I'm very bad at prediction, but I'm confused. I listen to Jack with amazement because I'm utterly confused by the things he's talking about. I have two computers. I was writing a letter on one to a friend the other day, and I pressed the wrong button, and the print turned from black and white to magenta. And I fooled around with that for a while, and it turned to emerald green, so I stopped and phoned my friend and told him what I wanted to say.
Well, the last letter I think I had from you was on a typewriter, and I value it, and thank you very much for taking the time to join us today.
Real pleasure, Peter.
Howard K. Smith in Washington and his son Jack at American Online headquarters outside Washington, two generations of good journalists. Thank you very much. Back in a moment.
ABC 2000 continues from around the world in just a moment.
(10:43 p.m. in Giza on the western side of the Nile in Egypt, where they are celebrating once again with an astonishing degree of modernity or futurity, if there is such a thing. In this case, the entry of an ancient civilization into its 7th millennium. Egypt. This is Jean-Michel Jarre making his concert debut, and though we can't see them quite just yet, he is playing out at the pyramids. Again, this is a contribution made to us from the International Television Consortium, and so if we want to see the pyramids, we cannot call them up quite on command. But somewhere there in the distance is the Sphinx and the pyramids just on the western side of the Nile, as we said, from Cairo, and 50,000 people have gathered there to celebrate the beginning of a new century as well. We're going to go back to Paris now, and Barbara Walters. Barbara.
Well, Peter, as you can see, the Eiffel Tower is behind me. It has stood there proudly for 110 years, seen 2 world wars and the liberation of Paris in 1944. And tonight should be its finest hour, and it will. In about 2 hours, there'll be 20,000 lights and a pyrotechnic, a fireworks display they say is unlike any in the world. But it had a glitch. It had a clock that was counting down the days for 1,000 days, and then the hours and the minutes, and it had a short circuit, Peter, because of water from the storm 2 days ago that worked into its mechanism. But the lights and the fireworks will go. Now, when we came to Paris, the producers said, well, what do you want to do that really is symbolic of Paris? And we said, I guess even in these days of T-shirts and jeans, it has to be fashion, because for 100 years, Paris has been synonymous with fashion. It is huge business. There are 22 houses of couture. There's a perfume all over the world from these various houses. So we went to the Musée de la Mode, which is the little-known but very beautiful costume museum in the Louvre, and we asked 4 of the most famous designers, Yves Saint Laurent, Oscar de la Renta, the American designer who designs for Balmain, and the designer from Christian Dior. You saw that earlier. And now we have the brilliant Karl Lagerfeld, who designs for the House of Chanel. She is long gone, but she is the woman who got us out of our girdles and into easy clothes, and Chanel is known all over the world. So at the risk of making a fool of myself, we asked each of these designers to design what they thought the Millennium outfit should look like. And here is Karl Lagerfeld for Chanel. This is the way he thinks we should look. So take a look. This is a dress. It's leather, but it looks like metal. I think I look like a silver bullet. This is from his ready-to-wear collection. You can sleep on that handbag, by the way. This would cost about $6,000. That's cheap because it's ready-to-wear. With a pale blue coat over it. Here's Lagerfeld. The versatile Karl Lagerfeld won his first designing prize at the age of 17, and he's been opening eyes ever since. He now designs for the House of Chanel, but his interests extend to fabrics, photography, and even interior design. He wanted his own table and chair used in our interview. How nice to see you again,
Hello, Barbara.
Mr.
How are
Lagerfeld.
you?
What a pleasure.
You look great.
I look great because I'm dressed in Chanel. Do I look like a silver bullet? Am I all metallic? Is this what we're
Yes.
going to be wearing in the future?
I think we do it already now, but it will be very important in the future. Huh? But mixed with soft and romantic things like this coat.
What do you think we're really going to be wearing in the next millennium?
The biggest change, it's really coming from all the new materials. People are very body conscious, so it will be much more body conscious fashion.
So all the stretch materials.
Yes. You know, stretch didn't exist before in the way it exists now. And this make it possible to have tight things and tight dresses you never had before.
Tell me about this handbag. I hear it has more than one use.
It depends on you, because also in an airplane you can sleep on it. Or let's see, on this side maybe better.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes.
So I can carry it in the daytime.
Exactly.
And then sleep on it.
It takes the shape of your body, and it's very pleasant to carry. It's nothing harsh about it, you know. It's body friendly.
Body friendly. You're body friendly too.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
With you always.
Thank you. Well, a little fun and a little frivolity in a very serious business here in France. And as we said, Peter, we have another 2 hours until the countdown, and I think it's just going to be glorious to see.
This is Barbara's second outfit of the day, and you were feeling a little self-conscious earlier about the thing you had on in red, but I had an email from a woman not too long ago who says, please tell Barbara Walters I think she looks stunning in red, and especially red mohair. So be reassured.
Oh, you've made me feel so much better. Yeah, that was that rather unusual outfit from John Galliano of Dior. This is Yves Saint Laurent. I mean, I'm dropping all these names, and then I'll go home and put on the jeans and T-shirt and be myself again.
Barbara, I just want to ask you one thing about the weather, because on the Champs-Élysées there you have the most astonishing display of Ferris wheels, which we'll see later on, that I've ever imagined, at least as looked at on paper. Is the weather good enough for everything to go okay?
Yeah, the weather today has been the best weather in the 4 days that I have been here. It's as clear as can be. There are people lining the streets. You're looking at the Champs-Élysées. Those lights there are lights that are in the trees. All the trees have been lit. And there are 11 special Ferris wheels just made for this one night. Each one has a different theme. Some have acrobatics. One has an internet. You can send messages. One has cows and hay. And they've all been done by different artists and commissioned just for tonight. You can see the people strolling there. No cars are allowed on the Champs-Élysées tonight, but it really is a beautiful night. The bridges are lit, the 35 bridges. It's exquisite, Peter, as you can see.
Thanks very much, Barbara. We'll be coming back to you as we get closer to midnight. The Champs-Élysées, which ironically is one of the least French streets in all of Paris, not in terms of history, but in terms of what you do on the street now. It's more tourists than Frenchmen. We'll be back in a minute to begin the countdown until midnight in Moscow, and we hope you'll stay with us for that. In the meantime, listen as we go out here to Times Square to the barbershop quartet, a cappella group called the Acoustics. At one point, the world champions. They remind us of earlier ages.
The day. This is the moment when I know I'm on my way. To play is here and now today. This is the moment. This is the time when the momentum and the moment are in rhyme. Need this moment, this moment, this moment. My past and make some sense at last. This is the moment, my final test. Destiny beckon, I never reckon second best. This is the day justice shine, when all I've lived for this is the moment, this is the hour, when I can open up tomorrow like a flower, and put my hand to everything that I plan to fulfill.
From around the world, this is ABC 2000. Now from Times Square in New York, Once again, Peter Jennings.
We're now going to go and celebrate midnight in the largest country in the world, in Russia. It has 11 time zones. We're going to go to Moscow particularly, and also one of the smallest. We're going to go back to Djibouti in the Horn of Africa. One of the smallest, one of the poorest, one of the most troubled in Africa. We visited there this morning. But let's first go to Moscow, where ABC's Mort Dean is standing just outside Red Square. Mort, oh, what a great picture of St. Basil's.
Well, Peter, the party has begun. Can you imagine Moscow a party town, and not the kind of party that Lenin and Stalin had in mind? There's quite a party going on. And Peter, I just want to say something to my colleagues Koki in Rome and the others, Barbara in Paris, who are talking about what great party towns their particular assignments are. Nowhere else in the world can you find a bottle of vodka in a bottle shaped like a Kalashnikov rifle.
That's perfectly true. In fact, it's one of the things that's undermined Russian society for a long time has been the consumption of vodka. You come to the end of a very troubled century.
And it's doing it again tonight. And it's doing it again tonight. It's quite a day here in Moscow, Peter, as you know. To the surprise of everyone, not only in Moscow but in the world, President Boris Yeltsin announced his resignation today, and the Prime Minister Putin took over, and he is acting president and prime minister as we speak. And he's talking to the nation right now, expressing his hope and expectation that Moscow will continue on the road to democracy. Fireworks everywhere tonight.
And let's tell people what we're looking at. That's the Kremlin on the right side of your screen. And that to the left is St. Basil's, one of the strangest looking churches or collection of churches anywhere in the world. And there are a lot of people in Red Square, more than you anticipated?
I'm sorry, Peter, I missed that question.
An enormous crowd in Red Square.
There is a huge crowd here in Red Square, and there is also a huge crowd at Tverskaya Street. There are two big celebrations in Moscow tonight. Everything in Russia is concerned with politics, so there's one party that's being run by the city and another party that's being run by the national government, and that's the one you're looking at right now behind me.
And there you, of course, see the very center of the cathedral that was built in the 16th century by the Order of Ivan, sometimes known as Ivan the Terrible. There are actually 9 domes there on the cathedral, and each one a separate church. And there, the Kremlin, standing on top of one of Moscow's 7 hills. The sense of history in this place, and very deeply troubled history sometimes, more is extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, and I was talking with one of my colleagues and an old friend of yours, our cameraman Max, who just a few moments ago said, never in my life could I imagine that there would be such a wild, wide-open, democratic, free speech kind of celebration as there is tonight here in Moscow.
Midnight in Moscow.
Happy New Year, Peter.
Happy New Year to you, Mort. Russia was one of the countries people were very concerned about when it came to Y2K problems, but as best we can tell from reporting around Russia, the telephone and electricity grid, certainly up in Vladivostok on the Pacific coast, defied all of the Y2K doomsayers and remained in operation. No problem throughout Siberia, no problem throughout the Urals, where many of Russia's nuclear weapons are sold. Have you seen any evidence of it in Moscow at all, Mort?
Peter, I've seen absolutely, and I can barely hear you because there are fireworks booming all around our balcony here on the 8th floor overlooking Red Square. But there was absolutely no trouble, at least none announced, with any of the computer systems throughout the country, which is a huge surprise because everyone thought that there would be some problem with the utilities across the country, the phone systems, the heating systems, the electricity.
Quite an extraordinary study in social contrast. Certainly 100 years ago, this was a monarchy.
And Peter, we took our cameras out onto the streets of Moscow earlier today, and questioned people about the transition of power from Yeltsin to Putin today. And every single person of the many we interviewed, the many we talked with, said this was a good move. And that was confirmed by the Russian stock market, which went up 14% today and had to be closed because it was going out of sight.
This century began with the Bolshevik Revolution, which led to the Russian Revolution, which led to communism, which led to the long phase of animosity between the West and the Soviet Union and its satellites in Europe and elsewhere in the world.
Peter, that magnificent church to which you referred, St. Basil's, has been around through at least half of this millennium. It was built and people were praying in it here in Red Square in the year 1550.
It's quite an astonishing sight.
It is astonishing, and I can tell you that the building, the Kempinski Hotel, we are on the 8th floor. The building is absolutely shaking. Hey, Peter. Peter?
Thank you, Mort. In a moment, we're going to go off to the Horn of Africa and talk to ABC's Jim Wooten, who is in the nation of Djibouti. But for a moment more, feast your eyes on the Kremlin. Remember what history has transpired here, how much the world was rent asunder by the people who ruled here for so long. And in a very short period of time, in recent times, the Russian people, what is left now of the former Soviet Union, have decided they prefer a man whose great advertisement is strength and power in the Kremlin, currently fighting a war in Chechnya, to lead them as the president into the 21st century. I'm told we can even go to Djibouti now, so let's move just momentarily here from the Kremlin. There's Lenin's tomb there. Outside Red Square, tremendous hope and symmetry that we've seen so much. Let's go to ABC's Jim Wooten on the Horn of Africa. Hey, Jim, the Russians and Soviets and the Americans and everybody else have fought over that neck of the woods where you're standing now.
That's absolutely true. I was about to say you want some contrast in this broadcast, going from midnight in Moscow to midnight in Aliyadeh. Just listen. There's not a sound here. 11,000 refugees from Somalia have gone to bed, but no particular reason to celebrate. One of the reasons that they don't have anything to celebrate is that all through sub-Saharan Africa, the Cold War, as it existed between the United States and the Soviet Union, changed this continent radically, and not for the better. In Somalia, for instance, which was a Soviet client, you had a great many weapons which were brought in there, planes, small weapons, etc. So now you have a country there that has almost disappeared. That's where these people who are here, and the few who've stayed up with me to more or less celebrate this New Year, can't go back home because their country is a wreck. That's the case all around Africa. It hasn't been a very good century, and I must say that after spending a lot of time here and coming to love Africa, I can't say that the 21st century looks much better.
I was going to say, Jim, that you've done some very eloquent reporting from Africa over the years, and I know you do love it. What's it been like spending the day there, just personally?
Well, it was interesting for me in this particular place. We are about 6 miles from Ethiopia in that direction and about 12 miles in the direction of the camera from Somalia. But it is a landscape that is eerie, and it occurred to me when everyone's been talking about millennia and Millennium that this place, with the exception of all of these tents, this place probably looks exactly as it did 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. Africa doesn't change very fast, and that may be one of its problems. I was also reminded from Jack Smith's fascinating report from America Online that of something that Kofi Annan said not too long ago, and that is half the world has never made or received a phone call. And that's certainly the case in this place. There are no computers here. There's no online. There's no internet. And just the very fact that we brought in a great amount of gear and equipment to this place today turned into an event of really large proportions. Hundreds of people in the camp came out to see their first television camera. There's no power, no electricity, no plumbing in this place. Our lights are generated. Our power is given by a generator, and so even the lights take on a great special meaning for the people here.
Well, Jim, I very much appreciate you being here. I was looking at the number of related deaths in Africa just through war. Since 1974, 5 million people have died there. And as we take one last look, perhaps, at Jim's refugee camp there in Somalia, we're reminded again of one of the great challenges as everybody talks to us about Africa in the new century. The World Health Organization, that 70% of the people who are newly infected with AIDS come from sub-Saharan Africa. Eastern and Southern Africa account for only 4.8% of the world's population, and yet 50% of the people in the world infected with the HIV virus. So, Jim, we thank you, as always, for putting some much-needed perspective into anybody's journalism. We'll be back in just a moment. Midnight, just a couple of hours away, and there on the banks of the River Thames, Her Majesty the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, her husband on his right, and on her left, I think, Charles Gibson, who's not too far away, a Tower warder. I only say that because you're close to the Tower of London, right or wrong? Okay, Charles will join us in just a moment. The Queen is setting out to make one of those great journeys down the Thames. The Thames very much, as Charlie Gibson has told us earlier today, the center of attention on this given day. The Millennium Dome is just down the river, which they've built to celebrate the Millennium, which we've had a look at. Somebody's going to get me wrong on this, but they look very much like Tower warders, if anybody has been to the Tower of London. And the Queen is going to go off now and light the national beacon, in which beacons will be lighted all across the British Isles. Charlie, you there?
Yes, Peter, the Tower wardens look like the beefeaters. Those are the people that are most familiar, or the costumes that I think are most familiar to Americans, those beefeater costumes. She's getting on a barge or a ferry, which is going to be used now from now on to carry people up and down the Thames River to the Millennium Dome that has been built in Greenwich, which, as you know, is down the Thames from London. And she is going to take this cruise through the city of London, and then when she gets to Tower Hill, she is going to light this beacon. Now, many of the beacons have already been lit in various parts of the country. There are about 300 of them, gigantic beacons. This one that she'll light is the biggest of all. It's about the size of a tennis court and about 2 double-decker buses high.
Absolutely spectacular view of Tower Bridge. And from just the sounds in the distance, I gather more and more Londoners are coming out to participate.
Well, Peter, you must understand that this celebration in London, first of all, there's the celebration down in Greenwich at the Dome, but that's only for a few thousand people. But the celebration in London itself will extend 4 miles along the Thames. And the embankments on both the north and south side of the river are absolutely packed with people. The bridges have been closed down. They are wall-to-wall people. It is cold in London, Peter. Many people are carrying little satchels. You can imagine what is in the satchels. They are well armed against the cold. And I'm told by those who have been circulating in the crowd that the interiors of those satchels have been imbibed and that the crowd is well-warmed and a bit rowdy.
Boy, you're getting very delicate since you went to London, Charles.
Well, they're not going to the pubs, Peter. They're drinking right out of the bag.
Here in Times Square, the country's being celebrated during this hour. We'll give you some sense of the enormous number of people around the world participating, no matter which city they are, in Bahrain and Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Georgia, Iran, Iraq, Kenya, Kuwait, Madagascar, Qatar, Russia, of course. We just had midnight in Moscow, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Tanzania, Uganda, and Yemen. And we want to check in quickly with one of the great celebrations that brings people from all over the world together. Carol Simpson is in the great city of Chicago. Carol.
How are you, Peter? As I've heard you talk about the celebrations around the world, I am in the heartland of America, and this is a country of immigrants, and many of the people that have settled in Chicago have come from other countries around the world. I am right now in the Humboldt Park field house, one of the Chicago Park District field houses, and I'm here at one of the Dance Till Dawn neighborhood parties, and this is Chicago. Look at the children, and you can tell that they are children of color. Chicago is majority minority now. There are 40% African Americans, 25% Hispanic, and the rest are white Americans. But this is Chicago. I'm proud to show you these children. There are parties like this going on all over the city and celebrating diversity.
And do you really feel the activity there today on the streets and in Humboldt Park itself and along the lake shore as well?
We had to turn the music down. There was a salsa party going on when you came to me, so we had to turn it down because it was a little loud, but everybody's having a great time dancing till dawn here in Chicago for the Millennium.
Well, maybe you'll encourage those kids to altogether wish the rest of the world Happy New Year.
Would you tell everybody else in the world Happy New Year?
Happy New Year!
It's beginning to feel like Good Morning America. Thank you very much, Carol. Carol Simpson in Chicago will be back there a little later in the day, and thank you, the children in Humboldt Park as well. We're going to go away for local news, local station identification, because this millennium is being celebrated in towns and villages and cities all over the country. We'll be back.
Chicago, Chicago, that toddling town. Chicago, Chicago, I'll show you around. I love it, bet your bottom dollar you lose the blues in Chicago.
Live from around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000 with Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square and our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S. Reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and in New York. Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Elton John, Billy Joel, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Times Square in New York, which we have said before today, is at least regarded by New Yorkers as the center of the universe. And it has been and continues to be a great scene as maybe we could go, in fact, to their cameras just for half a second now to give you some indication. They have nothing at the moment, okay, but they've done a wonderful job all day trying to connect the people here and people who've seen them through us with a lot of the other countries in the world. Now, take a look at this picture. Not the most dramatic picture you've ever seen, but this is Cheyenne Mountain. This is the North American Air Defense Command Center at Cheyenne Mountain near Colorado Springs. And what they are doing at this particular moment is briefing on how things have gone between the United States and Russia. There was some concern, obviously, about the Russian nuclear assets as the century changed, and it all seems to have gone pretty darn well. But let's listen for just a second.
Or anomalies reported to us at this time. All systems go.
Have you seen any anomalies in any other parts of the world today, or any missile launches, or any activity whatsoever, even in a low threshold?
We haven't seen any problem areas associated with Y2K at this point. We have seen some missile launches. However, none of those are reportable. There have been no reportable incidents, missile problems. We have had, since the Y2K Center for Strategic Stability has opened, we have had 3 theater missile events. But each one of those was non-reportable according to the criteria that the United States government established with the Russian government.
A little bit more about these missile events. Who launched the missiles? Where did this occur, and when did it occur?
No, those details I cannot get into.
Whether there was any missile activity either in Chechnya or in Iraq or North Korea?
Again, I cannot get into those details.
Did you have to report any of this to U.S. allies?
Those events are reported to U.S. allies. However, they are not reported with the agreement to our Russian guest here in accordance with the agreement that we had, which is basically no missile event is reported that is under 500 kilometers in distance. And each of those 3 were under 500 kilometers in flight distance, and thus were not reportable to the Russians at the Y2K Strategic Center under the agreements between our 2 countries.
Nonetheless, are the Russians aware of these 3 missile launches today?
I'm not sure that I can answer that they're aware of those missiles. I can't answer for them. We have not reported them to them under the criteria that we established.
Any impact in terms of the change of government in Moscow earlier today?
No change. No impact that I can see.
Let's just take this down for a second and try to explain to you, because we were caught as much off guard as you were. Let's just stay with this man for just a second. He reports there were 3 missile launches today, but he can't talk about them. Well, first of all, we know they were not threatening to the United States, or we would have been talking about them a long time before now. There is an early warning sharing arrangement with members of the NATO alliance, and also Israel, Japan, South Korea, and the Persian Gulf nations. But the Russians aren't supposed to know about it. Now, the Russians are here on this particular occasion with the North American Air Defense Command and with U.S. military, lest there be any instability. I'm very glad to say we have managed to get a hold of, in a big hurry here, our national security correspondent, John McWethy. John, you're in Washington. And what is this about missile launches, and he can't tell us anything about it?
The missile launches, Peter, have to do with the situation in Chechnya.
That's what I thought.
That is the problem. The rules of the game were that the United States said we will not report any of these Scud missile launches in that theater.
So how big a missile launch does it have to be before it's picked up by the people looking at the screens in Cheyenne Mountain?
It can be relatively small, and that is what they are seeing. The Scud missile is not a very long-range missile, and that just gives you some idea of how much detail the United States can actually see.
You've been monitoring this all day long. Is there any reason that you can think of that we should be going on with this briefing? Are there any surprises out there for anybody today?
There appear to be no surprises thus far, which I think that fact in itself has surprised the military. They expected some anomalies, as they call them, some mistakes of some kind, but they have seen virtually nothing so far around the world.
Okay, Jack, thanks very much. We'll let you listen to the rest of the news briefing from Cheyenne Mountain and then come back and tell us the rest of what the briefing officer said. John McWethy, our national security correspondent, who is at the Pentagon. But he did catch us off guard there for just a moment, and does, as Jack said, just reinforce for us how sensitive the surveillance is around the world. And earlier we got these reports from various parts of Russia saying they hadn't had any Y2K problems, at least in Russia, including with some of the systems that they had anticipated they might have troubles with, though quite frankly the Russian missiles were not included among them. We'll be back in a moment to take the measure of time again with Robert Krulwich. I hope you'll stay with us.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Pepsi, the joy of cola. And by Toyota, taking you into the new millennium.
Just 2 hours before midnight in London, and the new century there, we go to ABC's Charles Gibson, who is on the Thames. Charles.
Peter, these are the herald trumpets that were aligned along Tower Bridge, and this is the Queen, who is trying to light a laser, which is going to go across the river to light the national beacon on Tower Hill at the London Tower. And I was beginning to worry, this happened just a few seconds ago, and I was beginning to worry, you remember Bess Truman when she was whacking some ship trying to christen it with a bottle of champagne and the champagne wouldn't break? Well, the Queen couldn't get the laser lit very well either. It took a few moments. I'm not sure actually if the flame was going to light the laser or somebody had a little button that they were going to push to help the Queen out, but it did take forever here a few moments ago. It's going to happen here, I promise you. It did work, finally. I thought the thing at this point was burning up, but indeed she got whatever needed to be lit. And then it seemed to go out. They're explaining to the Queen here what's supposed to happen. Even queens aren't fully apprised of these things. And then there's the laser that goes out, lights the national beacon. And this thing, which is about 30 feet long and about 30 feet high, finally did ignite. As we mentioned a little earlier, there are 300 of these beacons all around England that have been lit at various stages during the day. This by far the largest, and they will burn right up until midnight when they will be extinguished. This is all part of a fundraising effort that's going on throughout Great Britain. And these are live pictures now from the Tower of London, which of course is one of the great tourist attractions in England. We mentioned a little earlier the guards there are dressed like the beefeaters who are so familiar to Americans who happen to catch a glimpse of a gin bottle now and then. And it is, of course, the home of the British Crown Jewels, which is one of the most magnificent, if not the most magnificent, I guess, gathering of jewels in the world. And, of course, the Tower of London had a somewhat sordid past because it was a prison where many British nobility were at various times imprisoned, and various English scoundrels were held there as well.
Thanks, Charlie. We'll come back to you very shortly. It was wonderful to see that beacon there and be reminded of what Prime Minister Blair thinks of as the new sort of relationship between government and private industry, this great beacon of fire, and there on the edge, British gas. Now, not very far from where Charlie is of course, the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. We've talked a lot about time today. We've asked Robert Krulwich to come back and join us today. First, to answer a couple of questions. Yes. Sir, please. Sure. What's the most famous clock in the world among aficionados?
Among aficionados, we call it the H3.
H4?
H4, maybe H4.
H4, I think. We've all been doing trivia this time of year. Name for Harrison.
Name for a man who invented the clock that actually made it possible for a sailor somewhere out on the ocean to know where he was left to right, where he was not from the equator, but where he was in the open ocean, east or west.
So if we're talking so much about science, why are you standing next to a fishbowl?
Because I got a better clock than that.
Okay.
I have a clock which was the answer to my question, which was, how did people know, since this day is so midnight focused all over the world, I began to think, before there were mechanical clocks, when all you had was a sundial, when the sun went down, who knew what time it was? So when did they think up midnight, and then how did they discover when it was?
You're going to tell us.
I have my example. This is my example of a Chinese water clock, a concept that was invented about 4,000 years ago. And as you see, it's a bowl of water, or a pot would do, with water, but with this difference. At the bottom, it leaks. So little drips are coming out. Somebody 4,000 years ago filled a bowl like this and took a bowl like this next to a sundial and watched the hour turn on the sundial and made a mark. This is how long it would take water to fall for 1 hour, and then another mark, 2 hours, and so on. Then he took the clock indoors to his house, and then he sat there after the sunset and knew from sunset how long 1 hour, he just wait and watch the water drop, how long 1 hour was, how long 2 hour was, and then at midnight, you know the song, Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques, dormez? Well, Frère Jacques' job was to sit in a monastery and watch waterfall in a bowl. And when it got to be midnight...
It's a truly monastic life.
Yes, and a dull job. He'd sonner le matin, and everybody would get up and pray. Unfortunately, as we all know, Frère Jacques was so bored by this that he fell asleep, the dormez-vous part. So this clock is a triumphant clock, and it can tell you when midnight was, but it required the Frère Jacques job, maybe the dullest job in the world. So, good clock, bad work.
How amazing. And where did it go from there? What's the...
Well, from there, it became an alarm clock. Somebody figured out how to turn a water wheel in here so it would ring an alarm so it would sonner le matin all by itself. and then you could wake up to the bell. Cloche, actually, the word clock comes from bell ringing. These are all alarm clocks.
The most famous water clocks were in China, were they not?
They were, and they became more and more elaborate and more fancy. And there was a one-of-a-kind clock at some point, which was apparently a wonder of the world. The clockmaker died, and we never saw that clock again.
And the Chinese emperors, as they succeeded one another, didn't always leave in place what the previous emperor had designed.
Exactly. So the art of those clocks was lost. It suddenly popped up again in Arabia. It pops up again in Frère-Jacquesville, I guess, in Western Europe. And it was pretty much the way people kept time for about 3,500 years.
So next time we look at our egg timers on the stove, if we're still looking at egg timers,
That's
and some
right.
of us are, this is where we get the original idea.
Right here.
Robert, thanks very much.
Welcome.
See you with the next one. Robert Krulwich taking a measure of time for us. On the subject of time, I did promise that I would entertain a visit from a representative of, I believe it's the M1. Sir, could you come in for a second, please, and explain to us what it is you have been so
actually
insistent?
the celebrity spokesman, Al Franken, for 2MI 2001, which is when the millennium does begin. And
oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, and we are our goal really is to stop the nonsense. It's a little too late in some countries, but I'm glad. Thank you for having me. As you know, ABC is where most Americans, more Americans get their news from ABC than any other source, and that's why I'm here. Also, CNN wouldn't let us let me on. But,
so what's the, what are you trying to convince me of?
Well, I think Stephen Jay Gould, when you talked to him earlier, said it best. The first year, set by Dionysius Ezechias, a monk in the 6th century, was the year 1 AD. They didn't have, in Roman numerals, they didn't have 0, so therefore the first year was 1 AD, and therefore the millennium ends when on January 1st, 2001.
Are you a friend of Stephen Jay Gould's? Is that what this is
Well,
about?
we at 2MI think he's the lowest of the low because he intellectually accepts what we're saying, but doesn't. When he was talking to you on the phone, he didn't press it, and I think that's worse than believing what everyone else believes.
Could you come here for a second,
Yes.
please? How do you, and you can convince me, I'll listen to your argument. Can you convince those people out there? Can you give me a reason why you should convince those people out there?
Well, first of all, I could show them this letter that I have signed by Stephen Hawking, 33 Nobel laureates, and Dick Cavett.
And what does the letter say?
It says that I'm right. I mean, that the year 2001 is the January 1st, is, and that you should be telling these people that.
I'll make you a deal.
Yes.
I'll make you a deal. If you can convince them, we'll buy your argument.
Okay. You want me? I'll
have a nice evening.
Okay.
If you can convince them.
Well, not all of them.
Well, if you can convince a majority of them, we'll buy your argument.
Okay. Well, will you wear the T-shirt at least?
Oh, well, I'll certainly keep it around. When did anybody in the news business ever turn down a free T-shirt? Thank you very much. If you can convince them, you can convince us. 2MI. Al Franken. We'll be back in just a moment.
ABC 2000 continues live from around the world. Once again from New York, Peter Jennings.
Welcome back to our Millennium coverage, which is getting a little hard to keep up with at times. Sometimes marathon, one thing, it's very exciting to go around the world. And we're about to celebrate 3 more midnights in Greece, in Bethlehem, and in Egypt. But before we do that, for those people who are anxious about flying, may still want to fly around the new year, want to go to Washington, to FAA headquarters, where our Lisa Stark is standing by. Lisa, what's the state of aviation today?
Peter, we're at the command center, the NERS Center for the Federal Aviation Administration, where they are tracking, as you can see behind me, all those white dots on the map there. They are tracking over 3,000 planes here in the United States. Now, we just talked to the gentleman here who is responsible for international aviation. As you know, all throughout the day, you've been going to these countries which have already reached the next century, and he is telling us that they have absolutely no problems reported anywhere. No problems with airports, no problems with airplanes, no problems with air traffic control systems. So right now, everything looks very, very good from their standpoint all across the world. I don't know if you can see, Peter, they have a map here of the world and the different time zones. You can see that the red there is the area right now which has just changed time, and it's moving across. The key hour here really will be 7 o'clock Eastern Time, which is midnight Greenwich Mean Time, and that is the time that all the air traffic control computers are pegged to. That is really when aviation enters the next century, and that is what they will be waiting to see to make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Okay,
Peter?
Lisa, 2 hours from now, we'll come back to you to see the state of aviation, but as of now, as it was with Y2K, in fact, the most recent comment comes from a Russian Colonel, Sergeyev Kaplan, who's in Colorado with U.S. forces today, and he said, oh, with a measure of pride, you see, he said, midnight has come in Russia and there's no Y2K problem at all. Let us go and have a quick look at one of the great historic sites in the world. Let's go to Greece and to the Acropolis. It will be midnight in just a few minutes on the Acropolis, this astonishing site of the Parthenon Temple, built around 440, 457 years before Christ, celebrating their entrance into the new century. What a beautiful picture. ABC's political analyst George Stephanopoulos is, of course, a Greek American and very proud of it. George, a big moment for Greece.
It is. I feel like I'm looking at a piece of home, Peter, and so many of the Greeks who came to America at the turn of this century, earlier in the century, came here for opportunity, but always maintained their roots to that country, both, and it strikes me now as you see the Parthenon, a temple to the Greek gods, the home of the first democracy, but also you're hearing Byzantine hymns, which brings together both the Christian tradition of Greece and the Hellenic classical tradition, something that has been brought to all of the Greeks here in America.
Let's listen. Thank you, George. From the Acropolis in Greece, across the Mediterranean, the eastern end of the Mediterranean, to Bethlehem. It's 3 minutes before midnight in Bethlehem, and ABC's Bill Blakemore is there.
Well, Peter, all the people we've been hearing from for the last few months who've been saying that the world might come to an end at midnight in the Holy Land, we can report that it certainly is not doing that. We have a square that's full of mostly Palestinians from this town. Others are visiting, and they're not waiting for the end of the world. They're in a jubilant mood and celebrating.
Let's listen. And before we settle in Bethlehem to celebrate in the place where the Gospels tell us that Jesus was born, let's take a quick look at Egypt, because it's coming up on midnight in Egypt as well. And there's a great festival going on out there at the pyramids. In fact, that's the prelude, and very faintly you can see the fireworks letting off behind. It's the Egyptian president, Hosni Mubarak, standing up at the pyramids. The former Secretary General of the United Nations is there. And let's get this quick glimpse of the pyramids in the background, I hope, one more time, lit by the fireworks. And there they are. Great pyramid at Giza. And now let's go back to Bethlehem and celebrate midnight in Bethlehem. Church of the Nativity. What's sometimes called Manger Square, it was until several months ago an enormous parking lot for trucks and buses, a mosque to the north because there are more Muslims and Christians who live there at the moment. But here is the celebration with the doves of peace to mark the new millennium. Masks of ancient Egypt and the Acropolis in Greece. Well, it's a bit confusing there. This is Jean-Michel Jarre who did this ceremony for the pyramids, and we've seen much more of him than we've seen of the pyramids. George Stephanopoulos, another word from you about Greece and Greek American and the New World and the new century?
Well, what I'm thinking about now as we watch it looks like the Acropolis on fire is how the experience of Greek Americans and Italian Americans who came here at the beginning of the century is now being replicated here in America by Dominicans, by people from the East Indies, from these new immigrants are now going along the same path that many of us went through at the beginning of this century, and they're in for an adventure.
And now let's go to Bethlehem again. The Palestinian West Bank town of Bethlehem, the site of the Nativity of Jesus, according to the Gospels. Some people actually hold that he was born in Nazareth. A discussion to be taken up at some other point, of course. But for tonight, this is where the Palestinian Authority wanted the world to be focused on this particular night. Bill Blakemore is there.
Yes, Peter, this has been a night they've been waiting for a long time. They've spent a lot of money to get Bethlehem ready for this particular event. Many people here in the square holding up candles, a scene of enormous hope and pandemonium at the same time, very much like the Middle East. Many of those peace doves a little confused, no doubt, flying in among all of those bursting shells and beautiful colors in the air. But the year 2000 is supposed to be a year of great peacemaking here in the Middle East, with the Israelis, Syrians, and Palestinians all in different peace negotiations. And there is some hope here that by the time this millennium year is over, it will be, as one Israeli said, a very different Middle East, with the Arab-Israeli conflict well towards being something in the past.
To Greece again. Well, a visit to any of these places, under almost any circumstances, is an awe-inspiring experience. Hard to see the pyramids, which is kind of sad. Wonderful to see the Acropolis because they have made it so easy, and because the Greeks have historically made it very much the centerpiece of the way we look at them. As George Stephanopoulos said earlier, the seat of democracy. And Bethlehem, which for millions of Christians down through the ages has been a point of pilgrimage, and now is where Palestinian Authority is in charge, after having been occupied for so long by the Israelis, now controlled by the Palestinians themselves. Our Millennium coverage is going to continue because we're about, we've been here for about 12 hours. We're halfway across the world. We still have America to come. There's the big news of the day. Boris Yeltsin early this morning giving up the presidency of Russia to Vladimir Putin. But the great news of the day, the big news of the day has been everywhere, the celebration of a new century. Our coverage will continue.
ABC 2000 from around the world will continue in a moment. ABC 2000 from around the world continues live from Times Square. Once again, Peter Jennings.
The crowd grows, and before the evening is over, they're all going to have a chance, thanks to this great jumbo screen we have out here in Times Square, to hear from one of America's great entertainers, Billy Joel. New Year's Eve would not be complete without him. He's at Madison Square Gardens to talk to us for just a moment now. Billy, this is going to be your last, great to have you with us. This is going to be your last concert of the century. But there are these rumors around, you wanted to make it your last concert?
I'm not sure if it's going to be my last concert, Peter, but the tour we just finished was definitely going to be my last tour. This would be a terrific night to say, hey, it's the end, but I'm not going to close the door on anything.
No, I'm glad to hear it, and so will all of your other fans be glad to hear it. Tell us what you've been thinking today about the end of the century.
There's so many amazing things. Just seeing this whole thing happen around the world has been very moving. Watching all these other countries celebrate the passing of the millennium and realizing how we're all tied in with each other and how we're all one world. It's just, that's been the most emotional thing for me. And being here in New York, in the middle of New York City, which on New Year's Eve is traditionally considered the center of the universe, is you know, very, very emotional also, Peter.
And have you had a chance to look at the celebrations around the world? We've heard a lot of music and a lot of pretty derivative, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it's great. It's wonderful to see that there's so much different kinds of music, and it's all being able to be heard by the same audience. World music is truly now a real thing.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that you haven't closed the door on anything, and we look forward to hearing you from Madison Square Gardens a little later in the evening.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Billy Joel, who we are looking forward to very much. On the phone with us now in somewhat of a different vein, but also very, very concerned about the young as we look out here in Times Square, is Professor Ted Rabb, the Princeton University professor who is the head of the National Council for History Education. Professor Rabb, can you hear me?
I certainly can.
I have one quick question for you, if you wouldn't mind, and thank you for your time. As we go into the next century, how do we communicate history to kids in an exciting way? There are tons of kids here today.
Well, history is full of wonderful stories, and the one thing that kids all respond to are great stories. Already in the very earliest grades, in the elementary grades, You have the stories of the great heroes. History is full of great heroes. It's full of great legends, of great myths. There are things that capture their attention. The notion that history is boring is absolute nonsense. And the excitement that I think both a teacher has in teaching those great stories and in the children hearing them. This is a wonderful moment, the Millennium. It's a landmark. The whole country is talking about history. I hope teachers all over the country will take advantage of it and bring history to their kids.
In a phrase or two, do you have any one anticipation about the next century?
The one great change of the 20th century has been speed. Speed in communication, speed in almost every area. And I have a suspicion that that acceleration is going to continue. And I hope we can keep the perspective of the past on what it is that we're doing in the future.
Oh, how very interesting. The perspective of the past. Ted Rabb, Professor of History at Princeton University, thank you for your time today. This is the man who the great historian David McCullough said was his hero. And I think in part it is because he is so determined that we pass history on to our kids. And somebody said the other night, I've forgotten who it was, I think it was David McCullough, was quoting the great historian Barbara Tuchman, said if you want to focus kids on history, 2 words only: tell stories. And that's what, of course, we're trying to do, is to tell part of the story of the last century and the anticipation of the next. We're going to go away now from Times Square to your local station, wherever you live in the country, so they can bring you up to date on local news. But I hope you'll come back and spend the evening with us. I'm Peter Jennings in Times Square.
ABC 2000 will return in a moment. ABC 2000 from around the world continues live from Times Square. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Would you believe it's only 5:30 in the afternoon in Times Square, New York? The difference is it's darker now, but some of them have been there since 7 o'clock this morning and earlier. It's going to be some midnight here in Times Square, and we hope it's going to be a great end of century, beginning of the century where you are. We're about to embark on probably our most challenging technological hour of the day, because it's 11:30 at night in Paris, only half an hour to go, and all across Western Europe they're about to enter the 21st century. And so we hope you'll stay with us for this. We're going to go to France and Sweden and Austria and Italy and Hungary and the Czech Republic in the next half hour. But let's start off this particular hour, or this particular half hour, by bringing you up to date, just in case you weren't with us at 7 o'clock this morning, and show you something we prepared before the day began, but which we have updated throughout the day. We call it simply our Overture to the World. might enjoy that out in Times Square. Our overture to the world, which we first prepared at 7 o'clock this morning. I think some of the people in Times Square may actually have seen us. And the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, just told ABC's John Miller a short while ago that in Times Square at this moment, 5:30 Eastern Time in the afternoon, there are as many people as were here for midnight last year, which gives you some sense. Well, it makes me feel a little bit sorry that the people in Seattle have had their official celebration of the Millennium cut back, and you can understand the forces that are at work out there as well. But the talk about terrorism in the country over the last several days seems to have dissolved, at least as far as we are in this day, with all the thousands of people who've celebrated here and the people who've celebrated in other parts of the world. Several times today we've tried to give the century some kind of perspective. It's not, of course, just celebratory, and to help us do that again, we're joined by one of the country's most distinguished professors, Fred Cornell West, educated in part at Princeton, though teaching at Harvard. Nice to have you here with us.
Happy holidays.
And Happy New Year's to you. When you look back, what's the great moment in the century, if there is one for you?
I think the great moment is actually a process. It's a process of decolonization, when the vast majority of inhabitants on the globe began not simply to fight against colonialism, but most importantly to affirm their sense of self-worth and self-respect. Absolutely right. Because even in this moment of joy and hope, I think it's impossible to talk about joy without talking about misery, because joy is transfigured misery. Similarly, so hope transfigured despair. And you think of the AIDS epidemic right now in Africa that's ravaging that rich continent. You think of oppressed people still struggling, Kurds in Turkey, indigenous peoples in America, and so forth. That even as we celebrate, and we have a right to celebrate, but we have the underside, and that's very important. I think back 1900, Thomas Harding talked about that aged thrust, frail, gaunt, and small, and blast beruffled bloom, who chosen thus to fling his soul upon the growing gloom. We have to have a quest for the best through a wrestling with the worst. And so I think even at this moment, no false securities, no seductive idolatries, struggle for democracy must go on. We would not be here if those...
Do you find some parallels between now and the beginning of the 20th century? There was this extraordinary optimism then?
Yes, indeed. There's an evasion of the deep problems, the wealth inequality. We've got 3 of the richest human beings in the world who have more wealth than the bottom 48 countries. The top 225 individuals have more wealth than 2.7 billion human beings. Brother Martin Luther King Jr. said, we're part of one garment of destiny. We are. We're connected, not just you and I, but you and I with brothers and sisters in Guatemala, in Australia, in Africa, and so forth. And those who died, because we're at the deathbed of a century, not just a celebration of a new one. Those who died, the millions gone, so that we could celebrate. Fighting for freedom and democracy, we've got to keep their tradition alive, even as we party tonight.
It's hard to live in America and think that maybe race is the great unfinished piece of business for the country.
I think that's true, but I think when we talk about legacies of white supremacy, it's inseparable from those of male supremacy, it's inseparable from heterosexism, and most importantly, it's inseparable from the increasing economic inequality. And those of us who are fundamentally devoted for living and dying for the best of democracy, we're going to ensure that those folk in the 20th century didn't die for nothing, so we can pass that baton on to the younger generation.
We were just talking between ourselves, and I apologize, we're going faster than we usually. Sometimes you and I sat down and talked for hours. But we were talking about the discovery of the new African library at Timbuktu in Mali. Is this the kind of cultural discovery which makes its way around the world to the betterment, to the extent of confidence for all people of color?
Oh, indeed. I mean, one is the discovery of new papers. I mean, we knew about the library itself, but the new papers in the library. Exactly. But it's, again, it's an affirmation of the dignity of African people. We know that the 20th century has been, in part, a century in which the denigrating of African people. In fact, Marcus Garvey put it well when he said, the world in the 20th century has made being black a crime. I intend to make it a virtue. Not by putting others down, but affirming the humanity of people of color. And the library, I think, with the new papers discovered, certainly is an acknowledgement of African learning, scholarship, science and technology, but more than that, not just fetishizing science and technology, because we need not just improved means, we need some improved ends, and the ends are beyond the greed, beyond the bigotry, on to justice.
Now, scholars should not be immune from making predictions, Professor. Predictions for the next century, at least for the early part of it?
It depends on how courageous we are. It depends on how broad our vision is. And I think that in many ways I would want to call for a new commitment to old challenges, which is let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. If we can live up to that, that takes us back to Jerusalem. Hebrew Scripture, Christian Old Testament. If we can live up to that, then we're in good shape.
Happy New Year.
Thanks so much.
Great to have
Take
you.
good care.
Cornell West, professor at Harvard, one of the easiest, one of the best people to be taught by in the whole country. Thank you very much for coming. Now, we'll be back in just a minute. At the Ephesus Seventh-day Adventist Church on West 123rd Street in New York City. It is well after midnight in Bethlehem, and they are still there. ABC 2000 continues.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Hewlett-Packard, a company of inventors in Silicon Valley. And by GMC. Do one thing, do it well. We'll continue in a moment. Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from New York, Peter Jennings.
Once again from around the world, because let's go right overseas now, first to Paris and then to Vatican City. As we look at Barbara Walter sitting there, we're reminded that the Eiffel Tower was created for the World's Fair of 1889, and here we are more than 100 years later, as Barbara's told us a couple of times today, looking at a city that is just determined, Barbara, to go all out, right?
It sure is. It was lit by gaslight 110 years ago, and they almost tore the thing down and then decided to keep it. Well, there's a tremendous air of excitement. You can hear the people shouting. You are looking at the Eiffel Tower and all of the people around it, where in approximately 15 minutes there will be 20,000 lights, much more than you see now. There have been climbers, mountain climbers, putting those lights up, Peter, 8 tons of them, and a pyrotechnic display that they say is unlike any other fireworks that you've seen. There had been a countdown that was going to count the hours and the seconds, but there was a glitch today because of the storm, and we don't have the countdown, but still it's magnificent. That's the Champs-Élysées, and there are Ferris wheels there that at midnight are going to look as if they're rolling down the street, 11 of them, all different decorations. It's a very exciting night here and a beautiful night.
Thanks,
Peter?
Barbara. It's fascinating to see all those people on the Champs-Élysées. Somebody did a study of the 20 most famous streets in the world, and clearly it was the Champs-Élysées in part. The liberation of France, when the Allies marched down there, and at the beginning of the war when the Nazis marched down there. Let's go to Vatican City, too. Cookie Roberts, we all thought that that the Vatican was going to be overwhelmed by people. How big has the crowd been?
Well, the crowd in the square is now about 50,000 people, which is all it holds. But they're from all over the world, Peter, and it's appropriate that it's the next midnight after Bethlehem. We've just had runners trace the route of St. Paul from the Holy Land to Rome, light a torch in front of St. Peter's, and all of the crowd now has candles in their hands. You can see flags from all over the world, and they're just waiting now for the Pope to come out into his window and give his speech to the city and the world. Just a quick little blessing at midnight tonight. But this is a very, very both excited but also a holy crowd. It's a crowd of pilgrims, and they are feeling that part very strongly.
Koki, thank you very much. We'll be back to you in just a couple of minutes, but take a look at Berlin. Here we are at the very heart of Europe. Here, the Brandenburg Gate. Some of us grew up when there was a wall along that very place. Far side was East Germany. This was West Berlin. In 1989, when the wall came down, many people think the century actually came to an end, or at least the new century actually began with the end of the competition between communism and when democracy prevailed. And we'll go back to Berlin in just a minute as well. Our ABC 2000 Millennium coverage will continue right after this. Welcome back to our Millennium coverage. Roger Goodman, who's our director and has been here with us since early this morning. We have a shot of the control room, please, because we are faced with something of a challenge now. It's going to be midnight all across Western Europe now. We want to help you celebrate it in Paris and in London, and in Rome. And we want to celebrate it in Poland, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, and Italy, and Norway, and Sweden, and all those places. And that is almost impossible to do without just hanging on with the International Television Consortium. Every one of those little squares in that room represents some place in the world with which we are trying to make a connection today. And I must say, we've been pretty successful for most of the day. But it does reflect, as we embark on this great sweep of midnights across Western and for parts of Central and Eastern Europe as well, what a technological age we live in and what a challenge this has been for the day. I don't say that, thanks Roger, in any self-aggrandizing way for anybody, but everybody's done a great job, and we're very pleased. Let's go to Paris. Let's just listen to Paris for a moment.
Well, Peter, what you are hearing is the sounds of people in the street, thousands and thousands of people cheering as the Eiffel Tower is about to be lit with 20,000 different bulbs. People have been lined up there almost as long as they have been in Times Square waiting for it. And now that's a shot of the Champs-Élysées. All of the trees are lit. Ferris wheels just made for tonight. All of the bridges, 35 bridges that connect to the left and the right bank, are lit. And now, supposedly, this is the countdown to the lighting of the most famous landmark in all of Europe, the Eiffel Tower.
Some things, of course, haven't changed, Barbara, right? I was reading the other day that the population of Paris in 1900 was about 2 million people, and the population today is still only a little over 2 million people in Paris itself. And it is a city that has seen such incredible history. You and I were talking the other day about the rebellion on the home front during World War II and the invasion of the Nazis.
Peter, here we go.
Now ready?
Here we go, Peter. 20,000 lights from the base of the Eiffel Tower going up 1,000 feet to the top.
Well, we have to give it to Paris. Nobody's done it like that today. And there is Vatican City. Cookie Roberts.
Well, Peter's standing now at his window with the fireworks going off all around him. Is the tiny figure of the Pope, and the crowd here in the St. Peter's Square, as you can hear, very excited to see him there, and also excited that there are fireworks going off all around. But you know, I've been struck. There's the Pope. I've been struck, Peter, in all this today, especially coming from Bethlehem, that this idea of 2,000 years ago, the birth of Jesus, being celebrated still, and being celebrated in all these places you've gone to. The Catholic Church alone now, with 1 billion people, has most of them living in Asia, South America, and Africa, 2/3 of them. So it is an idea that is spread around the globe for 2,000 years.
These are probably the most spectacular fireworks that we have seen, because they have all been choreographed, all different colors, and at the end it's going to be pure white. Now you can see. They spent 3 years planning this.
Now let's go to Berlin. And we'll keep an eye on the Vatican to make sure that we hear the Pope. The Brandenburg Gate. In a unified Berlin. For the first time since the end of World War II.
Sul quadrante della storia scocca un'ora importante. Inizia in questo momento l'anno 2000.
Roy, his name in Polish.
L'anno che si introduce in un nuovo millennio. Per I credenti è l'anno del grande giubileo. Buon anno a tutti voi.
It was so important to this Pope to make it to the millennium. He's 79 years old. He was elected the Bishop of Rome in 1978. And somewhere in our system, I think we have an interpreter who will translate and pass on his Italian.
Nel varcare la soglia del nuovo anno, mi piacerebbe bussare alla porta delle vostre case per recare a ciascuno il mio augurio cordiale.
We'll come back to the Pope as soon as we can translate him. I apologize to all of those of you in the audience who speak Italian naturally. And undoubtedly, knowing Pope John Paul II, he will talk in several languages before he has finished giving his blessing and his wishes for the new millennium. And we're back in Paris, where the French have, Barbara Walters, absolutely outdone themselves. To think they were going to tear this tower down in 1909.
Can you imagine? And they only left it because it had a radio aerial. Well, what you can see now are the sparkles of those 20,000 lights that mountain climbers literally had to climb and put up there. There is now a beacon that's going to, you can see it now, that's going to be going all through the year 2000, all of those lights sparkling. And the Eiffel Tower finally did it. This is the most famous landmark in Europe, and 4 billion people, they tell us, will be watching this all over the world. It was something. That's the beacon at the top, 1,000 feet high. Can you hear the people? There are probably as many as in Times Square, shouting and watching this magnificent spectacle.
and back to Vatican City. To ponder, as I'm sure Cokie Roberts will elaborate, on this man who has been so important to the latter part of this century. Cokie, I went back with him on his first official trip to Poland. He looks so frail now, and as I said earlier, he was so determined to make it here.
And he made it, and he is still determined to make it to the Holy Land in March, and to make it as many places as he can throughout this Jubilee year. He does rally, Peter, for events like this, and what he's doing now is offering prayerful good wishes to the people of the world. It's really a New Year's wish. Now he's singing the song of the very long-standing of wishing. It's a Gregorian chant of wishing you the blessing in the Latin. But his message has essentially just been a message of good, happy New Year's wishes, saying Christ yesterday, today, and forever. To him belong time and the ages. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. And as you can see, this crowd is waited for him happily. He's standing and continued to greet them as they wave these torches, torches that were lit from the Holy Land, and now singing hymns. So it's not the exuberance of Paris, but it is a commemoration of what this 2,000 years is all about.
Certainly on the Christian calendar, without question. We've seen him sapped of his energy down through the years, but here in front of St. Peter's Square and St. Peter's Basilica, the premier church of Roman Catholic Christendom, named for his disciple Peter, who was also the first pope, we see, as Cokie says, the great commemoration of why much of the world is celebrating this millennium this evening.
Peter, you know, this spot where St. Peter's has been a place of worship since well before Christianity. It's one of those spots that human beings have congregated on and worshiped deities from time out of mind. And it seems to continue to attract people in that way, that as a sacred spot throughout the generations.
Thank you, Cokie. That's the Pope and the Papal Departments. Now let's go back to Paris for their grand finale of their midnight celebration.
It started at the bottom and then just kept enveloping it in all different colors. Probably the most spectacular fireworks we've seen yet. And then the whole of the Eiffel Tower was lit by 20,000 bulbs and Christmas lights, so that the entire city is reflected in this glorious landmark. And you know, Peter, this is a great night for Paris. As you pointed out earlier, they've had some very difficult times, occupied by the Germans. 2 world wars fought in this country, and now it is a very happy and exciting time. On the Champs-Élysées, which is closed off to cars, there are Ferris wheels that are running for the first time, 11 of them, each one with a different scene, from acrobats to internet to performers. All of the trees are lit, all of the bridges are lit, Peter. It is a city absolutely ablaze, and if we sound excited, it's because it's just been, in terms of a celebration, something glorious to see. Paris outdid itself.
Thanks, Barbara. I apologize for interrupting. We could not complete this midnight without going to Madrid, which isn't perhaps quite the city with a sense of drama that Paris and Rome has too, but at the Puerta del Sol, in the very center of the old city, the official celebration of midnight in Madrid. In the Plaza Mayor, thousands of Spaniards have come together to remind themselves of where they have been in this century. And they've been a lot of places and made a fabulously great number of contributions to history. And they now, and we'll talk to them before the evening is over, will wish to share their wishes for the new millennium as well. Our coverage of ABC 2000's Millennium around the world will continue in just a moment.
from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
It's a little after 6 o'clock Eastern time now. We've just seen these extraordinary celebrations in France and this equally moving but in very different way from Vatican City, thanks to Barbara Walters and Cokie Roberts who've been there. But we haven't been down actually in Times Square for just a while. We just heard the mayor tell us a short while ago that there are as many people here at this time of the day as there were last year for the actual midnight celebration themselves. And there has not, to the best of our knowledge, been an incident of any magnitude, of any significance in this city or any other to disrupt the celebrations. Oh, there were a few minor things in Sydney, Australia earlier today, largely blamed on the exuberance of the moment. And I guess any of us who've ever come to Times Square know that what you see here are partly New Yorkers, but partly people from everywhere else in the world, because people who come to New York always want to see Times Square. Signs down there wishing Nara happy 2000 in New Mexico. Glad he put up that one. People have come with handmade signs. Another one down here says, "Go Bucks, you go boy." Hello Canton, Ohio. There's a tremendous crowd, and somewhere out there I think is ABC's Jack Ford. Someone else. Am I right or wrong? Can we make contact with him at the moment, or has he been temporarily swallowed by the crowd? Hi, Jack, I can see you there.
Peter, I can see you over there.
Good.
As you were saying, there's a crowd out here. They're all carrying some interesting signs. You know, as you look out at the crowd, Peter, I know you mentioned before that there were more people at about 5:30. More people at about 5:30 here than there were all of last year. Well, we understand from talking to police sources here that the crowd now is stretching back here up to 50th Street. They never expected it would go back that far. But as you walk around through the crowds, Peter, as you know, there was a great deal of concern over both security and how to safely manage these crowds. Well, so far, obviously the security concerns, we can't tell what's happening except for the fact that there have been no problems out here. And we know that the police were out here for literally days in advance to prepare all that. But in terms of the management of the crowd, it has been perhaps even more successful than they had anticipated. They have utilized this system of what they've been calling pens, where they would shepherd the viewers and the spectators into these pens. They'd fill them up about 2/3 of the way so there was room for them to expand, room for them to move around. And it has been a very manageable system. Literally, we out here who are reporting on this, along with the police who are patrolling, can stroll along through the streets, talk to people. The people can see everything they want to see. You can hear them now making a little bit of noise as the camera is panning over them. So clearly, in terms of the organizers of this Times Square 2000 event, it has been successful. They are pleased with the people here. The weather has now become somewhat more accommodating than it was this morning. And the folks are sitting here and just waiting for that ball that went up to the top of that shaft at about 7 o'clock this morning and went up to a huge roar, even given the small amount of folks that were here at the time. These people are now waiting patiently for it to drop to the bottom. Peter?
Thanks very much, Jack. I just want to give people a quick sense of where we've been. Here's the international date line. This is where we started today. This is where the new century began in New Zealand, Tonga, and Kiribati. And on the USS Topeka, if you were here this morning, you remember it was an American submarine under the international date line who first greeted the new century. And we've moved all across Asia now and across much of Western Europe and through Bethlehem and Cairo and now Berlin and Rome and Paris, London to come, Rio de Janeiro to come, and all of the United States to come. The celebration on the easternmost part of the United States will occur in Newfoundland, and I'm not sure how long that is from now. We've got so many clocks around here, but I hope you'll stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
From around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. with our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to our Millennium coverage. This is normally the time when World News Tonight goes out to much of the country, but as far as the people here are concerned, and in fact in most of the world, there's only one great story today. What's right with the world as the century ends and the new one begins, and of course what has been left undone in this century to still be accomplished in the next century. So if you're just joining us, coming home from somewhere, we'll try to bring you up to date with some of the other news. There's been an enormous amount of pageantry in the world, but there have been no Y2K problems that we are aware of. But as that was one of the stories about which people were so concerned at the beginning of the day, I want to make two quick checks. Let's go first to New Zealand, where ABC's James Walker has had an extraordinarily long day. It's now light again, Jimmy. And Jimmy's been worrying about all of the technological potential in Asia today. What's happened and what hasn't happened?
Peter, it's 12:30 p.m., afternoon of January 1st, a gorgeous day, about 75 degrees, and so far, here in New Zealand, not one single major, or for that matter, that we know of, minor Y2K problem. How much has the rest of the world been focused on New Zealand as the first industrial state to welcome the new year? Government officials say that the site recorded 4.7 million hits. Overall, a pretty darn good way to start the new century. Peter?
Thank you very much, Jimmy Walker. James Walker in New Zealand for us, who's been covering Y2K for the year. Sam Donaldson is at Y2K headquarters in Washington today, where Washington has been watching the world. What's going on, Sam?
Well, not so fast, Peter Jennings. We have a Y2K glitch to report. Confirmed in Delaware, the slot machines didn't work for a while at one of the racetracks, or some of them, because of a prospective 3-day look ahead. It's been fixed now, and you can lose your money at the Delaware racetracks. Other than that, nothing going on. And Americans seem to have taken this in stride, and they knew it all the time, Peter. No hoarding of food, no run on the gas stations, no extraordinary withdrawal of cash. In fact, the biggest point at this hour is that John Koskinen, who is the Y2K czar, is getting on an airplane right about now at National Airport to prove that you can fly safely. And we said to him, after all of these things that haven't happened, Mr. Koskinen, why not cancel the flight? I mean, politicians break their words all the time. They got elected president for having done so. He said, I said I would do it. I will fly. So we'll report to you at some point this evening that he has landed safely, I trust.
But Sam, let me ask you some questions about Y2K and the rest of the world, because we'll check in with Lisa Stark at the FAA when this 7 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time becomes so important for airlines particularly. But so many people were worried about Russia, and they were particularly worried about the Ukraine. Did nothing happen untoward at all?
Well, not that we know of. Obviously, reporting can be delayed. And obviously also, Peter, some of these systems can take a while, perhaps even days, to degrade. As was explained here, all right, the lights don't go out immediately, but monitoring systems that help those lights stay on may fail, and therefore, after a period of time, they may go down. But at the moment, everything looks fine in Ukraine, as far as we know. All of those 21 Soviet-built power plants, for instance, seem to have come through okay. There was some concern about that. And the grid seemed to be all right. It's just one of those wonderful exercises where those of us here poised to report disaster are denied that wonderful opportunity, and I couldn't be more thankful.
Thank you very much, Sam. We'll come back to you a little later in the evening. Of course, there's been tremendous planning for Y2K throughout the world for the last couple of years, and there's still people all across America concerned tonight that that little piece of equipment somewhere is going to go wrong. I don't mean to hype it at all, but it's going to go wrong and cause somebody misery in their life, so we'll continue to stay on it. One of the big changes, of course, of today was in Russia, where Boris Yeltsin, the president, announced very early this morning he'd had enough. He was going to give up his job to Vladimir Putin, who has been the acting president for much of the day, now going to be the permanent president in all likelihood. And let us go to Washington and ask ABC's John McWethy, our national security correspondent, what's the official both political and military reaction to Mr. Putin's arrival on the scene in such a major way, John?
Peter, I think the U.S. government at this point is not all that upset that Vladimir Putin has now stepped into the important job in Russia. As you and everyone is very much aware, Boris Yeltsin had not been much of a firm-hand governor for a number of months. American officials had been concerned by the drift in Russia. They feel that Vladimir Putin may well be the man to reestablish some of the law and order that is needed in Russia. He has said publicly that he is willing to pursue the democratic ideals that Boris Yeltsin was for. So thus far, they are not all that upset that there's a new president in Russia.
Though beyond being a law and order man, we don't know much about him, do we? We know something about his history, but we don't know where he wants to take the country.
Well, he has said publicly in his various conversations with American officials that he does want to pursue many of the same free market ideas that Boris Yeltsin did. One of the things that does concern officials is his very hard line on Chechnya, which, of course, the United States has been very critical of.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McWethy at the Pentagon. One of the fascinating moments for us today was we went out to North American Air Defense Command headquarters, or to their Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado headquarters, and we were just about to listen to a briefing, and they saw some missile launches. It was John McWethy who explained that those are missiles being used in a short-range way as that rather vicious war, as that very vicious war continues in Chechnya tonight. And the good news from the Indian subcontinent today, as Lynn Sher reported from Bombay earlier, is that the hijackers who had taken that plane, the Air India plane, 8 days ago, abandoned the plane in Afghanistan this morning. These are some of the passengers arriving back in India tonight in exchange for the release of 3 Muslim militants who'd been in Indian prisons for quite some time. And in Afghanistan, the Taliban government gave the hijackers only 10 hours to leave the country or be arrested. The U.S. is urging they be brought to justice, but we haven't heard much in the last several hours, and the 10 hours have certainly expired. Back in this hemisphere, after nearly a century of ownership, the United States today officially handed over the Panama Canal to the Panamanians themselves. There was quite a moving ceremony in Panama itself. President Carter was there today. President Clinton and the Secretary of State decided not to go. And on Wall Street today, which we saw when Muhammad Ali sounded the bell to open the day, they ended this year with absolutely record highs for the Dow and the NASDAQ. For the year, the Dow is up 25%. The NASDAQ is up an extraordinary 85%. And finally, from here in the news, with all of the new births we have been reporting, we're sad to report, and many of his friends and admirers around the country are sad to hear of the death of Elliot Richardson, former Secretary of Defense, a former Attorney General in the Nixon administration in 1973. He resigned. Students of Watergate certainly remember, rather than obey President Nixon's command to fire the Watergate Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox. Mr. Richardson was 79. Now, just in case you haven't been with us for some or all of the day, we've asked ABC's Bob Brown to put together, I guess what you'd call at home, a highlight reel of some of what's been going on around the world.
Past the midnights, toward the dawns, through what people feared might happen and what they hoped would. This has been a day of spectacle in which all the world was a stage. As New York City raised the crystal ball, it will drop at midnight. A human conductor led a virtual orchestra with a laser baton, a virtuoso feat of the kind of technology that has defined the end of this millennium. But the fire of old-fashioned enterprise has also played a prominent role. After all, the South Pacific island nation of Kiribati had the international dateline reconfigured so that it would be the first to celebrate the new millennium. Kiribati had seen heavy casualties during World War II when U.S. troops drove out Japanese forces.
My dear child, take this torch of peace and hope from Kiribati so that it may light the whole world.
An old man and a boy headed out to sea in the direction of the next midnight, while dancers chanted a goodbye to the pain of the past in a ceremony of good luck. How quickly things seemed to move after that. In Auckland, New Zealand, the first city that might have experienced a millennium bug, there were no reported problems, only a giant celebration, although it will take much longer to assess what's really happened to the world's computers. And among the midnight theatrics, often staged around familiar landmarks, the Sydney, Australia Opera House offered a performance unlike any that had been seen there before. Dancers representing sea creatures from the harbor roamed the roof as 1 million people watched. China, one of the countries that gave fireworks to the rest of the world, had an impressive display of its own in Shanghai. But officials, anxious to dispel concerns that the country could be a Y2K disaster, kept its airlines flying past midnight to engender confidence. And in Beijing, the official celebration that started at midnight ended at 12:08. Far away from this performance of a national traditional music troupe in Seoul, Korea, others went up to the demilitarized zone where no photograph signs were posted to hang messages on barbed wire wishing for peace with the North. God, please let these reunions happen, said one. The same hopes for peace in a different area of the world were represented in a joint concert between singers in Dublin, Ireland, and Derry, Northern Ireland. And evidence that hopes can be reached was on Robben Island, where Nelson Mandela spent most of his 26 years in prison before becoming president of South Africa. So many symbols of the past century were lit by their celebrations. Moscow, the capital of a nation which came into being in revolution, became a superpower, then dissolved in disarray. Despite terrible problems, Moscow celebrated in style. But on the Horn of Africa, territory over which the superpowers once struggled, ABC's Jim Wooten found silence.
Going from midnight in Moscow to midnight in Ali-Ade, just listen. There's not a sound here. 11,000 refugees from Somalia have gone to bed.
In Bethlehem, thousands of Christian pilgrims were gathered in the town where Jesus was born, celebrating despite fears of terrorism. From the streets of India, filled with unbridled celebrations, to the stunning views of the Acropolis in Greece, a masterpiece before we began counting these last 2 millennia, the visual feast got better and better. Half the world has seen the millennium come now, and the rest has been revving up for it in unprecedented ways. One of the most impressive took place in Leipzig, Germany, with mime and music spilling into the streets. There was so much to look at today, it boggled the senses. A trip around the world that Jules Verne could barely have imagined. Soon to arrive here at home.
One more chance this century to hear Ode to Joy, which has been played. We've looked at the world with such a sense of awe today. This is one more chance to see some, or at least one, of the 11 different Ferris wheels, or wheels, they like to call them, ferry wheels, that they have put up through Paris, all of which are extraordinarily conceptual, some of which play music, some of which have dancers on them. These are just artistic Ferris wheels. No one is going to be able to ride them, unlike that great Ferris wheel that has been built on the Thames in London. Everybody taking their cue from the Chicago Expedition in 1893, of course, and the American invention of the Ferris wheel. But here in Paris, there are these extraordinary demonstrations of technology which bring together in one place some of the technology we have witnessed around the world today. 11 different ferry wheels, as we said, up and down these various parts of Paris, reminding us of how extraordinary this fascination is with technology as we go into the 21st century. It is just as it was as we entered the 20th century. We'll continue in just a moment.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Pfizer, where life is our life's work. And by Autotrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
We're back to London, where they will soon celebrate midnight. The Queen, almost 50 years on the throne, inside the Millennium Dome, which the British Prime Minister Tony Blair said was going to show the world that the British can still do things as big and as well, if not better than anyone. And our Charlie Gibson is there as well. Charles?
Peter, this dome is in Greenwich. It's about 4 miles down the Thames. And, of course, Greenwich so important because it is the center of time. These young people that the Queen has called to the stage are running forward, and they are going to take down a giant curtain which surrounds the Millennium Dome. Here it is coming down. And it will give people the first look at the immensity of this dome. It is a gigantic structure that is along the Thames River in Greenwich. It is the size of 2 Georgia domes, to give you some sense of what it is equal to in this country or in the United States. My favorite stat fact of the entire millennium, actually, is that somebody said if you turned this over and put it right under Niagara Falls, it would take 12 minutes to fill up. It is a giant theater there in the center. The people are cheering. There are about 12,000 invited guests there tonight. And then it is a theme park all around with 14 different centers that reflect science and parts of British life and faith and medicine and a number of things. It is a participatory place where people can come and tour these various centers as well as see theatrical acts in the middle. We are told that the Queen is going to have a few remarks at this Millennium Dome. She has not said anything today, and this will be her opportunity to give a New Year's message to the United Kingdom. You know, with all due respects to Paris, and it was a fantastic show there, the British say they're going to have a bigger show come midnight than any place else in the world. We'll see if they make good on it. But the Queen will spend midnight at the Millennium Dome with these 12,000 invited guests, and the major fireworks show is going to go on along the Thames in London.
And do I understand, Charlie, you're now listening to this New Beginning by John Taverner?
Yes, this is a special composition for the new year and for the unveiling of this dome. This project is very important to the British government. It was started by John Major when he was Prime Minister, and he approved it. Then Tony Blair came in, the Labour government, and they endorsed it as well because it is so important to this country to be seen as modern, very much in the 21st century, not just a relic of the past. Peter?
Our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Peter, welcome back to London. We are now, I know you have a raft of clocks in the New York studio. We have but one, but it's the most famous clock in the world, I think, Big Ben, which indicates that we have 5 minutes till midnight here in London. The estimates of the crowds here along the Thames have been 2 million, 2.5. I don't know. That seems conservative to me, because this celebration, when the fireworks start going off in London, is going to cover a 4-mile stretch of the Thames River, and the crowd is literally 75, 100 deep all along the river. An extraordinary sight is Westminster Bridge. I hope we have a picture of it that you can see, because it is absolutely jammed with people. It is chock-a-block solid with people, and all of the bridges up and down the Thames are the same way, as well as the northern embankment of the river, the southern embankment as well. Now, as you have concentrated on other cities properly, things have gone on here Prime Minister Tony Blair, not too long ago, was along the side of the river. He extended a laser beam which shot across the river and started the Millennium Wheel, or the London Eye, as they call it, this giant Ferris wheel that has been constructed on the banks of the Thames that hovers 50 feet above Big Ben, that is going to be here for at least 5 years. I think it is equivalent to what happened in 1889 when the French unveiled the Eiffel Tower. Some people hate it, many people love it, but I think it will be a permanent fixture here in London. It symbolizes the clock, the passing of time. It is also very modern. It is participatory, and that people will eventually be able to ride on it, even though it didn't pass safety inspections yesterday. They've gotten this thing up in just a few weeks, and it will be, I think, a symbol of modern London. And Tony Blair wants London to be seen as modern. Now, I want to give you some explanation of what they're going to try to do in 2 minutes. The sun, as the Earth spins around, the sun is actually traveling across the sky at about a mile every 2.5 seconds. They are going to light the Thames on fire. It is called a river of fire, as they have branded it. The fireworks will start at Tower Bridge, and for 4 miles they will travel right down the river. It will appear as if the river is on fire, because it is the fireworks will be moving at the same speed as the sun across the sky, and they will cover 4 miles in 10.8 seconds with rockets that will blanket the sky at a height of 200 feet. That will be as Big Ben is chiming midnight. And then after that, there's going to be about 15 minutes of fireworks. The Britishers say this is, modestly say, this is the largest fireworks show in the history of the planet. They have 39 tons of fireworks. They're going to set off 45 major fireworks every second. So we have 1 minute to go. This is going to be quite a show. Now, Big Ben has a little bit of preliminary music that comes just before the bells start to bong. That is going to start shortly, and then the Britishers say will come the silence, which is about 1 or 2 seconds before you hear the 12 bongs of midnight. And as that begins, the river of fire will extend right up the Thames River. As we say, the crowds are very thick. The mood is very anticipatory. This should be quite something to see. Something. The 16 barges that are planted along the river are disgorging the fireworks, and they are grand up and down the Thames, but I'm not sure they were able to light the river on fire the way they said they planned. You can see the whole scope of the river because it's like lace as far as you can see. As we said, from the Tower Bridge in the east to Vauxhall Bridge in the west, up and down the river. The only problem in seeing the fireworks is the smoke that comes from the previously exploded charges. Smells like a powder magazine here along the Thames. Of this, Peter, it's just hard to believe as you stand here looking all the way up the river and seeing simultaneous fireworks shot from 16 different barges on the river. Perhaps it is a discordant note, Peter, but the only times I have seen pictures of London with explosions like this bring back memories of the Second World War and what it must have been like with bombs raining down on London. This country has been through so much in this century, and it is wonderful to see it celebrate this way.
Well, let's very briefly, don't go away, Charlie. We'll be right back in a moment, see whether they can light the Thames on fire after all. But let's check in very quickly elsewhere in Europe with Portugal. Getting to that stage in the day where it's hard to tell whose fireworks are whose. But that is Lisbon in Portugal, and before that was London in the Thames. And this, well, everybody recognizes this, of course, this is Reykjavik in Iceland. where they are celebrating their midnight as well. One of the friendliest cities in all of Europe. One of the most literate countries, if not the most literate country by definition in Europe. Now let's go back to London.
This is due to go about 15 minutes, Peter, to continue nonstop through that period of time. Oh, New Year's would not be right without a silly hat, so I have brought mine.
I quite agree. I thought you were putting it on to protect yourself from debris.
No, it looks even sillier over this earpiece, but I wouldn't be able to hear you at all if I didn't have these on.
But you want to be reassured that you look silly, do you?
I do.
I'm sure our time will come at midnight. Charlie, thank you very much.
I'm afraid this picture of me will wind up in the file somewhere, and I'll see it for years.
No, there'll be nothing in the file about it. We'll keep it out and very public. Charlie Gibson.
The smoke is so thick, Peter, that you can barely see the fireworks anymore.
Well, I'm sure we'll be told tomorrow that the river really was on fire, that we just couldn't see it for the smoke. But it is something of a reminder for those people who pay attention to history that in 1900, when Queen Victoria was on the throne, she presided over the largest empire in history. 400 million people, 1/5 the Earth's surface. And now as we come to the end of the century, for all this fantastic show that they put on in Britain, on, around, and under Tower Bridge tonight, Britain's possessions have dwindled to about 15 dependent territories. Hong Kong went back to the Chinese, but the Falkland Islands are still British. And now it has evolved to become the American century. And this is the demonstration of a Labour government in Britain, led by Prime Minister Tony Blair, very much determined, as Charlie said earlier, to reassert itself as a technological, cultural power in the world today. Certainly a mecca, as you see there, for people from all around the world, as is New York. January the 1st, 2000, in London. Our coverage will continue.
The birth of the new century, the river of fire on the Thames, fireworks all over the country. This great stream of high-moving fire going at the speed the earth turns. Difficult to distinguish there, I must admit, from the fireworks. Turning, in theory at any rate, at the very speed of time. This is BBC One. A Happy New Year. What you're seeing now here on the Thames is £1 million worth of fireworks. 29,000 tons of fireworks, the biggest display. But I have to say, as you've no doubt spotted, there didn't appear to be much of that river of fire. I don't quite know what happened to it. No doubt we shall discover in time. But anyway, this is a spectacular sight. London Eye there with the searchlights going over it. Fireworks running right the way up the river from Tower Bridge to Westminster. And the beacon still burning that the Queen lit earlier.
Happy New Year!
Guess who is making a grand procession through Times Square now? There goes Baby Time with his jet propulsion pack on his back, and there, not making a first appearance at a New York Times Square on New Year's Eve, is Father Time. They've been all around Times Square this evening as this crowd continues to swell. We have no idea how deep it goes on either side of Times Square at the moment. There have been so many people here since the very beginning of the day, but that's Father Time paying his respects to people from all over the world who've gathered here in Times Square, preceded by Baby Time, puppet made in Galway in Ireland, reminding me of what Charlie Gibson said earlier today, that one of the most emotional link-ups throughout the day was between Dublin in the Republic of Ireland and Derry, sometimes called Londonderry, by people in Northern Ireland, and they sang together the Derry air, or Danny Boy, as all Irish and most of the rest of us know it too, to celebrate this spirit of coming together on the Millennium. Let's get back to the issue of safety. Lisa Stark is still at FAA headquarters in Herndon, Virginia, and she told us several hours ago that at 7 o'clock we would have a better handle on whether it was safe to fly in various parts of the country and the world. So what's the answer?
Peter, it is indeed. The clocks have officially rolled over for aviation. As you've been talking about all day, Greenwich Mean Time is the center of time, and that is the clock to which all air traffic control computers in the world are pegged. You can see this one map behind me with all those white dots. Those are the planes aloft right now in the United States. Over 2,300 planes, all flying quite safely, thank you. We should tell you, at about Greenwich Mean Time, when it hit midnight, there were approximately 1,350 commercial flights in the United States. You can hear the round of applause here. They're just finishing up a phone call. They're just finishing up a phone call with Administrator Garvey, which I'll tell you about in a minute. Now, you're seeing some pictures, I understand, of LaGuardia Airport. Right now, in this next hour, they are expecting 10 arrivals and 12 departures through the next hour. It's slow there, but everything is operating as normal. Back here at the FAA Command Center in Herndon, they have a giant map up on the wall that shows the time zones throughout the world. You can see the red line. The red line is where the part of the world which has just now changed to the new time zone and to Greenwich Mean Time.
Lisa, let me ask you this.
Yes.
The administrator of the FAA was going to fly all the way across the country at this time of night. As I recall, there was some difficulty because the airlines kept canceling the flights. What finally happened?
They did indeed. She had to rebook 3 times, Peter. Airlines, you know, canceled really about half of their flights over tonight because demand was so low. She is in the air right now. I'm looking at the map. She's just getting into Arkansas, just passing through Tennessee into Arkansas. Just a few moments ago, she placed a call here. Secretary Slater, the transportation secretary, was here. He spoke with Jane Garvey. He congratulated her on the great effort of getting all of the computers up to speed, getting them Y2K compliant. And also, Jane Garvey said she sent a telegram to the president, and she used the words used by Orville and Wilbur Wright after their successful flight in Kitty Hawk in 1903. The telegram said, "Success, stop. Inform press, stop."
I like
Peter?
it a lot. Thanks very much, Lisa Stark. Success, full stop, inform the press. Well, it's interesting because so many people at the beginning of this year, maybe several years ago, everybody thought they were going to go to exotic or wonderful places and celebrate the new year. And then as the year went on, everybody decided to stay home and watch television, for which I have to tell you we are very pleased. And as we've watched television from around the world today, I have to tell you, looking at the rest of the world on television, we at least have not been disappointed. We'll continue in a moment.
From around the world, ABC 2000 will continue in a moment.
Welcome back to our Millennium coverage. We just had a visit from Father Time here in Times Square, and we're now going to have a visit, if you will, from one of the entertainment groups that's joined us for the Millennium 8, probably not of my generation, but certainly of others, here from Orlando, Florida, NSYNC.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the year-long Millennium celebration right here at Epcot, where we're celebrating the future hand in hand, right here on ABC 2000. never last forever. I told you not to worry. I said that everything would be alright. Didn't know then that you were right. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed. So tell me what to do now when I want you back. Oh yeah, I want you back, baby. Oh yeah, I want you back, girl. You're the one I want. You're the one I need. Yeah, tell me what can I do? Hey, yeah. You're the one I want. You're the one I need. Tell me what can I do? You're all I ever wanted. You're all I ever needed. So tell me what to do now when I want you back. You're all I ever wanted. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're all I ever needed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I want you back.
Another contribution by us, we hope, to the million of teenage girls around the world who love NSYNC, now seen on ABC 2000. Everybody down there having such a good time down there. Jack Ford, there you are hidden behind a barricade.
Peter, they are indeed having a good time down here. You know, Peter, it's been an extraordinary crowd for a number of reasons. First, this has turned into truly a global celebration. As we've counted down to midnight in our variety of locations here, the crowd has counted down with us, watching on the big screen. And when they hit midnight, they have exploded in celebration. Even though it's been an extraordinarily large crowd, Peter, it's been an extraordinarily well-behaved crowd for a couple of reasons, I suspect. We took a stroll about 5 blocks up Broadway, turned around and came down 5 blocks, talked to a lot of people. And it seemed that the fact that there's entertainment here as part of the Times Square 2000 event every hour or so has kept the crowd engaged, kept them from becoming somewhat rowdy. The other observation I've made talking with folks here, and this is anything, Peter, but a scientific survey, is a good deal of these folks said they wouldn't ordinarily be here on New Year's Eve. But they've come this New Year's Eve to experience the moment, to be able to say to folks at some point in time in their lives, you know where I was when the Millennium changed? I was right in Times Square. So it's been extraordinary out here, Peter. People are having a good time, and they are waiting patiently now for the ball to drop. Peter?
Thanks very much, Jack. I want to say I have a much deeper appreciation for working on a morning program now, with having to deal with all those people behind you, but also realizing again how much sense it makes to come to the television cameras at a moment like this with a message from home. And so we thank you for that. And also, I must say, we really do have to thank very heartfeltly all the people of the Times Square operation who have run this parallel celebration of the world here today. We're going to go to local news, and we'll be back.
Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
I was just about to say welcome back to our coverage of the millennium, the end of the century, the end of the 20th century, and the beginning of the 21st. But I'm more tempted to say I hope you're not joining us for the first time, only because it has been such a spectacular day across the world. And we've been here live for a little more, I think it's a little more than 17 hours now, and we're very grateful for the messages we've had from people around the country and around the world who have felt connected by this great feat of technology that has been put together out of a control room just over there behind. Can I have a look, please? Roger Goodman, our director, over there behind this great map of the world, and we've now celebrated the dawning of the new millennium, as we common man, not specialists, tend to call it, in Asia and in Africa, which was not by any means as happy as it was in other places, though there's a lot to celebrate in Africa as well. And then across Western Europe. And now, if you look at this great, enormous map of ours here, which we have in our studio overlooking Times Square, in which there's, as you already know, there's an enormous crowd. You can see where we are now. It's about an hour after midnight in London and Paris, where we saw two spectacular celebrations, and the clock is now sneaking up on Rio de Janeiro, and then before long, in a couple of hours from now, we'll begin touching the easternmost point of land in North America, and we'll go to St. John's, Newfoundland for that, and then work our way all the way across the continent. We've tried, of course, we've had a wonderful celebration, and we've tried to keep both the past and the future in some kind of context. Today we've had a chance to talk about women in both the last century and in the new one. We've talked about children. We've certainly talked a fair amount, but not enough, of course, about science. And we have had lots of conversation about time, from the Royal Observatory, or the Royal Observatory in Greenwich itself, on the Zero Meridian, all the way across the Pacific. And we've talked about population. We've had a few people make their predictions. And now we're sort of settling in for prime time television in the United States, or at least in much of the States. And to get it underway, we asked Charlie Gibson and Barbara Walters, we're going to go to Charlie first, to look back at their own celebrations and tell us what they thought was the greatest moment. Charlie, for a while there, I didn't think we'd be able ever to hear you, or maybe even see you again because of the fireworks and all the smoke. But what was your greatest moment?
Well, Peter, a couple of pieces of videotape I want to show you. As midnight works its way across the Atlantic, you're not going to have fireworks for a couple of hours. And so, as everyone knows, the climax of any big show is the biggest, and so I want to show you the last 30 seconds or so of what we had in London, because it was certainly spectacular. And the most amazing part of it was the scope of it, the fact that it extended simultaneous fireworks for a 4-mile stretch along the Thames. And there's my silly face in the foreground there, because it was just amazing. I'm a sucker for this kind of thing. I just love it. And to realize what had come down from the skies in London during this century, and how much this country endured during the war, and then to see the faces of all of those people just rapt looking at the sky, it really was a magnificent moment. One other moment I want to show you, which is from the celebration at the Millennium Dome. There was a singer there who was singing, well, they said it was a modern version of God Save the Queen. And we have just a couple of seconds of her singing this that'll give you some sense of what it was like.
God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen, God save the Queen.
Now, Peter, in attendance, of course, was the Queen herself. And when they finally took a picture of the Queen, which we will show you in just a second, she looked a little bit like she was having a root canal. I don't think she particularly appreciated the modern version of God Save the Queen.
God save the Queen, God save the Queen.
Isn't that nice, she seemed to be saying.
Come on,
I don't
Charlie.
really think she thought it was.
I'm going to defend the Queen. I remember when the Queen went to New Zealand many years ago, and she was greeted, as so many people are in New Zealand, by the Maori tribesmen, who, as one of their expressions of familiarity and welcome, is to turn and show them their backsides, to moon the Queen. And she had about the same look on her face then. So I think, in all honesty, she's trained herself in almost 50 years on the throne to keep her cool.
Oh, I'll defend the Queen, Peter. I'm not sure I'll defend the singer. That was all.
Oh, I see. Charlie, I want to ask you a question about personalities, because, you know, we've talked a lot today about the list. We talked about the athlete of the century. We've all had the man of the century, or the woman of the century, the athlete of the century here. In Britain, does Winston Churchill automatically the person of the century?
Sure, it's not a debate here. Charles Krauthammer wrote a piece in the States, and it was published over here, and I think it's generally accepted. Churchill held this country together, and he exhibited the grit of the British in the most trying times. This has not been an easy century for the British. They came into it with Queen Victoria on the throne. Britain reigned supreme. They had the empire, and now at the end of the century and the beginning of the new one, they debate their place in the world, whether they really want to be a part of the European Union, whether they need to keep their own currency and whatever. It's been a very difficult time, and Churchill not only held this country together, but I think you could arguably say held the Western Alliance together, and was a transcendent figure at that period of time, and would certainly be my choice of man of the century, and I think it would be unanimous here in Britain.
Well, you're not alone. I was listening to David McCullough, the historian, the other night talk about the person of the century, and he certainly chose Winston Churchill, and there's a whole constituency, of course, for Churchill along with Roosevelt, and as there was, Time magazine, of course, chose Einstein as its person of the century here. Well, Charlie, did they ever get the river on fire?
Peter, don't raise these unpleasant subjects. Nothing ever works totally right in Great Britain, and I don't think they ever did. As a matter of fact, there had been so much publicity about this, and once the fireworks started, apparently the BBC people were calling our people saying, well, when's it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Has it happened? It didn't happen. Okay, Charlie, thanks very much. I know you're not going very far, though you had me a little nervous with that glass in your hand a second ago, but why not celebrate? Well, Peter, I speak to you with all the wisdom of the new century. To those of you who are mired in the old, everything looks better on this side. Thank you very much, Charlie. Don't go away. We'll be back to you, but we want to go now to Paris, where Barbara Walters has been with us every step of the way today, and who would not have wanted to wait for that extraordinary celebration in Paris. Barbara, pick a great moment if you can.
Well, you know, for 17 hours that we were here, the Eiffel Tower was having trouble with its countdown. The sign simply didn't work. And then 1 hour after midnight, it's now 2 a.m., suddenly the sign worked, and it says, on 2000, the year 2000. You can see it there. I don't think, Peter, I will ever forget the sight of the Eiffel Tower shimmering ablaze, as you see it now, with 20,000 lights and the kind of fireworks that we have never seen before. They didn't build a special structure, they didn't build a dome, they didn't have a queen, root canal or not. They just took Europe's most famous landmark and with exquisite taste made it even more spectacular. Take a look. That is pretty gorgeous. And then on the Champs-Élysées, where the crowds were, and there were also millions of people near the Eiffel Tower, there's the Champs-Élysées, and they had at midnight about a dozen different Ferris wheels, each one with a different theme. Acrobats, and there was one that was supposed to be the constellation just as it is now. There was one that you could leave messages on with the internet, and they're all going, they're all ablaze, just for this one night. And there's only one that you can ride on. You can see that one there. That they have every year. All the others are just for tonight. The whole city is there. It's at you. There you say, on 2000. And the whole city is ablaze. The bridges are all lit up. But nothing is more glorious than this Eiffel Tower. I came here when I was, I don't know, something like 12 years old, I remember, with my parents, and thought the Eiffel Tower was so extraordinary. Nothing like tonight.
Thanks, Barbara. 2 o'clock in the morning in Paris, and Barbara's going to stay with us, as is Charlie, and they will go on having this endless competition about which city put on the greatest show at the sign of the Millennium. And New York's Times Square is yet to come, yet to be heard from here in the eastern United States. When we come back, Elton John and Connie Chung, and we will find them in a city that didn't even exist at the beginning of this century, Las Vegas, Nevada.
ABC 2000 will continue from around the world in just a moment. Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
So looking over at the big wall here, where we have all the time zones of the world put up, and looking at the Eiffel Tower in one place and Big Ben in the other, I'm reminded of how we visited the old world, and we're now going to take you to the absolute opposite in every respect. I said that at the beginning of 1900, Las Vegas wasn't there. Nevada's been the fastest growing state in the United States since 1960. And these days, if you want to go to the Eiffel Tower or almost any other great world site, you can go to Las Vegas. Some people in America cast a jaundiced eye on this place, but it represents a quintessential thing all unto itself. And there we find, outside the Bellagio Hotel, our Connie Chung. Connie?
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, everyone, from Las Vegas. I'm at the tip of the Strip. Every night here, as you probably know, is New Year's Eve. It's resolution, risk, and renewal. These are the fountains just outside the Bellagio. They are fountains that perform dancing waters to music. And this New Year's, one of the biggest acts in town is Elton John. Just like Las Vegas, Elton John has constantly reinvented himself. And in the last few years, he's written hit scores for the theater, and he's traded in his sequence for sincerity. The man they call Captain Fantastic is clean and sober now. He appeared before a Las Vegas audience last night, and let's take a look at it. Here's Elton John. Elton John. If those dancing waters had been playing to his music, you know, you would have seen them going like this, and that's exactly what they do every half hour for 8 minutes. At midnight, there will be a half-hour show. There have been lots of stars here, and there are many stars here tonight. Barbra Streisand is appearing, Bette Midler, Tony Bennett, Rod Stewart. The Eagles were here last night. And I'm here also with someone who has lived in Las Vegas for 40 years and has watched Las Vegas change. He started singing in Las Vegas as a teenager. Watch. You'll figure out who it is. So much. Okay. Here he is, Mr. Las Vegas. Wayne Newton, thank you for being with us.
Oh, it's a great, great pleasure on what a glorious night.
Wayne, you have lived here for 40 years, and you have seen Las Vegas reinvent itself every decade.
Over and over.
All right. Now, what do you think we're going to see in the new millennium? How is Las Vegas going to reinvent itself again?
I think it's probably cyclic to the extent that obviously the hotels have become cities to themselves.
Yeah, but the mobsters aren't going to come back, are they?
Well, I don't know about that, and I have nothing to do with that either way, so let me say that quickly. But I think that...
You spent a lot of money in a lawsuit to prove that, right?
I think that it's moving back very quickly to star policy again, which it had moved away from for a while, and then it went to production shows for a while longer.
Yeah, but now it's a theme park for adults,
It's
right?
exactly right, but people still want to come here. When they get on an airplane, they say, who am I going to see? And I think that that's what's going on.
But I think a lot of people here as well want everyone to know that the Strip is not Las Vegas, right? The city is completely different, and so many people have moved here. By the year, I'm told, by the year 2005, there will be 2 million people and no water. So isn't that time to tell people to turn their wagons east?
Well, I really don't think to say no water. We've got Lake Mead 20 minutes from here, which is the largest man-made lake in the Western Hemisphere. And so I think they might want to slow down the growth by saying no water, but I really don't perceive that there'd be any problem.
But it is the fastest growing city. In the last 13 years, it's been the fastest growing city in the country.
It's the 9th largest school district in the entire country, and it is the fastest growing. 6,000 people a month move here. We kept it a secret for a long time, but...
All right, now tell me, you knew Sinatra. You were one of the pallbearers, which I didn't realize that you were that close. Was he was the boozer and the gambler and the womanizer.
Well, I think that he went through a phase in his life where he did that, as maybe some of all of us have. But there was a time toward the end when he kind of kept pace with what he thought he should do.
All right. Thank you, Wayne Newton. I should actually say Dankeschön.
Bitteschön. Thank you.
Peter, back to
Connie,
you.
I have a question for Wayne Newton, if you wouldn't mind asking it, because I noticed he doesn't have a thing in his ear. Dankeschön was 1963, I think, and you said he's been there for 40 years. What's the greatest moment he remembers in the history of Las Vegas?
Peter wants to know what the greatest moment in the history of Las Vegas was for you.
The greatest moment is going to be tonight when I open at the Stardust Hotel for a 10-year run at 40 weeks, which means I'll be home. I've done a lot of wonderful things and had a lot of wonderful people, but there's no place like home, and I'm looking forward to being here.
There you go. He just signed a 10-year contract with the Stardust, so you're shameless, aren't you? You had to tell everybody.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, that's what you're supposed to do in Las Vegas anyway. Wayne Newton.
Well, there you go. You're right.
Originally from Norfolk, Virginia, which I guess everybody but me knew, and he once told People magazine that if people didn't pay him to sing, as he's going to do now at the Stardust, he'd stand on a street corner and sing, and I have no doubt that he would do it well. Our coverage will continue in just a moment. to our coverage of the world at the end of the century. We're going to go right into Times Square because Jack Ford is there with one of the most special guests in this whole city tonight. Jack?
Peter, indeed, we are pleased to have one of the more special guests with us, Dr. Marianne Hopkins. Peter, at about 1 minute before midnight, along with Mayor Rudy Giuliani, is going to press the button that will start the ball that was raised at about 7 o'clock this morning, started on its 1 minute descent to the year 2000. Doctor, it's nice to see you again. Thank you.
It's so nice to be here. Thank you.
Tell us, how did you find out that you were going to be the one to push the button to lower the ball?
Well, the staff from Doctors Without Borders called me and left a message on my voicemail, and I must say I thought it was a joke for quite a long time.
That's right. So now, tell us first about Doctors Without Borders and your role with them, what you've been doing.
Right. I volunteered with them in Sri Lanka and Burundi, and basically we're an organization that goes out wherever there's a need for health care in countries that have been ravaged by war or famine or other types of natural disasters. We go anywhere that there's a need, that people need us.
And you've been to a number of locations yourself. Tell us
Yes.
about the places that you've been to and the work you've been able to do.
Sure. I was the sole surgeon for 500,000 people in Sri Lanka in the middle of a war zone, and then I was in Makamba, Burundi, also a war zone. Surgeons are often in war zones, so I've seen a lot of trauma.
And I saw at one point in time that you said your work here in New York, if you don't come in one morning, there are other physicians that can take over for you.
Right.
Not so when you're...
Not at all. In fact, I was the only surgeon, and in Burundi, I was one of 2 doctors. The other doctors was a family practice doctor who was Burundian, and there were just the 2 of us for the entire southern part of the country, really.
Did you see palpable results that you were actually able to help people there?
Yes, and I think one of the more rewarding experiences for me was to be able to teach how to do cesarean sections and basic surgery to the family practice doctor in Burundi, so that if we had to evacuate for safety reasons, there would be somebody that would be there to take over for us.
Very worthy work, work that's necessary of our, or certainly requires our respect and thanks for you, and serious business. But tonight is a little
We're
bit
going to
lighter.
have fun.
Now, you've known for weeks that
Yes.
you're going to be out there behind us pressing the button. There are going to be some maybe 2 million people here, perhaps 1 billion watching you on television. What do you think now as the moment is coming closer?
Unbelievable. I'm so excited to be able to share the entrance of the new millennium with so many people, with the entire world.
Well, we're delighted that you're sharing this part of the evening with us. Thank you so
it's
much.
my
And again,
pleasure.
your work with Doctors Without Borders, it's something that's necessary and something that we thank you all for. And get that button pushing
Get my
finger
finger
going,
working.
you'll be all set. Dr. Marianne Hopkins, a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Peter,
Thanks
as
very
you
much,
said,
Jack.
a very special guest joining us this evening.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. A little clarification for the people at home. Dr. Hopkins herself did not win the Nobel Prize, as we said on the screen there, but Doctors Without Borders won the Nobel Prize. They were founded in 1971 by a group of doctors who were frustrated with what they thought was basically the passivity of the International Red Cross, and they felt you couldn't go to a disaster zone, and they've gone everywhere in the world, without taking a position, a humanitarian position, and it is that for which they were recognized by the Nobel Committee just last year. Now, from Ford to Ford, on the telephone tonight to exchange, I hope, New Year's greetings, President Gerald Ford, who's at Beaver Creek in Colorado, where he makes his permanent home. Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Peter. It's wonderful to talk with you and to see what you're doing.
And how nice to hear your voice. How have you spent the day?
Well, we had a couple of local meetings here. We're trying to get things promoted during the winter season. We've got some snow. There are skiers here, and Betty and I had our children, grandchildren here, and we've had a wonderful, wonderful holiday season so far.
I think that many people may know that one of the most pivotal moments in your own career, sir, having to take over the presidency as you did, but as you look back from this particular vantage point, some pivotal moments that occur to you?
Well, during World War II, Peter, I was on a combat aircraft carrier in the Pacific, and on 3 New Years, our ship, along with many others, were engaged in that conflict with our enemies in the Pacific. And those are times you never, never forget, Peter. And so things are a lot better today. We're relatively at peace, and we won the Cold War. We prevailed in World War II. So I think America's got a pretty good track record, and I'm optimistic about the 21st century.
Mrs. Ford as well, we hope?
Yes, we've had a good holiday with our family, as I said. It's been a good year for us, and we're looking forward to the year 2000.
No, Mr. President, we all wish you a very happy New Year, and thank you very much for taking a moment to join us.
Well, the best to you, Peter, and you've got a great program there. We're watching it on television.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President. Thank you. Our regards to Mrs. Ford.
I will.
Good night, sir.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. It's interesting the President choosing a moment in World War II in the Pacific, because when our coverage began this morning, the very first midnight we celebrated was in Kiribati in the Pacific, which was a site of such a deadly battle for the U.S. as the U.S. marched in 1943 across the Pacific in the direction of the Japanese home islands. President Gerald Ford, who now lives in Beaver Creek, Colorado, very popular man in Colorado, not to mention in a lot of other places in the country as well. We'll be back in just a moment.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by AccuView Contact Lenses, vision for the new millennium. And by Energizer. They keep going and going.
We were talking to Connie Chung a little while ago about Las Vegas. Take a look at this. We said you didn't have to go anywhere. There's the Eiffel Tower in Paris on the left, and there is the Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas on the right. New World Enterprise, we shall call it. You couldn't have a millennium celebration, end-of-century celebration, without looking at the magnificent progress and interest and fascination in every respect, mystery to an outsider in many ways, which is Florida. We're going to go to Miami now, where ABC's John Quinones tonight. John, how's the celebration going down there? Actually, we get a bit of a glimpse of it.
As you can tell by the folks behind me, Peter, the fiesta is in full swing here. I am standing right in the heart of South Beach, where throughout the day some 400,000 people have been assembling here to celebrate what they're calling here El Nuevo Milenio, the new millennium. This promises to be one of the biggest beach parties in the country, all celebrated in Latin style. After all, you cannot say Miami and not think Hispanic. Fully 60%, if not more, of the population of the city is now Latino. And for years, Miami has been touted as the city of the 21st century because of its people, an incredible mosaic of faces from Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. Peter?
John, it's sometimes said that the Latino population in Miami lives a life apart from everybody else. Is there any truth to that as far as you're concerned?
Well, because of where they come from and because of where what they've lost on the island, this is an incredibly hardworking and aggressive community, also viciously anti-communist. Sort of different from the Mexican community where I grew up, with the Puerto Rican community of New York. These folks are very close to each other, and they really are very tight when they stick together. New arrivals come, well taken care of, and very progressive. They've really built a large part of the city and are responsible for the beauty of it, for the successes here.
The other thing I happened to notice tonight, at least a little bit in your background there, that Art Deco, which was so fashionable in the 1940s, is back big time in South Beach.
It is so big, Peter. There's block and block of these beautiful restored buildings from the original designs of the 1930s and 40s in a rainbow of pastel colors. It is just phenomenal what they've done here. I should mention that several celebrities will be performing here in Miami tonight. Gloria Estefan, Julio Iglesias is performing here, and I understand his son, Enrique, will be one of our guests coming up.
He will indeed. Enrique Iglesias coming up. From where, I'm not altogether sure. But we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's have very quickly a look at Orlando as well. A little hard to tell where you are when you get down that neck of the woods there, as so much of it is represented. But we'll come back in just a minute and listen to Enrique Iglesias. Times Square, 20 minutes to 9 on New Year's Eve, Eastern Time. You almost get the feeling there They know what's been going on in Paris and in London, and they are waiting to compete. But we've been talking about Florida, and the names Iglesias and Florida certainly go together. Enrique Iglesias is here in New York for the great Millennium celebration. He's at Madison Square Garden, and he joins us now to sing his performance, Bailamos. Enrique Iglesias. Enrique Iglesias singing at Madison Square Garden. We are very conscious of the fact that all sorts of people are working tonight all over the country, all over the world, doing the kind of jobs which do not enable them to get out and have a New Year's celebration like a lot of other people we have met today. And we've just placed a Millennium phone call to Vernon Lucas, who is a roustabout on the Borgney Dolphin oil rig out in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Louisiana. Vernon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
How are you? First of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you also.
What have you been doing out there today?
Oh, well, the weather's beautiful. We're backloading a boat, doing our normal thing that we do every day.
Has the day's been as busy as any other day?
Yes, sir, it has been.
Where do you actually come from?
Well, I live in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. I was born in Beaumont, Texas.
And how far off the coast of Louisiana are you on this particular rig?
I would say we're about 80 miles out.
And how are you going to celebrate the rest of New Year's Eve?
Well, the way I'm going to celebrate it at 11:45 tonight, I will be going back to work.
Going back to work?
Yes, sir.
And have you got some thoughts about the next century? You got a New Year's wish or you'd like to send to the rest of the world?
Yes, I'd like to tell my wife, Mary Ann Ames Lucas, hello, and I just hope that the country's safer and we get along better and the world is beautiful as it has been to me.
Well, I'm glad. You say the weather's nice out there, not too rough in the rig this time of day.
No, it's not.
Well, we're very pleased to hear from you. We hope you have a great New Year. Hope you get home to see your wife before too long.
Okay, you have a good one, too.
Happy New Year. Vernon Lucas, who's on the Borgny Dolphin oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Louisiana. And now, well, perhaps on behalf of Vernon Jordan and all the other people who are working today, let's go down to the studio underneath here, right on the edge of Times Square, for Jared Chocolate Crawford, Larry Wright, and the cast of Keep Banging, as they send us on our way with Clap Your Hands.
It's 1999, we're leaving it behind. Welcome to the year 2G. Avenue.
Welcome back. Take a look at London and take a look at Paris. You may find it rather strange that Barbara and Charlie are sitting in their respective locations, though, Charlie, you look a little too comfortable moment, shuffling cards. Well, I shall do the same thing, because one of our ideas for this great magical day in the century and at the beginning of the new century was to invite one of the great magicians, illusionists, entertainers of the day, David Blaine, to come and visit us. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Welcome. I don't know why you've got us doing all this, so why don't you proceed?
Well, this is an idea that I had. Actually, if anybody has cards near them, you can all try this as well. But what I want you to do is you shuffle the deck. Here's what I want you to do. Try to deal 2 piles of cards, but not yet. You're going to deal 2 equal piles, and I'm not looking. If you give yourself 5 cards, you give me 5 cards. Do 2 piles face down, and you could do anywhere between 1 card to 10 cards in each pile. So do 2 piles one at a time, face down, and you can do anywhere, you know, and I'm not going to look, but do anywhere from 1 card to 10 cards in each pile, but make sure they're identical. So if you give me 3 cards, you give yourself 3 cards.
You're talking like we've been up for a long time, David.
Great. So you have, what you're going to do is when you're done, you know, I'll give you a minute to do this. So you have 2 face down piles that are both equal in size.
You ready, Barbara?
You guys both have it?
Ready, Charlie?
Yeah. Good. Now,
I've got 2 piles of equal numbers.
Pick up the pile and look at the bottom card, and you can show everybody the card that's your card. So pick up the pile and look at the bottom card.
Any pile?
Yeah, either pile.
Okay.
Good. Look at that card. Remember it. Great. And now put that pile, the one with your card on bottom, put it on top of the big deck that you dealt from. So the pile with your card on bottom, put it on top of the big deck. Great.
Done.
Now here's what I want you to do. I'm going to listen to the way you deal, and I'm going to determine exactly where your card is. So every time I say deal 1 card face down on top of the next into a brand new pile.
From the big pile.
Every time I say deal from the big pile right into a brand new pile. So ready? Hold the big deck that you're dealing from. Great. And every time I say deal, deal one card face down, one on top of the next. Ready? Deal. Deal. 2 cards. You should both have dealt 2 cards. Great. Deal again. 3. Deal. 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 Stop. Great. You guys both did it. Barbara, I think you're a little bit off, but we'll go with these 2 for a second. Pick up the entire pile that you dealt down, the entire pile that you just dealt down, and put it back on top of the big deck. On top of the big deck that you dealt from. Great. So now you should have the entire deck in your hand, correct?
Right.
You have all the cards in your hand?
Oh, all these
You know what?
2?
Actually, there's another pile out. We forgot that. You know, will you pick up that pile that we left out? That other pile?
And put it on top of the...
And put it on top of everything, face down. Yeah, put it right on top of everything. Great. Now, here's what I want you to do. I don't know where the card is. We're all messed up here, obviously. Do this for me. Spell out loud. Spell out loud Happy New Year, but deal 1 card per each letter out loud. So spell out loud Happy New Year and deal 1 card face down per letter. H, A, P, Y,
N,
P,
E,
Y,
W,
E,
Y,
E, A, R.
R. Turn over the R, Peter and Charlie.
Good Lord. You're grown people too, eh? Charlie, is that the card you chose originally?
I would love to say no, but of course it is.
Was that?
Yeah, it's the 7 of diamonds is my card too.
Was that right?
Now you're going to spend the next 6 or 7 hours telling us how you did this?
Well, no. Look, here's what did you?
Barbara, how did you do?
Well, you know, I guess I'm just not a card shark. I don't know, but mine didn't.
Look,
I'm
here,
sorry.
the
I don't
idea
have
is
the
like
right
this.
cards.
Look, let me come right here so you can see. Here. Look,
we're going to hang with this for just a second.
Here's the idea. If you, Peter, out of all these cards, so you guys can see, just take 1 card out and let everybody see it.
Okay.
Let everybody see it. Great. You all got it? You can put it back where you got it. Now, the first part is simple.
Makes me nervous that ABC produces its own cards.
Look, well, hold your hand
okay.
out. The first part is I make the card jump up. Can you all see that? You see the 8 clubs? Look, watch this here. Put your other hand on top of it, like a sandwich. Great. And let's also use this card, the 2 of hearts. Can you see the 2?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I do. If I take the 2 and just place it, see, I actually got the 8 of clubs out of your hand. Look in your hand and show them.
I'm afraid to look. 2 of hearts. This is quite extraordinary. You going to stick around for the rest of the evening?
Yeah, we'll be here.
That's fantastic. David Blaine, really nice to have you. We were doing pretty well up tonight. I think you've totally thrown us off our game. David Blaine, one of the world's great magicians and entertainers, and what a nice way to say goodnight to Barbara and goodnight to Charlie. Thank you both for such a wonderful day. You know, Charlie, put it in your pocket and go have a drink. Thank you, Barbara, very much. That's a wonderful job. When we come back... Sorry, Barbara.
I was just going to say what this means, Peter, is that you can play poker with me anytime and you know you'll
yes,
win.
I'd already thought of that, actually. Thank you both very much for a wonderful day. When we come back, we're going to go to Brazil. Well, it's only about 3 minutes before midnight in Brazil, and so we want to go just about as quickly as we can to Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, where ABC's Bill Rediker is standing by. Bill, the last time we talked to you, the beach was empty. It was a sunny day. Now what has happened?
Well, it's obviously nightfall. The government says there's up to 3 million people here, which is not inconceivable when you consider the length and breadth of this beach, plus Ipanema, plus Laban Beach. You can hear the crowd is starting to go a little bit crazy as we approach the new millennium. So expect a lot of fireworks in just a moment, Peter.
Bill, we remind people what we told them earlier. We're looking at our little crowd in the largest country in South America with a population of 168 million people. As you've talked to people there today, what are their hopes for the next century?
We just got out in the crowd and talked to a number of people, and they almost all agree that they have to reduce the urban violence here, which is at extreme levels. They have to get the economic engine grinding, and they have to do something about this tremendous destruction to the rainforest. But the #1 concern is crime.
I'm told also, we're talking, of course, one of the most important Christian countries in the world, and is it true that we're going to see kites flown at midnight by children with messages of hope for the new millennium?
You'll see that, and you will also see this crowd, most of them dressed in white as a sign of purity, offering flowers to the mythical sea goddess of Yemanja. Now, that's inherited from the African slaves who were brought over in the 17th century. But still, even in this Catholic country, they still believe in these myths. And if you send your offerings out to sea and they continue on their way out, your prayers are answered. If they come back, well, there's always 2001.
Let's listen for just a second.
Happy New Year. The fireworks have started. It's officially the third or new millennium here in Brazil. And if you think this could be the Latin century, you're absolutely right. The economy is booming. People are very optimistic, and you probably can't even hear me.
Oh, yes, I can, Bill. Thanks very much. Let's just watch and listen to their countdown. As it enters the 21st century, a country with more Catholics than any other country in the world. And while this millennium celebration may be tinged with Catholicism in some way, there are not many places in the world where they know how to party any better. Gather some string as we go along. We'll continue to record the celebration in Rio de Janeiro, and we'll give it to you in a highlight reel. Several people have asked today whether or not they're going to get the tape of this. I have no doubt, without asking anybody, that someone in this company is going to make a tape of the great moments of this particular New Year's Eve in every corner of the world that we have visited. We'll tell you about that a little later on. We'll go back and visit Brazil a little later on. When we come back, we'll go to New Orleans, and we'll go back to Las Vegas. Stay with us for ABC 2000.